Book of Fragapatti, son of Jehovah. Chapter I. 1 In Horeb, an Etherian world on the borders of the Ark of Oahspe, in the procession of Sayutivi, Gnad and Gors, a region of light, of 10,000 earth years, and 100 Vespers, where reign Fragapatti, Orion chief of Absud and Gamachkala 1,000 years. God of Virat, God of Lunitsi and Wichka, and Shlinaka, and Daus, 30,000 years. Surveyor of Geese, roadway and trail of Fetisi, and Mark, 70,000 years. Primavaga, Sign, Lugabanzan, 40,000 years. 2. Fragapatti said to me, Jehovah spake in the council of Absud, capital of Horeb, where sat my million gods, our throne itself an ark of light, and there came from the Almighty's throne a greater light, all brilliant, and, with it, the matchless voice. Jehovah said 3. My son, go to the red star, the earth. She cometh thy way. Her coat is red with mortal blood. 4. Fragapatti said, the Father saith, the red star cometh this way. Her coat is red with mortal blood. 5. To their tables the gods and goddesses turned, to mark the time. And now, quickly, the whisper ran to the million ears, the red star. The earth. Ye recollect, it was the little star where Sathont stood man upright, now agone some 60,000 years. And have crushed in her walls, and pruned her to the quick. 6. And then they overhauled the earth's history, these gods and goddesses. Measured her course to learn just when she would pass. And they found 5 years and 50 days would be her dawn of Dan, her time to cross the Ark of Oahspe. And as yet she roamed 200 years away. 7. Fragapatti said that this sudden light hath given such long warning, so, great work cometh anon. Let my swift messengers come. I will speak to them. 8. Then the marshals ushered in the swift messengers, saluting, before Jehovah's throne. 9. Fragapatti said, Achivat, my son, the all-light fell upon me, saying, my son, go to the red star, the earth. Her coat is red with mortal blood. Now, by her time, she standeth more than 200 years beyond the boundaries of Horeb. For this, I called thee and thy attendants. How long will it take thee to go thither and survey the earth and her heavens, and return hither? 10. Ativat, well trained in such matters, said of the earth's time, 40 days. Fragapatti said, what number of attendants wilt thou require for so great a distance? And Ativat said, 20,000. 11. Fragapatti said, provide thee, then, all thou requirest, and go at once. And if thou shalt find the inhabitants of the earth suitable for sacred records, commission thou the god or lords to send Louise to raise up an heir for Jehovah's kingdom. 12. Ativat said, thy will and Jehovah's be done. And, duly saluting, he and his attendants withdrew, and, coming to Gatwawa, ordered an arrow ship of 20,000 gauge. In 2 days it was completed. And, during the time, Ativat had chosen his attendants. And so he departed, swiftly, like a ray of light, Ativat and his attendants, for the red star, the earth. To see what was the matter, that a god so far away as Fragapatti was, could feel and know the flow of human blood. 13. For such is the all-perfection of Jehovah's sons and daughters. Even mortals can sense things a little way off. But Jehovah's upraised gods feel the breath of the stars, and know when they are disordered. Chapter E. 1. Fragapatti and the council were deeply engaged in the sortive of an Orion arc, through which the phalanx of Inib and her constellation pass every 1,000 years. An Etherian region where the star, Oahspe, was dissolved, some 20 days agone, and cut loose 30,000 million bound spirits, wrapped in corporeality, by the chief, of Oahspe, and his band of Etherian gods, who had drawn largely on the inhabitants of Full, a garden of Horeb, in Fragapatti's dominions. 2. And Oahspe had quartered the dismembered hosts near Sortive, where the light of the ark fell sharply on them. To deplete which concourse, taxed the gods for more help than was at hand. to remedy which, Fragapatti's hosts were extending the Gaian fields of Uth and lowering the grade suitable to the spirits of darkness rescued from Oahspe, a prolific world, bringing forth imperfect human souls too abundantly for the quality. 3. And Anib was near at hand, to pass the arc of Sortive, with her 100 stars, many of them larger than the earth, to 70 of which the inhabitants of Horeb would need go as redeeming gods and goddesses for the dawn of Dan upon them. To apportion all of which, Fragapatti and his million council had work on hand, so that not seriously the condition of the earth and her heavens weighed upon them. 4. But in 40 days' time, or in such period as would be 40 days on the earth, Ativat and his attendants, 20,000, with the arrow ship of fire, returned from the earth and her heavens, speeding close to Absad, where the marshals received them, and announced them to the council. Fragapatti said, "Let Ativat and his attendants approach the throne." 5. And Ativat went in, saluting, and stood before the chief, Fragapatti. Ativat said, "In Jehovah's name, and by his power and wisdom, am I here to proclaim of the red star and her heaven first." Then 6. It is 3,100 years since great Asir sowed the seed of monoculture amongst mortals, and it hath grown to be a giant, and a most merciless tyrant. To learn whereof I speak, even God and his lords, to honor thee, O Fragapatti, gave me voice and word, and opened the libraries of their heavens, and accompanied me around about the earth, to all nations, tribes and wanderers. To me, the God of earth said 7. Greeting to Fragapatti, in the name of the Father. And to thee, his Son. Take thou this record to him, and his council, in Horeb. For I am powerless through my lords and hosts against such odds. 8. God said, from the time great Asir ascended to his Etherian realm, our heaven yielded ample harvests for 1,500 years. And God and Lord succeeded in regular order for every Dan put upon the earth. 9. But then came a change, for the Aegean fields pressed close on every side of heaven, and the souls of angels and mortals turned down to the gross earth. After which time, only such as were already within the second resurrection came and strove for the upper worlds. 10. These depleted the constant rise, and left our colleges, schools and factories vacant. For the hosts of Essenes, newborn from the earth, were stubborn in their much earthly learning, spurning wise counsel and association. 11. And there were born from the earth into Atmospheria, millions and millions of spirits, who could not believe they were dead, but maintained they were confined in dark dungeons, howling and cursing day and night. 12. For the seed of corporeal knowledge had taken root in the Ehuan race. They had learned the motions, names and places of the stars, the moon and sun. And from these, prophesied the affairs of nations and men. And duly marked out, with maps and charts, the destiny of things, according to the dates of corporeal births and movements, attributing the highest central cause to the sun and stars in conjunction. 13. And thus they cast aside all spirit, even Jehovah, reasoning, that if the sun made winter and summer, and grass to grow and die, so it ruled over animals and men. And so, the temples built to observe the stars, before which men once fell down and worshipped Jehovah, became the places of decrees to hoard deaths of all who taught of or believed in spirit. 14. And now rose a mighty nation on earth, of the Ehuans, and called Parsha, and they ignored the decrees of gods and lords to build no city larger than 2,000 souls. Forsooth, declaring the lords and gods to be but inspirations from the quickening power of the sun and stars, made dark and personal by the credibility of past ages. 15. And so, in representation of the solar phalanx, they built Uz, a sun city, which standeth to this day of 1,000,000 souls, sworn to make it the central governor over all the earth, and all other places tributary and paying for its glory. And over Uz they made a king, and called him, King of the Sun, to be to him and his heirs, successors forever. 16. And Uz was embellished and adorned above all other places that had been on the earth. The fame of which spread abroad over Japheth and Shem and Ham, betwixt which it leath centrally. Its colleges became famous, and its observatories were of such magnificence that their roofs were covered with silver and gold. The mirrors and lenses and dark chambers within the towers were so constructed that the stars could be read as well in the day as at night. And the records of observation covered more than 1,000 years, by men of great learning. 17. But now, alas, Uz aspires not only to be the central sun in knowledge, but in power and dominion, over the whole earth. And so, from her ample treasures, she sendeth forth armies to conquer and destroy, to gather and plunder, to build still greater her magnificence. 18. So Japheth and Shem and Ham run red with human blood, whereat I raised my voice to high heaven, that Jehovah would send deliverance for the souls of men. 19. For of the millions slain, whose spirits still lie on the battlefields in chaos, or madly fighting some unseen horror of hallucination, none can be persuaded to come to holier places in heaven. Whilst hosts of them rush madly into Uz, to find even their souls accursed by mortals. 20. God said, so the heaven of the earth hath fallen to the earth, save the Ihans and the far-off Ihans, whose spirits my lords gather in and prepare for the after-resurrection. But amongst the Parsha nation, none more believe the dead shall rise, nor that spirit is. But that with the mortal death there is the end, to which the king hath made a decree that never more shall man teach or preach of a heaven for spirits of the dead, nor proclaim a great spirit, a critter. 21. Ativat said, in such manner God disclosed the affairs of earth and heaven, now deadlocked in everlasting destruction. Which things, in fuller details, I with my attendants, beheld in every land and kingdom. And as we sat in Vibri, in the sacred circle, a light, a single star, appeared before us, even at the throne of God. And from its center the book of heaven fell, as if to send broadcast before mortals the plan and will of Jehovah, near at hand. 22. At this, God said, tell me, Ativat, thou that travellest across the mighty heavens, and art stored with the knowledge of God's ruling over other worlds, what is the signal of this light and sacred book? To which I replied this, O God, the time hath come to earth to prove to mortals the things whereof the gods and lords have taught. History shall no longer be locked up privately with the chosen race, the Ihans. But it shall stand before both saints and sinners. 23. Thou shalt prove the resurrection before these stubborn kings, the slaughterers of men, that they may say, not as the Ihans, we believe the soul immortal, because handed down from the ancients, but because it hath been demonstrated before our eyes. 24. God said, how shall this be? To which I replied, not I, great God, can tell, for that department is not in my keeping. But this much I know, thou shalt send Louise into the city of Uz, and they shall raise up a Suez? Sarates of the 4th grade. All else leave thou till Fragapatti cometh. 25. God said, to reach the 4th grade, will require 5 generations, which shall spring from the Ihan race commingling with the Ihans. Go, then, O Ativat, to thy Etherian home, before the council of Absad, to Jehovah's throne, and say to great Fragapatti, an heir to the light of resurrection shall be born ere the dawn of Dan of Horeb. 26. Ativat said, on learning these truths, I took my leave, and rose and came swiftly back to thy realm. 27. Fragapatti said, it is well. In the time of the next dawn of Dan on the earth, I will take a resting spell in which to fulfill Jehovah's plan on earth and in her heavens. 28. So, saluting Ativat, who retired, Fragapatti proceeded with this counsel in the affairs of other worlds, making a memorandum of the time and place the earth should near the plains of Horeb, in the Etherian worlds, some 200 years yet to come. Chapter 3. 1. But the dawn came. And in the wing of Gamachkala, home of Fragapatti, Orient-chief in the Etherian world's high standing, came the voice, Jehovah's word, saying, my son, behold, the dawn of Dan neareth the border of Horeb. The wailing earth, the red star, cometh apace. And God and lords call out the name of my infant son, Zarathustra. 2. Fragapatti rose up, hearing the voice, and saw the time fulfilled, the 200 years and more, for the coming world, the time for the revealed word to mortals. To thee, O Jehovah, he said, boundless, I come with my hosts, 10 million strong. 3. Fragapatti went into the Etherian council of gods and goddesses. He said, the time hath come. The red star borders on the plains of Horeb. Jehovah calleth. 4. Then the council rejoiced, for the weighty matters of hundreds of Etherian worlds were settled for a space of time, with promised rest and recreation in corporeal fields. First spake Adr, god of many worlds, a decreer of time in Augean vortices, in the regions of Hispai and Sun, saying, O Jehovah, give to thy son, Fragapatti, 5 years rest, the dawn of earth in Dan. Only the earth and her heavens to deal with. 5. Next spake Favaka, goddess of 3 Etherian worlds, the white-haired wielder of the cimeter of bars, period of Os, carbon fashioner for the arcs of Job and Saul. She said, O Jehovah, Almighty, what shall be the prayer of thy daughter, Favaka? What can her love devise for the rest and glory of our high God, Fragapatti, Orient chief? Then spake Chisin, marshal-in-chief for 7 Etherian worlds, small man, with flowing beard, brought forth from the star, Indr. He said, O Jehovah, make me contributor of my much love to the rest and glory of our holy chief, Fragapatti. 6. Thus spake 10,000 gods and goddesses of their love and high esteem for the worker, Fragapatti, rich in power and wisdom and love, above all Etherian gods in Horeb. 7. Fragapatti said, 10 million strong my hosts shall be on the earth, and her heavens, during her dawn of Dan, 5 years and 50 days, we shall have no other labor, thus making it as a holiday for gods and goddesses to redeem the fallen world. 8. Fragapatti had spoken. So the proper officers and workmen proceeded to their parts. And in 7 days the Yaddle announced the fire ship, the bay and float, ready for the journey. Meantime, the selection of the 10 million redeemers had been made, and they came, everyone like a brilliant star, to take their rooms in the monarch vessel. 9. Fragapatti made Huad commander-in-chief, and gave him 10,000 aides. For the curtains and Tali, he made Metrov, goddess of Rook, mistress to the flowing east. And for the spires, he made Iada mistress of restless morn. She was weaver to Gang, in Reth, 4,000 years, and much loved, with black eyes, piercing. Of music, Fragapatti made Third Aviv conductor. She was goddess of Helm, an Etherian world in the roadway of Xenalis, 4,000 years mistress of Neiltonexon. One-time companion to Edis the Veruigi, loved in Wen and Sangoich, for her mirth in adversity. Of the trumpeters, Fragapatti made Bone conductor. He was god of Ixalata, now on leave of absence. For chartist, he made Yan the chief. He was surveyor of Otha, an Etherian sea in the Orient Arc of Weed and Holland Poitchava, also on leave of absence during the Red Star dawn. Of the libraries, he made Hedda chief mistress. She was goddess of Isha in the Wales of Southang. 30,000 years teacher of Imes, and 10,000 years counselor of the Orient chief, Eris, of the Arc Yms. 10. Besides these, Fragapatti distributed the minor offices of the float to such gods and goddesses whose most exalted states were the extreme opposite, that the great journey through Etheria be the transverse of all serious purpose. And thus they started on their course, amidst the applause of thousands of millions of Ethereans, wishing them love and joy on their mirthful cruise in furtherance of Jehovah's will. 11. Speeding swiftly across the swamps of Ul, where 7 corporeal stars were dismembered 1,000 million years ago, now set with Augean fields, and forming nebulae. Whereto they bring, at times, the Drujas, the dark spirits of other worlds, that they may take on the semblance of corporeal forms to complete their neglected good works in times past. The ship rose freely, and then shot into the pastures of Z, where Lepsa, god of the corporeal star, Tessa, 400 years, feedeth 70 million Esseans, colonizing them to truth and good works. Lepsa knew the float was coming, and so had called 1,000 million spectators, to look on, knowing they desired to see great Fragapatti. And they sang and blew their trumpets, rejoicing. To which the gods and goddesses of the float cast out myriads of Arcean flowers, and sweet perfumes, mementos of love. 12. To Ivul, now, the ship made way. Where 7 Etherian worlds bordered in the Arc of Nu, pastures of Elam, god of Usin, where congregated another host of 2,000 millions, to see them pass, cheering with singing, and with trumpets and stringed instruments. And to this god, Elam, Fragapatti caused the banners of the float to salute on the sign, Jehovah's name, being friends for 90,000 years, and Elam answered him with 1,000,000 posts of light, amidst the waving of innumerable banners. 13. Onward moved the float, the fire ship, with its 10,000,000 joyous souls, now nearing the borders of Horeb, the boundary of Fragapatti's honored regions, known for hundreds of thousands of years, and for his work on many worlds. Here, reaching Kvorkum, the roadway of the solar phalanx, near the post of Dan, where were quartered 500 million Etherenes, on a voyage of exploration of more than 4 millions of years, rich stored with the glories of great Jehovah's universe. Their Koalu, their ship, was almost like a world, so vast, and stored with all appurtenances. They talked of going home. Their pilots had coursed the firmament since long before the earth was made, and knew more than 1,000,000 of roadways in the Etherean worlds, and where best to travel to witness the grandest contrasting scenes. 14. By their invitation, Fragapatti halted here a while, and the hosts interchanged their love, and discoursed on their purposes, rejoicing in the glories of Jehovah's everlasting kingdoms. And though they had lived so long, and seen so much, everyone had new and wondrous works to tell of. For so great is the inventive power of the Great Spirit, that never twice alike will one find the scenes in the Etherean worlds. Radiant, differently. Moving into everlasting changes, as if each one were to outdo the former in beauty and magnificence. 15. And then again they sped onward, now richly stored with the awe-stirring wonders they had just heard from strange travelers. Presently, now, the float neared the borders of Chunvet, the earth's vortex, just beyond the orbit of the moon. Here Fragapatti halted for a day, sending swift messengers down to the lower heavens, and to the earth, to resolve where he should anchor during dawn. 16. And, the next day, he ordered the lights lowered, and now slowly moved toward the rolling earth. Down, down, till he reached the third grade of plateau from the earth's surface, called Haredi. Chapter IV. 1 Jehovah said here, O my son, Fragapatti, here, in Haredi, have I laid the foundation of thy kingdom. Make fast here the fire ship, 5 years and 50 days. 2. Call forth thy hosts. Build thou a throne of my throne. The voice of thy Creator is with thee. Fragapatti said, Throne of thy throne, O Jehovah, here will I build. Haredi shall be my headquarters for the dawn of Dan. Come forth, O ye gods of dawn. Come forth, O ye goddesses of dawn. Hear the voice of the Son of Jehovah. Bow down, O ye heavens. 3. The ship was anchored, and the 10 millions came forth and assembled in a living altar. Fragapatti raised his hand, saying, Throne of thy throne, O Jehovah. And the hosts raised their hands, and the elements took shape and majesty, raising into a throne brilliant as fire. Then Fragapatti ascended and sat on the throne, saying, Glory be to thee, O Father, the highest. 4. A light came down from the Etherean firmament, and covered the throne over with a canopy, wide enough for 5 million men to sit under. And at the borders of the canopy, the Etherenes, whose work it fell to, sat up columns of crystals, opaque and transparent, illuminated in all possible colors and shades and tints. 5. Fragapatti said, From thy council chamber, O Jehovah, will I build to thee forever. And now the hosts, gods and goddesses, held up their arms, lifting and casting in. And, lo and behold, there rose and stood the habitable Meru, council chamber and capital of Haredi. 6. Then to prayers all hands turned, glorifying the Father. Then in singing with praise. 7. After which, Fragapatti said, In thy name, and by thy power and wisdom, O Jehovah, will I now establish heaven anew over the earth. My marshals shall now proceed down to the earth and command the presence of God and his lords, and all such others as can endure this light. They shall hear my voice, and learn my decrees. 8. 10,000 marshals, saluting, departed for the earth and regions below. 9. Fragapatti said, meanwhile, I will appoint my high council of the first house of Meru, gods and goddesses of dawn. Hear me, then, in the name of Jehovah, the All-Light. 10. Kauka, god of Aram. Adakasha, god of Beradus. Iriyama, god of Cruz. Pathama, goddess of Rin. Mighty Ariya, mistress of Karim. Gathahanavati, goddess of Halana. Ramaquaktra, god of Virs. Vahista, god of Olu. Aramashaya, god of Yachizi, the Maistas. Haptanhiti, god of Sumatras. Yima, god of Ayam. Sudhga, god of Laka. Iraga, god of Buhkd. Elisik, goddess of Nzaris. Harwati, goddess of Hodmat, in Aji. Duz, goddess of Arathagna. Atemiati, goddess of Dihama. Quaktra, goddess of Ejima. Ustavati, goddess of Mahamru. Kura, goddess of Koronia. Yen, goddess of Akka. Keshaitu, god of Abrat. Rathwiska, god of Huri. Pentus, god of Butts. Vario, god of Nuagala, Dazota and her brother, Zeta, god and goddess of Ataravaksha. Rathaskar, god of Nis. Yatha, god of Amishas, and Kinha, god of Shrawak. 11. Fragapatti said, O Jehovah, behold the glory of my house. I have chosen only such as have ruled over whole worlds. Was ever a god so favored, with such a counsel? Was ever so great a light sent to so small a world as the red star? 12. Jehovah said, as I have created man to need relaxation at times, so have I carried the same conditions to be desired by my highest of gods. Neither have I exalted any god so high, but the most menial office is his glory. Neither shall the autocrat learn sympathy till he liveth with a beggar. Nor the highest best man learn love and tenderness without taking a season in the depths of misery. 13. Fragapatti said, shall the strong man forget he was once a child? Can an Orient chief forget he was once a slave? Can he that is in the light forget them that are in the dark? 14. Mighty art thou, O Jehovah. I came to the earth and her heavens to rest myself in thy service. But thou wert here before me. Thy voice riseth up to rebuke me. Yea, I am still but a child to thee. Chapter v. 1. When Fragapatti had selected both departments of his council, which comprised 100,000 souls, he said 2. When a god espaceth a new kingdom, it is customary for him to create his own capital, and affix the boundaries of his lights and hall of audience. But when he hath gods and goddesses for his assistants, it is meet and proper for them to help in the buildings. In this case, I give into your hands to provide this realm. 3. Hardly had his words gone forth when the gods and goddesses stretched forth their hands unto Jehovah, and, lo and behold, the elements of the plateau took shape, and there stood the canopy of a new kingdom. Then again they stretched forth their hands to Jehovah, and there came the walls of the house of heaven. And yet again they stretched forth their hands to Jehovah, and there came the floor and foundation. 4. And the house was called the house of Meru, the place of the throne of Fragapatti, in the lower heavens. On the plains beyond the house, Fragapatti created 1,000 fields and pastures. And in each and every one he created 10,000 mansions, and every mansion was capable of 1,000 souls. With roadways from one to another Fragapatti created them, his hosts being the workmen, in the wisdom and power of Jehovah. 5. Whilst this work was going on, the marshals who went down to the earth returned, bringing God and his lords with them, and also bringing with them 1,200,000 spirits of the second resurrection. Fragapatti commanded them to bring God and his lords into the house of Meru, and they were so brought. 6. Fragapatti said, in the name of Jehovah, I salute thee, O God, and thy lords, and thy hosts. 7. God said, in thy name, O Jehovah, am I, and my lords, and my hosts, blessed with great joy. That thou, O Fragapatti, hast come to redeem the earth-born and the spirits of these heavens, is a joyful period in the time of worlds. 8. The Lord said for ourselves and our hosts, O Jehovah, do we thank thy Son, Fragapatti. 9. Fragapatti said that thou, O God, Mightst know my decrees, I commanded thee and thy lords, and thy exalted hosts, hither. Hear me, then, and to whom I send thee, do thou my commandments. In the name of Jehovah the time hath come when mortals on the earth shall begin their lessons in spiritual things proven, being themselves made part on the building of Jehovah's kingdoms. 10. Through thee, the present reigning God of the earth and her heavens, must be carried out the death and resurrection of thy chosen heir, Zarathustra. To prove, first, that man on the corporeal earth can live all pure and without sin. Second, the corporeal death belongeth to the earth body of man, and not to the spirit. And, third, that after death, the same person can rise in spirit and appear to mortals, to be seen and known. After which, he shall show his final ascent toward the upper heavens, in the arms of his God. 11. Whilst this cometh upon thee in person to carry out, thou shalt also, through thy ministering angels, prove to mortals the advantage of virtue and truth over sin and darkness. For thou shalt cause also to be stricken in death 2 evil men who are all impure. And they shall suffer death at the same time with thy heir, Zarathustra. But these shall not appear before mortals after death. For mortals shall hereafter be a testimony to one another of the reward of virtue, and the power of being one with the gods, sons of Jehovah. 12. But since all attestation by spirits can be set at defiance by the craft of philosophers, thou shalt not wait till after the death of thy heir, to teach the truths of the Father's kingdoms. But beforehand, causing Zarathustra, whilst yet mortal, to write down rules of mortal life, and doctrines, and faith, and repentance, and praise of the Great Spirit, and of prophecy, and all manner of righteous gifts, and the power of miracles, and the triumph of the spirit of man over corporeal elements. 13. And when thou hast completed these things, thou shalt bring the spirit of Zarathustra to this house. But the drunks who suffer death with him, thou shalt deliver in the usual way to the places prepared for their resurrection. 14. Tell me, then, how standeth thy heir? And ask thou of me whatsoever thou wilt, to assist thee, to carry out these, my decrees, and it shall be granted unto thee. 15. God said Zarathustra hath attained his 20th year, and comprehendeth the destiny put upon him. He is pure and wise, with faith and gentleness. But he is larger and more powerful than any other man in the world. He is instructed, both in the spiritual and corporeal senses, having a knowledge of the books of the ancients, and of writing and making tablets. 16. Fragapatti said 5 years shalt thou have in which to complete thy labor. Depart, therefore, to thy place, taking with thee such of thy lords and hosts as thou mayst require. I will appoint 1,000 messengers to travel betwixt thy place and this, that every day thou shalt ask for this or that, it shall be granted unto thee. To which God replied 17. I will go now and cause Zarathustra to write a book of wisdom, and give him prophecy over the kings and nations and tribes of men. What I do shall be proven to thee in Meru. Thus saying, God withdrew a little, and selected his lords and such other assistants as he desired. And, after this, Fragapatti granted a day of recreation, in which time the Ethereans were made well acquainted with the conditions of mortals and of the thousands of millions of spirits still lingering in the first resurrection, and in darkness and chaos. 18. On the next day God and his hosts departed for the earth, well attended by thousands of volunteers from the Etherean sojourners of Harati. Chapter Vi. 1. Fragapatti said, the voice of Jehovah cometh to me, saying, my son, appoint thou an assistant chief to sit on thy throne, and go thou round about Atmospheria, taking surveyors and inspectors with thee. For thou shalt see with thine own eyes the condition of thousands of millions of spirits in Hata. 2. Fragapatti said, in Jehovah's name, I announce Athrava my assistant, God of Meru. There was great rejoicing in the council at this. Then came Athrava forward, and ascended Jehovah's throne and sat on the right hand of Fragapatti. Etherean lights fell upon the place from every side, and Fragapatti gathered from the elements and made a crown for Athrava, and crowned him. 3. Officers and workmen were sent to build a conveyance for Fragapatti, and for such attendants as he might take with him. So, the next day, Fragapatti chose his companions, 30,000, making Zarathustra speaker, and they departed for their inspection of Hada and the earth. 4. His ship was built without lights or curtains, so they might travel unobserved. First he inspected the plateau of Harati, which, prior to this, had never been inhabited. And he found its distance from the earth was equal to 10 diameters of the earth. And its east and west and north and south diameters corresponded in size to what the earth would be were it that volume. That is to say, the superficie of the plateau was 528,000 miles in every direction. And in the ratio of the number of mortals on the earth, this plateau would inhabit 528,000 million souls. And yet this was not the 1,000th part of the number it could sustain, in fact, within and without. 5. Fragapatti said, "Such is Harati, O Jehovah. And yet there have been, till now, no spirits to come and inhabit it. Who can survey thy works, O Father? Who shall fear for the limit of thy handiwork?" 6. Zarathustra said, "And yet we shall find in the lowest Hada spirits huddled together like bees in a hive. And yet wherefore, O chief, for is it not so with mortals also? They cluster together in cities and tribes, warring 4 inches of ground, whilst vast divisions of the earth lie waste and vacant." 7. Fragapatti said, "Is this not the sum of the darkness of mortals and of spirits in the lowest realms? They know not how to live? A spider or an ant is more one with the Creator than these." 8. Next they visited Zarathustra, 6 diameters of the earth distant. Here they found a colony of 2,000 million spirits, that had been founded by a sire 3,300 years before. But not the same people, but such as came up from the earth afterward. They had a god named Jehovih, an atmospherean from the earth, 2,100 years. And he was upright and wise, and of good works most excellent. But knowing nothing of Etheria, had no ambition to rise thither. And his content had visited itself on the colony, and they were contented also. 9. Fragapatti said, "To remain here forever, is this the extent of thy desires, O Jehovih?" And Jehovih answered him, saying, "Yea, Master. What more is life than to reach the highest place and remain there?" To which Fragapatti said, "Is this the all-highest?" And Jehovih said, "Yea, Master. Any place and condition is the all-highest, if man make it so. None can attain higher than I, no people higher than my people. We are freed from the earth and Hada. And we desire not to return thither, nor to go to any other place." 10. Fragapatti said, "Let us walk a little, that I may see thy kingdom." Jehovih consented, and they walked along, seeing the inhabitants lying at ease, some amusing themselves weaving threads of light, then unraveling them and weaving them over again. Others playing with crystals and lenses and opaque and transparent elements, but not doing anything for another. Nor, in fact, needed they, for all were capable of doing for themselves. Now, after they had travelled a while, Fragapatti said, "Hast thou not, O Jehovih, a desire to return to the plateau below thee, where the inhabitants are in misery and darkness, and bring them into thine own realm?" To which Jehovih said, 11. "Nay, Master. Let them shift for themselves. Even if we help them up they would be thankless. Nay, my doctrine is man is the all-highest of all things. The elements are dumb. The worlds are many and wide. Let man choose a corner for himself, and there settle forever." Fragapatti asked, "Because a man chooseth a corner, is it necessarily his own?" Jehovih said, "Our place was bequeathed us by our forefathers. Of course it is ours, and to remain so forever. Neither suffer we any other spirits to settle in our dominions. Being far away from the rest of the world, we are not much molested." 12. Fragapatti said, "How came ye hither?" Jehovih said, "Long ago there came a god hither, named Asire, bringing 6,000 million drujas up from the earth. With them he founded a colony here, with factories, colleges, hospitals, and all things necessary to enlighten the people, giving them ample teachers. In course of time, Many of the inhabitants migrated away from this place, and it was almost depleted of its people. But the gods below this sent new supplies of inhabitants, of which we are the second and third installments. So we inherited the place with all its factories and educationals, and other places. 13. Fragapatti said, as ye were raised up by the gods of other places, would it not give ye joy to raise up others, who are still in darkness? Hope said, nay, Master. We are pure and refined. The atmosphere of Drujas is unpleasant to us. They would vitiate our own happiness, besides entailing toil and responsibilities upon us. We cannot mix with any people but the refined and holy. We take care of ourselves. Let others do the same, and all will be well. 14. Fragapatti said, who thinkest thou I am, and my people with me? Hope said, visitors from some far-off realm, who are either discordant with yourselves, or bent to meddle in the affairs of other peoples. We have had visitors before, and we never grieved when they left us. To which Fragapatti replied, 15. Thou art strong in thy philosophy. Had no nation or people such ambition as this, there would be no content in the world. To be satisfied with one's own self and behavior is to be a god in fact. Hadst thou nothing to fear from immigration coming to thy shore, or to fear from some new philosophy undermining thy long-established convictions, thou mightst indeed be the happiest of gods, and thy people the happiest of people. 16. Hope said, true. Thou perceivest wisely. Oh, that there was nothing to fear, nothing to dread, forever. 17. Then Fragapatti said, and I declare unto thee, Hope, that condition can be attained. For I have seen kingdoms in heaven so fortified. And wert thou and thy people prepared to receive the sacred secrets pertaining thereto, I would most willingly unfold them before thee. Hope said, thou art a wise god. Tarry thou and teach us. 18. Fragapatti said, I am now on a journey, and cannot remain longer. But, on one condition, I will return hither and disclose these matters, so that never more shalt thou fear for immigration into thy country, nor for any philosophy which any man or god may teach. Exact a promise of secrecy from all thy people. Hope said, it shall be done. 19. And Fragapatti and his hosts withdrew, and departed out of that plateau, promising to return when notification had been served on his people. But Fragapatti inspected the whole superfice, and found it capable of educating and providing for 10,000 million spirits. Whereas, there were but 2,000 millions in Hope's kingdom. And they inhabited only a small corner of the plateau. Nevertheless, Hope laid claim to the whole. 20. After this, Fragapatti descended to the next plateau, the first great plateau above the earth, called Oahspe, signifying land and sky world, for the first spirit life after mortal death. Oahspe hath its foundation on the earth, and it undulateth with mountains and valleys, like the earth, having seas over the corporeal seas. And the outer superfice of Oahspe is from 20 to 100 miles above the earth's surface. And it is habitable within and without, after the manner of all spirit worlds. But the first resurrections were within it and on the earth's surface. And the second resurrections, mostly, on its superfice. Though all atmosphere and plateau are also made for the second and third resurrections. On the roadway betwixt Oahspe and Zarathustra, next ascending, it was that a sire established Vibri, which was now so depleted of its people that Fragapatti halted not to examine it, but proceeded to Oahspe direct. 21. Here lie the mountains of Morn and Eve, and mountains of the moon, sun and stars. Chief of which groups are 22. Ashidaho, Ashidarana, Irizifia, Farepa, Izora, Arizura, Tuau, Bumia, Doidya, Radita, Mazasavau, Atair, a place of light, inhabited by Hura, Lord of Vuda. Irisho, Vadagako, a place of Uz, signifying torments, because of its darkness. 23. This group of mountains is 90 miles higher than the earth mountains of Japheth. South of these are Adarana, Ayana, Isakata, Somya, Kanakatifradrau, Vara, and the double mountain, Homanikana. 8 ranges of the round mountains, Fravaku. The 4 peaks, the Vidwana. 24. These extend over the earth mountains of Shem, and have an altitude above the earth of 100 miles. These are the oldest inhabited spirit worlds, since the submersion of Pan, whose spirit worlds were carried up to a higher heaven, which hath since been called Haredi. 25. Extending east and west lie the group called the Red Men's Group Izaka, Menaka, Vakidraki, Akaya, Tudhake, Ishvakaya, Drishisvau, Karavao, Nanhusmai, Kahayu, Atarakanhi, Karyaya, which were the first places in heaven for colonizing the spirits of the Ihuan race. 26. The next group lieth to the west and south, which are Gishindava, Ihuanavarya, Ragamna, Akaya, Ashiktiambana, Urnyovadilki, Asnayavai, Ashima, Utsagaranau, Sayamakhama, Sayamaka, Vafratso, Vafrayo, Vaurusha, and Wesaikau. 27. To the south of this group are the towering eagles, which are Jatara, Adutuvavada, Septimavarnau, Pentadata, Asnavoya, Karagakavakai, Toriosa, Buroil, Burakrayama, Fraolpoa, Udria, Usiakava, Ravau. All of which groups were named by the gods and lords of the intermediate worlds during the time of the Yeha language amongst mortals, being named after the amalgamation of the tribes of Ihans, every syllable, in former ages, being one tribe, whereof the gods have made this testimony to endure from before the time of Fragapatti and Zarathustra, wherein it may be proven to mortals and spirits that this division of the spirit world was revealed to man at the time language was carried to its highest compounding. 28. Besides these mountains in the lowest heavens, there were 4,000 others, the names of which were duly registered in the libraries of heaven, by Thor and his sub-gods. But more than 2,000 of them were uninhabited, owing to the fact that Jehovah had not as yet created a sufficient number of people for them. But the mountains here mentioned above were those, chiefly, where, at the time after Apollo, the false gods and false lords set up kingdoms of their own. And the names of the mountains are also the names they espoused unto themselves. 29. Fragapatti said, Alas, these heavens! Who can measure the vanity of men and angels, that cut loose from the Great Spirit, endeavoring to set up kingdoms on their own account? Their places perish. Sorrowful histories. Behold these vagrant spirits, strolling about, or hiding amidst the ruins. Ashamed of their rags, and nakedness. Prowling around. Millions of them. Hundreds of millions. 30. Virthragna said, I thank thee, O Jehovah, that I am once again amongst the lowest. Keep me, O Father, amidst this darkness, till I shall never again forget the lowest of my brothers and sisters. I behold thy wisdom, O Jehovah. But for these cycles of time, in the dawns of which thy Etherenes can come down to witness the bounding in hell, they would themselves forget the horrors. O that thou wilt not suffer me to rest till I have helped to raise them up to know thee, and to be a glory within thy works. Plate 10. Etheria. Etheria. All that lieth between the dotted line and the earth is atmospheria. Haredi, highest lower heaven, founded by Fragapatti. Zarathustra, second highest lower heaven, founded by Fragapatti. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, third lowest heavens, founded by Fragapatti. These 7 were called the 7 heavenly mountains, and known by the name of Oahspe. See Vedas. Chapter 7. 1. Fragapatti surveyed Oahspe in all the morn of east birth, and his officers enumerated the spirits, and recorded their condition, and then he called his conductors, saying 2. I have measured the morn of the east birth. Take me now to the setting eve of death. 3. So the ship, with its passengers, was raised a little, and started for the west, running low over the regions lying west of Ham, Shem and Japheth. Fragapatti said 4. I perceive, the plan of the gods on the star was to complete its inhabitation by going westward. For this reason, I will see where they design to have the eve of death and the birth of the Father's kingdom on the corporeal part. 5. When they came to the Atlantic Ocean Eusocia, they raised their ship still higher, and sped across for the regions inhabited by the Ihans and Ihuans. 6. Arriving thither, they came to Ipshogi, a region in the lower heaven where Hapacha, lord of the Ihans, had a kingdom of 70 million souls, many of whom were Ihun spirits. Here Fragapatti halted, and made fast his ship, remaining 7 days. And Hapacha received him and his hosts, and entertained them. And during the time of their sojourn, Hapacha sent his Otevan out around over all the heavens belonging to Gautama, north and south, taking the surveyors and inspectors of the hosts of Fragapatti into all inhabited places, so they could complete their records. 7. In the meantime, Hapacha conducted Fragapatti throughout his kingdom, exhibiting the factories, schools, colleges, hospitals, and all such places as belong to the second resurrection. 8. Fragapatti said to Hapacha, in thy kingdom I am well pleased. Thou shalt hear from me ere many days. At present I must depart. So Fragapatti told not who he was, nor what was his mission. But gathering together his hosts, departed, still going westward, until he completed the circumference of the earth. 9. Now will I again go around the earth, said Fragapatti, and inspect mortals and their kingdoms. So, his conductors now run the ship just above the lands, being guided by messengers familiar with the earth and with all the habitable places. And they zigzag their course, going into all kingdoms and into all large cities, and into forests and plains, determining the condition of the earth, and its capabilities, as well as the conditions of mortals and their capabilities. 10. And when Fragapatti had completed this latter inspection, he returned to Meru, in Harati. And the whole of his absence was 77 days. 11. And all the records obtained on the expedition were immediately filed in Meru, where the High Council and all others who chose could read them. And on the 3rd day thereafter, Fragapatti resumed the throne of Jehovah, and was prepared to found anew the kingdoms of Atmospheria, and also those of earth, to overthrow or set aside what was not good, and to raise up both mortals and spirits who had proved themselves worthy. Chapter 8. 1. This, then, is the manner of the house of Meru. Fragapatti would announce the subject. Then, rank and rank, according to exaltation, the representatives of hundreds and of thousands would speak on the subject. When all had spoken that desired to, or whom Fragapatti asked, then Fragapatti would pronounce in the name of Jehovah. And these were the decrees. For example 2. Fragapatti said, what shall be the divisions of the earth, and to the lords thereof? And when the house had expressed, then Fragapatti said in the name of Jehovah, these shall be the divisions of the earth, to wit Japheth on the east and north, by the sea and to the ice regions, and on the west to the mountains of Ohilo, which shall be called the first division. 3. To the east and south, water, and to the west, the highlands of Ezer. And its name shall be Shem. 4. The southland shall henceforth be called Arabia, encompassed by the sea. And north of this, the first country of the brown-red race shall be called Helest, bordering on Shem and Japheth on the east, and extending halfway to the sea on the west. 5. Europa shall be goddess of the west part, and it shall be called after her. And the 2 great west lands shall be called North Gautama and South Gautama. And all the islands of the earth shall be called Osea. And the waters of the earth shall be called Osea, signifying, in likeness of the earth and sky. 6. For the 7 divisions of the earth there shall be 7 rulers of the rank Lord God. And for South Osea, 1 ruler of the rank Lord. And for North Osea, 1 ruler of the rank Lord. And for Japan's Hapan, 1 ruler of the rank sub-god. 7. Hear me, O ye gods and goddesses, who I shall proclaim from amongst you shall reign during dawn of Dan only, but shall raise up a successor in your own name, and in Jehovah's name, to the same rank, to hold dominion 200 years, the next succeeding resurrection. 8. Fragapatti said, I proclaim, in the name of Jehovah, Aron, Lord God of Japheth. Yima, Lord God of Shem. Ead, Lord God of Arabia. Jerakshi, Lord God of Helest. Europa, Lord Goddess of Europa. Yadont, Lord God of North Gautama. Koania, Lord God of South Gautama, Muingmi, Lord of South Osea. Utsahata, Lord of North Oceania, and Sufa, sub-god of Japan. 9. Approach the throne, O ye Lord gods, and lords, and sub-god, that ye may be anointed in the name of the Father, and duly crowned with the emblem of all light. 10. First came the Lord gods, and they stood before the throne of Jehovah, now illumined brilliantly, in gold and white. Fragapatti said, by thy power and wisdom, O Jehovah, which rest in me, do I these, thy Lord gods, anoint and bestow to thy kingdoms, for thy glory. Amen. Receive ye of this fire, for it is his anointing with power and wisdom, that all men and women and children, mortals and spirits, coming under your dominion, may rejoice in their Creator, rising forever. Amen. 11. The Lord gods responded, may I glorify thee, O Jehovah, in the kingdom thou hast bestowed upon me. In thy name I receive this fire, for it is thy baptism with power and wisdom. Whomsoever thou hast entrusted to my dominion will I cause to rejoice at all times, and to rise up forever in thy numberless kingdoms. 12. Fragapatti said, and do you I bequeath, in the Father's name, power to exalt successors, that ye may also bequeath to your successors power for them to exalt successors also. And so on, till the next dawn of Dan from the Etherian kingdoms, for of such manner shall be the dominion of the gods and lords of earth, and her heavens, for a long season hereafter. 13. The Lord gods responded, thy power, O Jehovah, do I accept, to exalt a successor to me in my dominions, with power to bequeath the exalting power to his successors after him, till the next Etherian dawn of Dan. 14. Fragapatti said, crown of thy crown, O Jehovah, do I weave of thy golden light, for these, thy exalted sons and daughters. And with my hand, in thy name, crown them. Be thou with them, now and forever. Amen. 15. Then Fragapatti gathered of the light present, and fashioned crowns for them, and they came forward to the foot of the throne, and he crowned them. So also, at the time they said, I receive thy fire, there came down from above a stream of light, bright as the sun, and settled upon them. 16. And now they sat down at the foot of the throne, in ancient custom, and Fragapatti came down from the throne, bringing attendant gods with him. And they took the hands of the newly anointed gods, and rose them up. And Fragapatti said, arise thou, O Lord God, and go thy way. Jehovah is with thee. Then they stood aside, a little way off. 17. Then came forward the two lords. Fragapatti said, O Jehovah, by thy power and wisdom in me vested, do I appoint and announce these, thy lords, to their divisions of the earth. And with my hands, and in thy name, weave I a crown for each of them, and crown them lords of thy light, for thy glory. Amen. 18. Hear me, O lords. That which I bestow in the name of the Father, and ye receive, ye shall also bestow in the name of the Father upon your successor at the end of this dawn of Dan. Though a Lord God hath dominion, first, with mortals, and, second, with the first heaven in his division which resteth on the earth. And though a Lord hath dominion with mortals only, and with such ashers as minister unto them, ye twain are made lords of far distant islands, where ye shall determine many things in your own way, often being gods also, which I also bequeath unto you, and your successors forever. 19. The Lord said, what thou hast put upon me, O Jehovah, I will do, with thy power and wisdom, for thy glory, forever. Amen. I receive thy crown with praise and thanksgiving, and will bestow it in thy name upon my successor, bright as I now receive it. 20. Fragapatti then laid the crowns upon them, and they sat at the foot of the throne, also. Then Fragapatti took them by the hand, and raised them up, saying, arise, O lords of Jehovah, and go your ways. 21. And when they stood aside, Sufa came forward. Fragapatti said, in thy name, O Jehovah, and by thy power in me vested, do I this, thy son, crown sub-god of his division of the earth and its heavens. Of thy light I crown him, and bestow him with a rod of water and rod of fire, that he may have dominion in thy name, and for thy glory. Amen. 22. Hear me, O God, thy duties make thee both Lord and God. But thy second resurrections shall be removed at short intervals, as thou shalt be hereafter informed. But thou shalt have power to appoint assistant lords to be with thee, in my name, and the Father's. And thou shalt also exalt a successor after thee, with power to his successor also. 23. In Jehovah's name, receive thou this crown of yellow light, for it is the emblem of the oldest habitable country above the waters of the earth. And may the Father be with thee, now and forever. Amen. 24. He also sat at the foot of the throne, and Fragapatti raised him up, even as the others, saying, Arise, O God, and go thy way. So he stood aside. And now the Esianors sang and chanted, and the marshals led the way. And the newly empowered gods departed out of the house of Meru. And there had been provided for them, already, a vessel sufficient to reconduct them back to the earth. And they entered the vessel, and, amidst the flying of banners and the music of the trumpeters, they sped forward, and were soon out of sight. Chapter X. 1. The hosts of the second resurrection were now conducted to the mansions previously created in Harati by Fragapatti. And they were provided with teachers and occupations, according to their development. 2. Fragapatti said, The marshals-in-chief will now send the builders of the fire ships before me. I will speak to them. Now when the builders had come, and duly saluted before the throne, Fragapatti said, 3. Go build me an avalanza capable of carrying 3,000 million angels, with as many rooms, capable of descent and ascent, and east and west and north and south motion, and prepare it with a magnet, that it may face to the north, whilst traveling. 4. The builders saluted, and then withdrew, and went and built the vessel. And it was 200,000 paces east and west, and the same north and south. Its height was 1,000 lengths, and the vesture round it was 1,000 paces thick. And it was provided with Etherian curtains, 200,000. And with 400,000 banners, of all possible colors and shades and tints. Besides these were 50,000 small flags and streamers. The floor was woven in copy of a spider's net, extending from the center outward, and with circular bars at crosses. And the framework within was constructed with 1,000,000 uprights, the entire height of the vessel. And yet across these were 20 millions of bars. Within the whole, were the rooms and halls, and places for musicians. 5. When it was completed, the builders notified Fragapatti. He said, Athrava, come thou and sit on the throne. I promised to go and see Job and his colony, in Zarathustra, when he should send me word regarding certain matters. Behold, messengers have notified me, and Job desireth to know how he can establish his colony, that he may never more fear to be annoyed by other gods and angels. 6. Let 50,000 musicians enter the ship with me, besides a sufficient number of captains and officers to manage the ship. The marshals at once made the proper selections, and took them to the ship, when they all entered, Fragapatti with them, and they departed. 7. So, Fragapatti returned to Zarathustra, the second highest lower heaven, of which the ambitious Job, with his colony, desired to be sole occupant forever. 8. Job was waiting to receive him, having aroused up a sufficient number of his indolent subjects to maintain the semblance of a heavenly council. But what a surprise! He had expected only a small vessel, with a few attendants. And now, when he beheld the magnificence of the avalanza, and the majesty of the band of musicians, so far transcending anything he had ever seen, he feared, and was awe-stricken. 9. Fragapatti approached slowly, but with even lights, and when the ship was near at hand, the hosts aboard cast out hundreds of thousands of perfumed ovaries, which exploded with beautiful colors, filling the atmosphere around about with the most delightful perfume. Finally the avalanza came to anchor, and Fragapatti, without any ceremony, alighted, taking 1,000 attendants with him, and came directly up to Job, who was abashed somewhat on account of his shabby appearance. 10. Fragapatti said, Friend and brother, peace and joy be unto thee and thy house. To which Job replied, All hail, great chief. Happiness attend thee and thy hosts. and were it not that I had previously discovered thou wert a philosopher like myself, I would apologize for the vast difference betwixt the respective appearances of our hosts. But ye are welcome all the same. 11. Fragapatti said, a mere incident of conditions, most noble God. Thou art aware, when children go on a holiday excursion, they attire themselves in their best. So it is better that I find an apology than that thou shouldst. 12. Hope said, nay, chief, there is a philosophy in this matter which hath worried me of late. 8,000 years ago my colony was ambitious to retire itself in grandeur, and to build fine ships and go on excursions, also. 500 years later, they ceased building ships and going on excursions, saying what is the use? Latterly, they are all utilitarians, doing just as little as possible. In fact, many of my subjects deny themselves comforts, on the plea that they can do without them. 13. Fragapatti said, thou rememberest, when I was here before I said to thee that without contentment no people had attained to peace. And thou didst acquiesce. Why, then, shouldst thou not rejoice that thy people have thus subdued ambition and curiosity? Hast thy mind, in so short a time, lost its contentment? Thou knowest I came hither to impart to thee and thy people the great secret, that ye may so fortify yourselves that ye shall never fear for gods or angels molesting you. 14. Hope said, hear me, O chief, if my people lose all ambition for rites and ceremonies, and dancings, and excursions, and keep constantly striving to deny themselves of everything save what necessity calleth for, and if that necessity becometh smaller and smaller, where will be the end? Will not all inspiration die out? For, to tell the truth, since my people have given up rites and ceremonies, and prayers and singings, they have also given up rejoicings of soul, and are becoming like a dead people. 15. Fragapatti said, then thou wouldst seem to prove that to hold on only to the useful in life would ultimately end in suicide to the state, to the family, to the individual, and even to the soul? 16. Hope said, many of my people are too lazy to clothe themselves, and because of shame, they seek secluded places, as they say, to live as they please. Do not such people commit suicide against the state? Hath a man a right to withdraw himself from his fellows, saying it suiteth me better? We have been told that in the first age of mortals, they had no ambition to live together, being void of all talents, and that the gods inspired them to language and to society, giving them rites and ceremonies as an inducement to make them harmonious and attractive to one another. 17. Fragapatti said, how shall I account for the difference betwixt thy arguments now and the other time I was with thee? Thou desiredst me to believe that thou and thy people were the highest, best, happiest of all people in the heavens. Why this change? 18. Hope said, thou didst promise me thou wouldst teach us some way of protection against being molested by other gods and spirits from other kingdoms. Since then I have reasoned on the subject, and I perceive that if such a state of security could be given to my people, they would wander off into isolation, and even forget language and judgment. How, then, was it, thou toldest me thou hadst been in heavens where such a state of seeming impossibility existeth? 19. Fragapatti said, let not argument sway thee, O Hope, but rather, examine proofs for thyself. I mistrusted that my statement to thee was too extravagant to be believed without evidence. Behold, then, what I have done. I brought a vessel large enough for all thy people, desiring that ye go with me to my kingdom, new founded in Harati. And if thou shouldst find any further desire, at the end of a few years, I will take thee and thy people to still another kingdom, in a far-off world. After that, and thou desirest it, I will provide the same conveyance back to Zarathustra, with power to rule over it to thy heart's content. 20. Hope said, fairest of gods, I feared, indeed, thou hadst come with the same old story, to worship the all-light, the unknowable nothingness, with foolish ceremonies and rites, and prayers, and songs of praise, which, however good for the ignorant and superstitious, are worthless to a god as enlightened as I am. This thou perceivest with thine own judgment. Gladly will I go with thee, and I will persuade as many of my people as possible to go also. thou art the first God that ever came to our heaven, that wanted not to circumscribe our liberties, which neither I nor my people can tolerate. 21. These things were then communicated to the people of Zarathustra. And after a few days they gathered together, and went into the Avalanza, every soul of them. Fragapatti signaled the commander not to go directly to Harati, but by way of Utsa, one of the hells in the Oahspe mountains, inhabited by thousands of millions of spirits in darkness, many of whom knew not who they were, nor had they names, being infants, idiots, and chaotic and foul-smelling. Chapter X 1. When they came to Utsa, Job cried out, "What do my eyes behold? As I live, here are people who once belonged to Zarathustra, mine own heaven. By what strange law left they my kingdom to come and dwell in these torments?" 2. Fragapatti caused the Avalanza to halt, that information be obtained. So he called the Dra, and there came thousands of them, ragged and drunken. Job knew many of them, and he said, "Know ye who I am?" And they answered, "Yea, Job, God of Zarathustra." Again spake Job, saying, "For what reason left ye my glorious kingdom to come and dwell in this hell of iniquity?" 3. They answered, saying, "Alas, that we left, indeed. But since it is so, it is so. Hear us, then, O Job, this is the reason, even as mortals oft leave purity in order to revel in sin. More reason we know not." 4. Then spake Fragapatti, saying, "Jehovah saith, I have given man many talents. Because the roadways are not open for their growth, he plungeth into darkness. Think not that ye can draw a line, and say, O man, thou shalt not do this, or thou shalt do thus, for ye are powerless to hold him, whom I created, to go forward. And if he find not a way to go forward, he will turn and go backward." 5. The Druja said, "Yea, Master Zarathustra did not fill our souls. We were thirsty for amusement and light-heartedness. We heard no voice but utility. We sheared off all ornament and diversion, and art, and, finally, even music. We fain would hear from Zarathustra, to know if they have not ceased to talk, and perhaps to live, because, forsooth, utility hath spoken." 6. And they laughed, and frolicked about like idiots and fools, mingling with harlots, and thieves, and liars, and drunkards. 7. Fragapatti caused the ship to move on a while, and then halted, and called other Drujas, and questioned them in the same manner, and received answers of the same character. 8. Again they moved onward, and the same was repeated. Finally, they came to a place where all was darkness and noise and confusion, where they even heeded not the ship, nor the calls made to them. Then spake Fragapatti to Job, saying, "Hath it been proven to thee that man cannot stand still?" Job said, "It is true. This matter cometh close home to me. I perceive now that had I not come out of Zarathustra, I had not witnessed these things, nor had I seen Zarathustra as I now see it." 9. Fragapatti said, "Be not hasty against thine own philosophy, for I will show thee thine own wisdom by and by." So they travelled 7 days in hell, the lowest division of Hada, where there was neither government, nor order, nor truth, nor virtue, but torments and wailings and cursings. 10. Fragapatti said, "Thou hast seen that these many people know not their own darkness." 11. Job said, "Is it not true, O chief, that no man knoweth his own darkness? Who, then, is safe? Who knoweth he is not on the downward road?" 12. Fragapatti said, "Thou hast said man is the all-highest. But doth it not come home to us all, as to the ancients, that to do good with all our wisdom and strength, and have faith therein, that we are on the road to the all-highest?" 13. "Certainly thou hast proven," said Job, "that Zarathustra is not the all-highest, for it cannot retain its people. Even hell hath prevailed over her. And doth not hell prevail over all self-righteousness, and over riches and kingdoms and empires? If, therefore, hell prevaileth, is not hell the most powerful? And if the most powerful is not hell, therefore the all-highest?" The ancients were happy in ignorance, for in believing in an all-person, a creator, and that they should ultimately see him, they had an object in view. but with the growth of wisdom, we find we cannot realize such a person, and so have no object in view ahead of us. Thereupon, we recoil upon ourselves, and all is dead. 14. Fragapatti said, have man no lesson from the past? In the ancient times the gods persuaded mortals to make stone idols and worship them. And they were sufficient until man attained more knowledge. Again came the gods to mortals, inventing a large man-god in the sky, persuading them to worship him. He was a sufficient god till man learned to commune with angels. And the angels contradicted that philosophy. But hear me, O Job, have we not a lesson in this, which is, that we must ever have an all-highest person so far ahead that we cannot attain him? If this be true, when we have surpassed a person whose figure and condition we can comprehend, is it not incumbent upon us to create within our own souls the thought of an all-person beyond our comprehensibility? 15. Job said, it seemeth so. But how canst thou teach thy soul to think of an all-person beyond man's comprehensibility? 16. Fragapatti said, for a basis to reason from, let us consider the Etherean, the Atmospherian and the corporeal worlds to constitute his body, and the motion therein and thereof, the manifestations of his power and his wisdom. Since, then, we ourselves have these things in part, we find, also, we have another attribute embracing all the others, which is combination concentrated into one person. Shall we not, then, give to him, who embraceth all things within himself, combination concentrated into one person? Otherwise, he is our inferior, which cannot be. Therefore, being ourselves persons, are we not mere offshoots from the all-person? Otherwise, we could not have attained personality. Doth not a child take its personality because its mother was a person? Can man have an entity save he receive it from an entity? Could man be a person, save he sprang from a person? 17. Job said, thou art a great light, O chief. Verily, hast thou unfolded the universe before me. Yea, there must be an all-person, O that I had seen this philosophy before. 18. Fragapatti said, be not infatuated, O Job, with sudden appearances. For were I to show thee, first, what it is to believe in an all-person, whose magnificence surpasseth the universe itself, and then that man can attain to be one with him, even as a note in music is one within a tune, I would so far enrapture thy soul that thou wouldst do naught but listen. Let us, therefore, suspend our research a while, that we may devise some resurrection for this hell of suffering millions. Chapters I. 1. The Avalanza was so constructed that the words spoken by Fragapatti and Job could be heard by all who chose, of whom there were 2,000 millions on board. And when Job expressed conviction, the same sentiment seized upon the whole assembly. Whereupon, Fragapatti raised his hand, saying, by virtue of thy power, O Jehovah, will I illume this hell. 2. And by Fragapatti's will there was created a sudden light, so brilliant, none present, save the Ethereans, could look upon him. Job bowed down, and hid his face, and Job's hosts were overcome with fear, prostrating themselves on the floors of the Avalanza. 3. Fragapatti said to the swift messengers, go at once to Meru, greeting, and say that Fragapatti demandeth, at once, 1,000 million Etherean volunteers, for signal centers in Oahspe's lowest hells, bringing rods of fire and water. 4. The swift messengers departed hastily. Fragapatti then commanded that the Avalanza be anchored for a day. And he and many of his hosts went out into hell, where the spirits were weeping and wailing, and cursing, or lying in drunkenness and lethargy. Many of them were naked and foul-smelling. And hundreds of thousands of them, having had diseased corporeal bodies whilst on earth, had now carried with them into hell the substance of their corruptions, even the rottenness of plagues and consumptions, and of other diseases it is not even lawful to mention. 5. Fragapatti said, by thy power, O Jehovah, shall a wall of fire encompass these people about. They shall not escape. For were they to return to a nation of mortals, they would inoculate them unto death. Fire, O Jehovah, fire! Thou all-purifier. 6. And he cast his hands outward and upward, in majesty, and there rose up walls of fire on the face of the mountains. And the light thereof fell into the valleys of Oahspe, the pit of hell. To the east and west and north and south, Fragapatti turned, saying, A wall of fire! A wall of fire! And he, himself, shone as a sun, united with the eternal All-Creator, whose voice was power to wield the elements to his will. 7. Presently, there were hemmed into one field more than 500 million Drujas, who, by the sudden transformation, were roused up to desperate wildness, with bated breath, running hither and thither, first one way and then another. 8. And yet there were other millions of them, so low and stupid and crazed, that the others ran over them as if they were but a heap of rubbish, death. 9. Then Fragapatti went to Job, saying, For pity's sake, come thou and help me, and persuade thy hosts also. 10. Job said, O friend, and brother, do not mock me. Thou hast undone me entirely. I am nothing. My hosts are nothing. For pity's sake, temper thou thine own light. It pierceth me through. 11. Fragapatti said, Shall I not send thee back quickly to Zarathustra, with thy hosts? Job said, My wish is nothing. My will is nothing. Thine and the great all powers will be done. Fragapatti said, If ever thou hadst faith in thy life, I charge thee now quickly to summon it to thy soul, for great Jehovah is with me now, and but ask and speak in faith by the Creator, and it shall be granted unto thee. Speak quickly, whilst yet the power holdeth upon me. Shall I put on 1,000-fold more light? Say thou in faith, I will endure all, for the glory of Jehovah. Give me, or fire or torments, or whatsoever thou wilt, O Jehovah. 12. Job trembled, and then strained in every part, and at last suddenly sprang up facing the light, melting in the flame of fire. And he said, I will endure all, in faith of thee, O Jehovah. Give me, or fire or torments, or whatsoever thou wilt. Henceforth I will do for thee, forever. 13. Presently, his spirit took the crystal form, and the victory dawned upon his soul. A smile, denoting knowledge of all holiness and majesty, gleamed in his countenance. The light began to retract and to reflect from his face, brilliant and sun-like. He had conquered and won. He said, Thanks, O Jehovah. 14. Fragapatti said, Quick, now, seize the goal. Go forth practicing thy light for others, and it will grow, giant-like. And Job was strong in faith, almost mad with the delight of such wondrous change. And he rushed forth, commanding, in the name of Jehovah, raising up hundreds and thousands, even as he had been raised, crystallizing. 15. All one day and one night they labored, and all the Etherenes with them. And they rescued, and divided, and subdivided the spirits of darkness into grades and sections. And many of the spirits belonging to the hosts of Job were thus raised to the second resurrection, with light and power. 16. But of the hundreds of millions of spirits in the torments of hell none were as yet raised even to the first resurrection. But they were stirred up and rooted out of lethargy. And the supplies for their drunkenness were cut off by the walls of fire, created by Fragapatti, which went up day and night, without ceasing. 17. And Fragapatti stationed sentinels with power near the walls of fire, commanding them to cast in the elements of us and brimstone, so that the suffocating smell would prevent the Drujas from escaping. 18. On the second day, millions of Etherenes, with rods of water and rods of fire, came from Meru, in answer to Fragapatti's commandment. And when they had arrived before him, and had saluted in the sign of Jehovah's name, he said unto them, Behold, I have established one signal center in hell. It will require 1,000 more centers before we have broken them up and delivered them. From the rank of Das the marshals shall select from amongst you 10,000 to remain in this center and complete the work I have laid out. 19. So the marshals selected from the Etherenes of the rank of Das 10,000. Now the Das are such as have attained to power with the rod with water, and the rod with fire, but not with the hand, like the ranks above them. They go amongst the denizens of a signal center with the 2 rods, casting water with one and fire with the other. And the hosts of spirits in darkness run for them, like cattle for salt. And the Das thus discover and assort them. For the lowest spirits go for the rods with water, and the highest for the rods of fire. Because the lowest spirits dread the light, and because the highest desire to be rescued from the lowest. 20. On the second day, therefore, the Das began work. And there were baptized with water many millions, but with fire only 1,000,000. The latter were then taken without and beyond the walls of fire, and colonized, and clothed, and fed, and guardians placed over them, preparatory to the nurseries, hospitals, schools, factories, and such other educationals as belong in the lowest heaven. 21. On the third day the Das went through the same labor again, and again many millions were baptized with water, and but 2,000,000 with fire. The latter were also taken without and beyond the walls of fire, and colonized in the same manner as those of the previous day. 22. Such, then, is the labor of the Das in hell, baptizing and selecting. And it continueth until all the people are taken without and beyond the walls. The last taken are, therefore, the lowest grade, and the first taken are the highest grade. But the last are usually so low in knowledge and ambition that they move not of themselves, but are bestowed in nurseries and hospitals, to be cleansed from their foulness, and to be healed of their infirmities. Chapter 12. 1. Fragapatti caused the ship, the Avalonza, to be moved to other black mountains, deep buried in revolting crimes and misery, wherein no one with godlike power had ventured in 400s of years. Again he called down Jehovah's fire, and raised walls, impenetrable, high on every side, affrighting and stirring up the self-condemned with frenzied fear. And they ran, all polluted with foul thoughts, which had clothed them about with foulness terrible, and oaths and curses and imprecations against all righteousness. 2. And Job, too, now a very son, desperate to do overwhelming good things, even more 1,000 times than in his self-ease of other days he refrained from dark company lest he be polluted, now rushed in headlong to the very worst and foulest, proclaiming Jehovah an active work to stir them up, and by his quick and unmistakable zeal proving his soul's connection with the Almighty's power. 3. After Fragapatti and Job rushed in, hundreds of thousands of Ethereans did so also, laboring for the Father's kingdom, with flames of fire cutting loose the demons' grips of torture on the helpless, and hurling them separate. None could escape because of the walls around, now seething with the choking smell of brimstone, and must needs fall prostrate, before the crystallizing lights thrust at them, weeping and wailing. 4. All day long, and all night, Fragapatti and Job, now a powerful worker, the which Fragapatti had previously seen would be the case, and the Etherean hosts, rested not, but waded into the hell of death, turning them to the right or to the left, the miserable, devouring wretches, brothers and sisters of mortals and spirits, now engulfed in their own depravity, and by their desperate desire for sin, holding millions of the moderately good as officers of torture, in order to gratify their horrid love of witnessing horrors. Into groups and series they roughly selected them, as a starting point for the Das that were to come after, and more carefully divide them. 5. Then Fragapatti called the Das and put them to work with their rods of water and rods of fire, making stations beyond the walls of fire, where the naked, trembling, rescued sufferers and drujas were housed and fed, restrained by guardians of ample strength and foresight. For of such nature is the low man and low woman, that love of evil in time delighteth to feed itself in evil more than in good, and will even turn against benefactors, and spurn good offerings. 6. Of whom Jehovah saith as by fire the dross of metal is burned and cast out, leaving that which is pure. So created I the righteous with light from my countenance, to burn out the dross which the wicked nestle into their bosoms. Wherein, man shall perceive that it is the dross that healeth me and my chosen. Go, then, deliver the wicked in hell, and make them clean with water and with fire, and ye shall find a star in every soul. And as many of these as ye deliver, so is your glory in my Etherean kingdoms. 7. For each deliverer is as a sun around which these stars congregate, and they magnify one another forever. And when these stars have grown, they also go and do in like manner. For it is of such that my exalted ones are in the highest heavens, whom ye call gods and lords, and justly so, because of their supremacy. 8. Thus went Fragapatti through the lowest regions of Oahspe. For 40 days and nights labored he and his hosts, and he broke up the regions of hell, and cast out the souls of the tortured, thousands of millions of them. Neither was there left any place standing in all the lower heavens where evil held dominion. 9. And there were established in those regions around about 200,000 colonies, comprising the evil ones who had been rescued. But the very lowest, who knew not anything, who were some infants who died at the time of birth. Some infants of drunkards, who came to the lower heavens with the intoxicating liquors or smoke of their mothers' debauchery. Some very young abortions, slain by their mothers and fathers. Some chaotic, killed in wars, who were mad and crazed, howling and screaming and fighting, of whom there were 900 millions. These Fragapatti had brought away from all the others, putting guardians over them for the present. 10. Then he called together the crew of the Avalonza, and all the hosts of Job, and Job himself. And when they were duly in order, Fragapatti extemporized a throne and sat on it. And thus he spake, saying 11. Without thee, O Jehovah, man is nothing. Nor can he stand upright, nor hold up his head, nor his soul after he is up, save but by thee. When he cutteth himself off from thee, he falleth like a limb of a tree that is severed. 12. He goeth about boasting there is no all person. But his words are as a severing knife, and he knoweth it not. He setteth up his judgment, saying thou wert good for fools, O Jehovah. But as for me, thou art a foolish encumbrance. 13. Yea, he saith who hath seen Jehovah? And he longeth because of his cleverness. He saith what stood Jehovah upon when he created the worlds? How long slept he before he created? He saith what a foolish creator. He created sin and death. He saith who knoweth the size of his head, the length of his arm, the place he liveth, or who hath heard his voice? 14. He saith verily, there is no all person, no all highest, no light. This is a second downward stage, and in the third, he saith a curse upon faith, a curse upon all things, a curse upon myself. And then cometh hell and her horrors to swallow him up. 15. But thou art near, O Jehovah. Thy hosts traverse the universe. In thy name they come, and thy power and glory are with them. In their majesty they encounter all evil. They cast out hell and its prisoners. 16. Then Fragapatti turned to Job, saying, Speak, O Job. 900 millions of dead, that are still sleeping in death, lie at our feet. These regions are unsuited for their treatment. Whither shall we take them? Or shall we, because they are so dead, leave them to shift for themselves? 17. Then rose Job, saluting, and tears were in his eyes. He said, Mighty art thou, O Jehovah. Lo, I was on the verge of an everlasting fall. I was on a steep precipice, but saw not. With blinded eyes I walked about. I lost thy countenance. My family became strangers to thee, and we were following close after, to become strangers to one another. 18. Yea, I was ungrateful before thee. I forgot that thou createdst me. I forgot that all the joys I had ever had were bestowed by thee, and that by thee I had been made capable to appreciate mine own enjoyment. And then I raised up my voice against thee, and turned thee out of the world. 19. Yea, I chose a corner and appropriated it for my own ease and glory. I said to keep other gods and angels away from my lands, this is all I desire. But thou wert mindful of me, O Jehovah. Thy voice sounded in the heavens above, and thy Son came down in thy glory. He beheld my vanity and my weakness, but he rebuked me not. Yea, I told him I loved not to go to those beneath me and raise them up. I said let them shift for themselves. 20. Now am I rebuked in mine own words. Now have I cast myself out of hell. Behold, I said Zarathustra shall be a place for me and my people forever. None shall come hither to make us afraid or to annoy us. And thy son said to me, I can teach thee and thy people that ye shall never more fear to be annoyed by the low or by the evil-minded. Nor shall ye fear for gods or angels to come and inhabit Zarathustra. 21. Thus spake thy son, O Jehovah. And he hath given us the secret. We no longer fear that others will encroach upon Zarathustra. Behold, Zarathustra is thy place, O Jehovah. These unfortunates, these drudges, are thy children. They shall go to Zarathustra. I fear not pollution now, nor do my hosts. We will wade into this filth, like scavengers into a filthy street, and we will make these children like shining stars in thy firmament. 22. Yea, O Jehovah, nothing more can make us afraid. We have nothing. We have nothing to lose. We are thy servants, now and forever. 23. Then spake Fragapatti, saying, Behold the size of my avalanza, O Job. If thou wilt but take the measure, thou shalt find it is just the size and build to take thee and thy hosts and these drudges. Think not that this matter so happened, for I sent beforehand, and had all these unfortunates enumerated, and thy people enumerated also. 24. When Job perceived this great wisdom in Fragapatti, and comprehended the care that had been used to accomplish so much, he made no reply at first, but, looking at him, burst into tears. Presently, he said, By thy power and wisdom, O Jehovah, will I, also, lift my fellows up out of darkness and misery. Chapter 13. 1. Then Fragapatti sent swift messengers to Meru, relating all that had been accomplished, giving, also, the names of the generals and captains over the newly established colonies redeemed from Utsa, in the Oahspe mountains, so they might be registered in the libraries of Haredi. And Fragapatti established a line of messengers betwixt the colonies, and also from the colonies to Meru, and selected and appointed the messengers, to hold office during dawn. 2. And when the affairs of this region of the lower heavens were completed and in working order, Fragapatti was ready to ascend with the mad and dumb drudges rescued from hell. Accordingly, the proper persons fell to work and carried them into the avalanza, being obliged to blindfold them because of the light. Nor did the drudges cease wailing and crying with fear and pain and craziness. But because of the multitude of infants, Fragapatti had previously provided 500,000 women of fetal, that the infants might be redeemed to everlasting life. 3. 60,000 physicians had Fragapatti aboard, and they fell to work right and left, resuscitating and restoring to consciousness the unfortunates. And of the hosts of Job, not one was there but went to work, willingly, as nurse and helper. 4. Now struck up the Essenors with music, 30,000 of them, but soft and gentle as a breath of wind, carrying the tones around about the ship, even as an endless echo, calling and answering from all possible directions, a continuous and enrapturing change, as if near, and as if far off. So that the uninformed knew not whence the music came, nor how it was produced. 5. All these things were set to working order just as the great avalanza was ready to start. Then Fragapatti went into the ship, being almost the last one to enter. Already was the light gathering bright and dense about him, his head almost hid in the brilliancy of the halo. And then he called out 6. Arise! Arise! In Jehovah's name, upward rise! And as he spake, behold, the avalanza moved with his will, for all the hosts joined in the same expression, and presently started upward the great fire ship, leaving the burning walls and signal centers flickering below, so that even hell overthrown shone with great grandeur. 7. Fragapatti spake to Job, saying, When I took thee and thy hosts from Zarathustra, I promised to take thee to Meru, the capital city of Haredi, my kingdom. Now thou desirest me to go with these drudges to Zarathustra. I will ask thee now, thinkest thou that thou couldst plan their salvation, and restore them to light? 8. To which Job replied, saying, I perceive that of myself I can do nothing but go downhill. Or, at best, keep on a level road. As I now comprehend all light, there is no one thing in all the universe that can rise of itself. But, by the external pressure of other things, all tend downward, even man. To attain to be one with Jehovah is the beginning of the resurrection of the individual. but he who hath attained power to resurrect others is strong indeed. There are many who spasmodically resurrect others, but, alas, how few can keep them resurrected. Not only must he have the light of Jehovah within himself, but power to make others obtain the light for themselves. Alas, I am weak. 9. Fragapatti said, Understand thyself, O Job. Be not deceived, nor short in faith to accomplish. For herein lieth the key to all wisdom and power. Suffer not thyself to go to the other extreme, saying, Man of himself can accomplish nothing. To teach a child this, is to hew off its legs and arms. To teach it that it can accomplish, is to make it giant-like and effective. 10. Job said, I perceive thy wisdom, O chief. How, then, shall we find a line by which we can train this economy? If we inspire them not with faith to accomplish, they will accomplish nothing. If we teach them they are dependent on Jehovah for all things, and that Jehovah doeth all things, and that no man can change his own destiny, that he is moved as a machine, then we will make non-entities of our people. On the other hand, if we inspire them that they can accomplish, it will grow upon them, and, finally, they will believe that they do all, and Jehovah nothing. This was the mire my other kingdom ran into. 11. Then spake Fragapatti, saying, Thou perceivest that reason cannot solve the matter. Let us, then, suspend the subject, and I will take thee to Meru and her kingdoms, and we may obtain facts more pertinent than opinion or reason. Chapter 14. 1. Upward rose the Avalonza with its contrasting assemblage of the souls of light, and with the souls of darkness, the Druges, the holy Esianors chanting anthems of praise and thanksgiving, whilst the Druges were engaged in or cursing everything in heaven or earth, or in weeping and moaning, or in stupor, dull as if dead. 2. Fragapatti had previously sent swift messengers to Athrava and the holy council of Meru, where had descended the light of Jehovah, whose voice came upon them, saying 3. Lo, my hosts come in the Avalonza. Prepare ye to inhabit them, 30 millions. Choose ye from my Etherenes and my Atmospherenes who shall receive the hosts of the Avalonza, the 900 millions in darkness. Go ye, therefore, to the borders of the sea, Chuan, near the crossroads, Tsilu, where I have created the plains of Oahspe, ample for their resurrection. And ye shall provide them houses and hospitals and nurseries, suitable for them to dwell in, being ready, when the Avalonza cometh, to deliver them. 4. Athrava and the Holy Council had responded to this, and the swift messengers in turn had informed Fragapatti of the place prepared. Accordingly, the Avalonza was landed in Oahspe, where the 30 millions were in waiting to receive them, disciplined by Ardnata, goddess of Zai, and Etheria, first of the 7 leaders in Gom. And they had 10,000 trumpeters, besides other players, 4,200. 5. Ardnata had provided the pastures in green and in red and brown, but the green she had laid near Chewan, where the Avalonza would land. Hence, it was called Huitzagim, signifying green for the newborn. Consequently, the Druges were delivered from the Avalonza on an open green plain, neither dark nor light, suited to the diseased in mind. 6. Fragapatti knew Ardnata, for her former kingdom in Etheria lay in one of his own provinces, and it was easy for him to commune with her at a distance, and without messengers. So, even before the Avalonza landed, he said unto her 7. I will cast the Druges on the green fields, and as fast as thou and thy hosts can resuscitate them to consciousness, they shall be selected and carried into the houses and nurseries thou hast provided for them. 8. Thus was the Avalonza discharged of the Druges, for the present in Harati, to receive treatment prior to being carried to Zarathustra. And Ardnata and her hosts took charge of them, although more than 4 millions of Job's hosts also remained with them, as volunteers, to assist in the redemption. 9. Then Fragapatti directed the ship to be steered from Meru, whither it arrived in due season. And there were in waiting to receive him more than 1,000 million souls, and they had provided musicians, 1 million players and singers, so that far and near it was like a sea of music. 10. When Job looked upon the beauty and magnificence of the scene, and especially the discipline, His soul was filled with thanks to the Great Spirit, so that he could scarce speak. And when he mastered himself a little, he said, O chief, Fragapatti, how could one so exalted as thou art come to me in Zarathustra? Every hour am I rebuked by myself because of my former vanity. 11. Fragapatti said to learn not to speak of oneself, nor to think of oneself, whether praised or rebuked. Is this not the right road to Jehovah? Job said it is true. Therefore, the opposite is going on the wrong road. Chapter XV 1. When the Avalonzo was made fast, and the hosts come forth, many of the Zarathuans, fearing the brilliancy of the lights of Meru, were permitted to go and dwell a little way off. But the others, led by Fragapatti and Job, entered the capital city, and came before the throne of Jehovah, greeted by Athrava and the holy council. 2. Athrava said in the name of Jehovah, O chief, greeting unto thee, O Job. Come ye, and honor the throne of Meru. 3. Fragapatti said greeting to thee, Athrava. And to ye, most holy council, in the name of our Father. Job said greeting, in Jehovah's name. 4. And then Fragapatti and Job went forward and ascended the throne, and sat on the left hand of Athrava. At once the light from the Etherian worlds began to fall upon the throne, and even upon the whole council, and the light was golden yellow, the most sacred color, and brilliant. Job had never seen such before, and was overwhelmed with fear and delight. But many of his hosts were obliged to hide their faces. 5. Presently the light condensed over the throne, even whilst 3,000 millions looked on, till like a very sun it stood above Fragapatti's head. And then came the voice of the Almighty, Jehovah, out of the midst of the light. Jehovah said 6. Hear the words of thy Creator, O man. I, who created the corporeal and the Asian worlds. Behold the works of my hands. Who can find the place where I have not created? 7. Think not that I cannot also create a voice and words. For is this not easier than to create a man who shall create words? Behold my corporeal sons amidst my corporeal star worlds. Behold my Etherian sons amidst my Aesean worlds. 8. I made corporeal darkness, and I made corporeal light. I made spiritual darkness, and I made spiritual light. But I am the light of light. I am the word of words. 9. As the wisdom of man inventeth words, so doth the light of my light come in words to them that can bear my light. 10. Behold my wisdom, O man, in creating souls out of the substance of corporeal darkness. Thus can their souls hear me and not be afraid. But to them who become pure souls, I come openly. Their throne becometh my throne. Their voice becometh my voice. Their hosts look upon my throne, and my light shineth before my people. 11. Hear, then, thy Creator, O Zarathustra. Thy people called to me in their darkness, but I came not. Thy hand was upon them. Thou hadst said unto them, Behold my wide countries, my mountains and valleys, my bright rivers and refreshing winds. Come ye. They are yours to keep forever. 12. And because thy hand was upon them, they were beset with darkness. They could not find their way out. Neither beheld they more the glory of my kingdoms. Yea, thou wert as a wanton going after my chosen, and thy voice luredest them away from me. 13. But I spoke in nirvana, high above, in my thrones of light. And my sons and daughters heard my voice. I said unto them, Lo, the red star and her heavens are fallen in darkness. Go ye to them and deliver them into a new resurrection. 14. Had I not spoken in the ancient days, saying inasmuch as ye raise up them that are beneath you, so will I send them who are above down to you, to raise you up also. 15. But they forgot my words. Neither strove they more to raise up them that were in the hells below. And I said unto my Nirvanians, Go ye to Zarathustra, for she hath enticed my holy ones away from me. And ye shall give them a parable of compensation openly, and they shall come before my light and hear my voice. For ye shall take them to hell and cause them to deliver the drudges, through the light of my countenance. And thereafter shall ye bring them to Meru, that I may speak with them face to face. 16. Hear the commandments of your Creator, O ye sons and daughters of Zarathustra, for that which I give unto ye shall be inviolate. Which is, that ye shall have dominion over the earth and her heavens for 200 years, commencing at the close of this dawn of Dan. 17. And thou, O Job, shall be God over all the rest, and thou shalt be anointed with power to raise up successors with power and wisdom. Be wise, O my children, and profit ye in the wisdom of my Etherean hosts whilst yet the dawn of Dan remaineth. 18. The voice ceased. Then spake Athrava, saying, In thy name, O Jehovah, do I suspend myself from thy throne till it be the will of Fragapatti and thy will also. And he rose up and stood aside. Then Fragapatti went and sat in the midst of the throne. 19. Fragapatti said, I proclaim 3 days' recreation to the holy council, and to the city of Meru. Behold, my people shall mingle together as brothers and sisters, rejoicing in the light of the Father. Be ye joyful, singing and dancing. The ascent to Jehovah's kingdoms may be likened unto a ladder with steps, and not an even plain, and ye shall call this the first step in the resurrection of the earth's heavens in this dawn. 20. The hosts then mingled together, greeting and rejoicing, for the Zarathustra had long desired to see the Ethereans now dwelling in Meru. And the Ethereans were equally desirous of seeing the Atmosphereans. Consequently, there was great rejoicing and merriment. Chapter 16. 1. When the time of recreation was ended, Fragapatti ascended the throne of Jehovah, and signaled to the marshals to proclaim order and labor. And, at once, the vast multitude took their places. And, in the same instant, the Ezianors discoursed music, with anthems, the which, when finished, was the signal for business, heavenly. Fragapatti said too, Again am I about to depart, and again to leave the god of Meru, Athrava, with you. And Job, and such of his hosts as I may choose, shall go with me. For, according to the rank and glory of gods, I must now deliver Hapacha and his kingdom of Ipshiogi, raised up from Gautama. 3. Thereupon, Fragapatti descended to the foot of the throne and sat down. And Athrava, god of dawn of Meru, came down and took him by the hand, in ancient manner, and said, Behold, thou hast honored my throne, and the time of thy departure is upon thee. Arise, then, O God, and go thy way. 4. And Fragapatti rose up and stood aside, and signaled for Job to go and be raised in the same manner. The which he did, becoming wise in the behavior of gods toward one another. 5. The marshals had filed 50,000 attendants, besides 10,000 Ezianors, and, at a signal from Fragapatti, marched forth out of the capital, followed by the hosts of Job and 100,000 Ethereans. 6. And when they were once beyond the lights of Meru, behold, some of the hosts of Job rejoiced, because they were better pleased to be where there was less light. Yet there were 700 millions of them who rejoiced not, but rather loved the light more. 7. Then Fragapatti said, It is well that not all are of one mind. The 700 millions who love the light more, shall be my traveling companions to Ipshiogi. Because they are strong in light, I have work for them. But the others shall be taken back to Zarathustra, whither I will also come in due time. 8. And after they are settled in Zarathustra, behold, I will send a god to them, and they shall found a new kingdom, in Jehovah's name. Let all hands, therefore, enter the Avalonza, following me. 9. At once the hosts entered the ship, and Fragapatti gave the word to be off, and they sped forth direct for Zarathustra, led by swift messengers who well knew the nearest route and the lightest places. And the route taken was through the sea of Phuicha and the Orim of Haiti. 10. Hardly had they gotten under way, when the light of the upper heavens began to descend on Job, whose excitement, from the wondrous scenes, made him propitious to the change. And, feeling the buoyancy of the light, he thus held forth, saying 11. How could I forget thee, O Jehovah? Or thy purposes observe, and deny thy designs? How saw I not that at my quickening in my mother's womb, I was the farthest from thee? And yet, even then, thy breath was upon me. 12. and when thou hadst fashioned me and badest me walk upright, thou didst send thy angels to me, saying, Behold, thy Creator liveth. Life of his life thou art. Flesh of his flesh created he thee. And he gave thee thyself in proof of himself. 13. In the earth was I conceived, housed up in darkness, of thyself built up, nor was I of myself anything under the sun. 14. And thou createdst the honey bee, and bade him speak to me for mine own benefit. He said, Behold me, O man. I am a worker. In a community I live with my brothers and sisters. I shut my eyes to things sour and bitter, and I store my house with sweet provender only. Soul of man, hear me. I am the voice of thy Creator. Behold the harmony of mine house, and the provision I make for my newborn. 15. And thou createdst the ant, and bade him speak to me for mine own benefit. He said, Behold me, O man. I am a worker. In a community I live with my brothers and sisters. Soul of man, hear me. I am the voice of thy Creator. Behold the industry of mine house, and the burdens we bear jointly into our stores. 16. And thou createdst the spider, and bade him speak to me. He said, Behold me, O man. I am one with thy Creator. By the spirit of things I move. By the geometrical figures of the unseen worlds I build mine house. Think not that I reason or take lessons from other spiders. I take no lessons. I move by the Spirit within me, and it moveth in concert with the spirit of things without. Hear me, spirit of man. There are two ways to knowledge before thee. One is by the soul of things, and one by reason. 17. And thou heldest up before mine eyes continually that the unseen ruledest over the seen. Then I became vain before thee, O Jehovah. I said, When I am dead, and born a spirit, then will I see the unseen, and cannot err more. 18. But lo, my folly in thy sight. When I was risen in spirit, I saw the spirit of things. But, alas, the soul laid still beyond. And to me the soul was now the unseen cause, and ruler over the spirit. 19. Again thy holy ones came from the Etherean worlds, speaking to me, saying, And yet beyond the soul cometh nirvana. 20. Now have I beholden thy crystal spheres, and thy matchless glories. Yea, I look into the sea of Fuicha, whither I had often gazed before, seeing nothing then. But now, beholding ships laden with gods and goddesses from thy Nirvanian fields, in higher works and worlds moving. 21. And thy fire stirreth me to the soul, to expand to the mastery of these atmospherean heavens. O that I could vent the hallowed glory thou hast bestowed upon me. O that I could thank thee for the happiness I have because thou createdst me. 22. O that I could open up the souls of men to behold thy wondrous works, and the majesty of becoming one with thee, thou Almighty, Jehovah. O that they would hear me and believe. O that they would not turn away from light. O that they could learn to glorify thee every day, for the little light and little joy they receive. How like gods and goddesses would they become in thy kingdoms. 23. But they harbor discontent. They discourse on the little they have received from thee. Like the cankerworm, that groweth to devour, they feed their sorrows by recounting them over and over. For pain they cry out. And for disappointment they weep. Yea, they feed their own darkness with darkness, and in the end forget thee, thou all-light. 24. Hope ceased, but gazed at the coursing ships in the atmospherean heavens. Whereupon Fragapatti said 25. Behold thy wisdom, O Jehovah. Whom thou wouldst make strong, thou hast made to feel adversity's sting. For the emergencies that lie ahead, thou plannest thy gods to run near the cliffs whereon millions perish. 26. Who can attain to know thy wisdom, O Jehovah? Who can comprehend the millions of thy sons and daughters? And yet thou knowest every one, and carriest them by a breath, so gently they feel thee not, nor know thee. To a very hair's breadth thou takest them. And in the time of desperation, thy hand cometh to the rescue of the righteous. 27. Man saith, Now will I fortify myself with riches and houses, and all manner of possessions. Adversity shall not come upon me. I have more faith in my possessions than in Jehovah. Mine is a kingdom I can see, but Jehovah is afar off. 28. But thou art suffering him, and his vanity, to go away from thee for a season. Sooner or later thou bringest him in with a short turn, either on earth or in heaven. And he goeth down as an example to hundreds and to thousands that envied him. 29. Thou hast set up the poor man in faith. He toileth day and night. He is weary and sore. He crieth out with hunger. His rags are a shame to him. But he remembereth thee, O Jehovah. In thy praise he singeth a song in his soul every day. To do good unto others is his great delight. 30. And thy hand reacheth down to him in time after. His soul is like a giant. Thou hast planned him for a very God in heaven. 31. The spark of faith that was in him he nurtured, and it became as a mighty tree that fell not down before the blast. The good he received he exalted, and it fructified and grew as a harvest in rich soil. And he stood mighty in all places. 32. In thy praise are his songs, and they endure forever. His psalms are the voice of thy loves. And the multitude of thy people remember him, whilst all else are cut down and destroyed. Thy work hath a sure foundation. Thy wisdom standeth before man's wisdom. Not one hath found a failure in thy word, as it speaketh to his own soul. 33. Thy labor is from the subtle and unseen. Thy footstool the cause of causes. But the vain man looketh to thy object. He turneth thy ways upside down. He maketh the cart to push the horse. And thou sufferest him to drink to the fill of his own vanity. And when he runneth himself into torments, thou findest a way to reach him and bring him home to thee. 34. Great is his glory when he findeth thee. His voice becometh the love of thy loves forever. For thou hadst shaped him as an example, and given him scope to run his extreme, for his own glory. Yea, thou hadst planned him for one of thy great workers, that would not go down afterward. Chapter 17. 1. On the way to Zarathustra, Fragapatti and his hosts in the Avalonza were joined by a ship of 1,000,000,000 explorers from the north regions, 1,000 times farther than the North Star, of the 7th magnitude of light, even 3 higher than Fragapatti. 2. The chief in command of the expedition, greeted in the sign, Jehovah's name, the which Fragapatti answered. And by certain signals the ships approached and made fast, the Ezionors of the twain singing and playing the same anthem, 5 millions of voices, and half as many trumpeters. 2. Then Ktu came near to Fragapatti, saluting, and the hosts stood in line, so they might hear what was said. So, after due ceremonies, and acquainting each other who they were, whence they came, and such like, then spake Ktu, saying, I see thou hast thy ship ballasted with the north magnet. 3. Fragapatti said, this is but a 5 years' dawn, and I teach my hosts how to ballast that they may the better read the maps and roadways and stars and suns. Of these, my hosts, 500 millions have become capable of being delivered into Etheria, save in cosmogony. I am providing them, that when they shall have ascended, they may not be lost in the Etherian worlds, or be dependent on others. 4. Ktu said, what is the length of this serpent? Fragapatti said 7 1/8 Hoitumu. And he asked Ktu what distance he had come from his home. And Ktu said 1,412,830 and 2 Hoitumu. 5. What time hath thy journey yet before thee? Ktu said 500,000 years. Then Fragapatti inquired how many star worlds Ktu had so far passed on his journey, and Ktu said 20,000 star worlds we have passed, some smaller than this red star, and some 10,000 times larger. Some of them yet liquid balls of fire, some newly crusted over, some with atmosphere and water and earth and minerals not yet separated, but boiling, seething, whirling. Some firm and just entering the age of Simu. And some old and worn out. And one we passed which had become barren as to living creatures. And the God, through whose pastures it passed, dissolved and dissipated it before us, having invited thousands of millions of guests to witness the scene. 6. Of atmospherian worlds we have passed more than 90,000. Some of them larger than the vortex of this red star, and capable of giving homes to 1,000,000 times 1,000,000 of inhabitants. And yet, on many of them, there were no people. 7. Thus they discoursed on the size and wonder of Jehovah's kingdoms. But their numbers and descriptions only the gods themselves could comprehend, they were so vast. And when they had about concluded, Cthulhu remarked 8. The mortal desireth to become a spirit. Then his ambition is to become an Etherian. Next, an Orion. Next, a Nirvanian. Next, an Auton, and then to travel in the surveys of magnitudes. But those ahead still call to us to hasten, because the glories ahead are still more surpassing in magnificence. Who, then, can approach the unapproachable, all-highest? He who fashioned the plan of all creations. Who is there that is not swallowed up with devotion and awe of him who is ever present, that extendeth beyond all limit, our Father, Jehovah? Chapter 18. 1. When they drew near Zarathustra, Cthulhu, with his ship and hosts, withdrew, duly saluting, and they sped on their journey. But Fragapatti halted on the borders of Zarathustra and landed 700 millions of his hosts, the others remaining aboard. 2. Again the Avalonza put forth. Fragapatti said, Now will I visit Yadont, Lord God of North Gautama, and see what he hath accomplished, and perchance he will accompany us to Ipshogi, to see Hapacha, my well-loved god of the west wind. 3. Now, when they came to the sea of Ktivawitik, they rose the Avalonza 50,000 miles, for the benefit of Hob and his hosts, for here leath the roadway of Thames, where there pass countless numbers of fleets filled with students in the dismembered works belonging to the earth. 4. Here the students learn the process of condensation, and the process of dissolution of meteoric stones in small planets, such as a mortal could walk around one of them in a day. On the outer extreme of the sea, the nebula is in constant waves, where the vortices play, condensing and bursting, like whirlwinds on the earth or corporeal ocean. 5. Here Fragapatti explained, saying, In this thou shalt behold the wisdom of Jehovah, and the uniformity of his works. Here leath the first belt away from the earth capable of having nebulae condensed into meteoric stones. All nebulae lying nearer than this to the earth's surface is either attracted to the earth or repulsed from it. Compute, therefore, the distance of this belt from the earth, together with its density, and thou shalt find that it is the same distance that the work belts are, with the stars in the firmament of the size of the earth, and of its density and velocity. The first work belt of the sun is, therefore, the place of its nearest planet. The second work belt is the place of its next nearest planet, and so on. And these work belts are all graded in distance accordingly as I have spoken. 6. Jehovah hath said, 2 ways have I created for my mathematicians to prove my works. One is, to measure that which is near at hand, in order to determine that which is far off. The other is, to observe that which is far off, in order to determine that which is near. For, since man could not measure the work belts of this world, I provided him with means to determine the work belts of the sun, so that he might the better comprehend his own world. 7. That man might find still further evidence of the earth's work belts, I created the nearest one with different densities, so that not every year on earth would be alike as to heat and cold. And in certain cycles of Dan I condense the first work belt so that the sun seemeth to mortals as if in eclipse. For it is upon this belt that my cycles of Danha give either light or darkness to mortals spiritually. 8. Let man compute my times for his own profit. I created the first work to gain in rotation faster than the earth, 1 year for every 11. So that when the work hath made 12 of its own years, the earth shall have completed 11 years. 9. Fragapatti caused the Avalonza to be driven in amidst a forest of whirlwinds, to illustrate and to explain, so that the hosts might observe. He said, Thou shalt perceive now, that such stones as are condensed beneath the apex fall to the earth, whilst those ascending frequently rise toward the lighter plateau and explode, to be attracted back within the work belt. This belt compareth unto the cloud belt near the earth. thither the wind currents make raindrops and snowflakes. Here the currents make the first nebulous formations that come under the name Corpor. 10. Whilst Fragapatti was thus discoursing, the Avalonza rocked to and fro, and many of the people perceived now, more than ever, the knowledge and power required by angels and gods, to contend successfully with the elements. But the beauty and grandeur of these fountains, these fire spouts, and whirlwinds on fire, together with the roar and whistling of the flying stones, so enraptured Job and his hosts, they could do naught but look in wonder at the glory thereof. 11. For 7 days and 7 nights did Fragapatti and his hosts travel in this work belt, observing and studying these miniature worlds, creating and dissipating. And on the 8th day the Avalonza was lowered beneath the currents, and they sailed direct for the kingdom of Yatont, Lord God of North Gautama, piloted by messengers well acquainted with the course. But not being in a much frequented roadway, they encountered few ships or processions of other gods. 12. Yatont had been apprised of Fragapatti's coming, and had accordingly notified his kingdom, and summoned 70 of his lords to his capital, which was named after himself. So Yatont commanded his Otevan to be put in order and lighted, and having provided 500 Ezianors in addition to his crew, together with his lords and 10,000 attendants, went forth to the borders of Hegak, 1,000 miles, to meet Fragapatti. 13. But, lo and behold, the Otevan was only as a small boat is to a ship, when compared to the Avalonza. And, accordingly, when they approached each other, Fragapatti caused the front of the Avalonza to be opened, and at this place the Otevan entered within the walls and was made fast. And the hosts of the Otevan came out and were received with great joy by Fragapatti and his people. Chapter 19. 1. 1,000 miles north of the northern line of the sun on the earth, in the middle betwixt the east and west front of North Gautama, and from the earth upward, and without intervening space, 500 miles, had Yatont founded his kingdom, and hither it was that Fragapatti came to see him. 500 miles westward lay Ipshogi, extending north and south 2,000 miles, where reigned the good faithists, Hapacha, styled god of the west wind. 2. After the Avalonza reached Yatont's capital, and the hosts duly landed in the lower heaven, Yatont ascended his throne, and after due ceremonies of welcome and thanksgiving, and with music rendering praise to the All-High, Yatont proclaimed recreation for 3 days and 3 nights. 3. Then spake Fragapatti to him, saying, I am glad of this, because I desire to hear the story of thy adventures, and of thy success in this kingdom, for thy record must also be my record, to be taken with us, at the end of the storm, to heaven above. Job and his hosts shall also hear thy words. 4. Yatont replied, What I have done, I have done. Nevertheless, he who hath built great kingdoms may find little to admire in a small one. 5. Fragapatti said, I have seen old men who doted more on a grandchild than on a large family they had bred themselves. And is it not a wise provision of our Creator that He bestowed us with such means as enableth us at all times to live over again our past history and the young? Every hour we find a new way open to remind us of our follies and youth, and also a new channel in which to behold Jehovah's wisdom. 6. Yatont said, If a man convert his neighbor from evil into good, 2 great things are accomplished, the triumph of the man and the reformation of the neighbor. If on the other hand a man failed to convert his neighbor from evil to good, 2 misfortunes have transpired, which are, the disappointment of one and the loss of glory to Jehovah. It is a strong man that can recount his own failures and say he glorifieth the Father because thereof. 7. Fragapatti said, How shall we measure magnitudes, O Yatont? Hath not a mortal, that hath delivered one druk into light, as great a glory as a god that delivereth hundreds of thousands? Is not the one as great in magnitude as the other? According to our worthiness in righteous persistence, no matter what our limit is not this the greatest glory? Jehovah give to man, to first learn to deliver himself in the All-Highest. He who can do this is a great ruler. And in the next time Jehovah giveth him to rule over a small kingdom, perhaps a drunkard, or a wanton, or even over his own family, to righteousness. He that doeth this is a great ruler. Is not, then, man's persistence in righteousness the whole glory of his kingdom? 8. Yet what said the Father knoweth? To try, and to try, and to try. This is a sum of the good a man doeth. And yet what man is there in heaven or on earth but can find an apology for the good work he accomplished? Doth not the poor man say, Oh, if I had this, what great good I would accomplish? And the rich man maketh the same speech, and the king also. And yet Jehovah hath given a kingdom to each and every one of them. But he who can say I have done all I could, according to my strength and wisdom, rideth amongst the highest of men and gods. 9. Hear me, then, O Fragapatti, and thou mayst best understand. Suffer thyself to forget all the light of high heaven, and to be in a place of darkness, where 3,000 million spirits are vagrants, scattered far and wide on the corporeal earth. Such was Oahspe in this kingdom. But the spirits congregated not together in hells, as they did in the east, for they had no association. No gods, nor lords. They were perpetual migrants, save such as dwelt with the drugs as familiars. 10. And as to the spirits of those that died in infancy, they were taken by the spirits of their fathers and mothers, or others, and cared for until they also gained sufficient knowledge to serve them as vagrants, and there was the end. 11. And strange to say, all these spirits were without clothes or drapery of any kind, and devoid of shame. Neither were they good or evil, nor had they desire for, or knowledge of, a higher heaven, being content to rove about, to sleep, and to eat. And they had 1,000 languages. Or, at least, 1,000 different kinds of signs and utterances, which they had acquired on earth, but lost and mixed up so that neither lords nor gods could converse with them. 12. Thus I surveyed them and found them, before I built this capital, for which reason I came thus centrally amongst them. Know also, O chief, that I travelled amongst them with music and with fire, and gaudy apparel, in hope to gain their aspiration. But, alas, they neither smiled nor frowned on my fine shows, but vacantly gazed at us, or even fell asleep whilst our Oahspe was paraded before them. 13. Then I came hither and built this capital, and founded Jehovah's throne, whereon thou now honourest me. And then I sent to them, here and there, presents of gaudy attire, in hope to inspire the multitude through the few. But, alas, those I attired soon divested themselves of their clothes, preferring nakedness. Thus ended my second failure. 14. After this, I sent 100,000 preachers to them, to portray the greater glory of a higher heaven. But, alas, they heeded not, or, if heeding, in a day would forget all that had been told them. And thus ended the third failure. 15. Then we held a holy council, imploring Jehovah for light and power. And his voice came upon me, saying, Go to their loves, my son. Go to mortals. Begin thou with Essenes. 16. Then I commanded my hosts to go and live for a season amongst mortals. And they brought the Essenes to Yadon, under guard of the Asaphs. And the next of kin followed, desiring to remain. And I said unto them, Behold, my place is fair, and my people are clothed. Save ye be clothed also, ye cannot dwell with us, nor shall ye more look upon your next of kin, whom I have taken for myself. 17. And for love there came many mothers and fathers, and brothers and sisters, belonging to the recent dead. And they suffered themselves to be clothed. And these were the first in my kingdom. 18. Again I called my hosts together, and I said unto them, 8,000 lords I must have. I will divide North Gautama amongst my lords, and they shall dwell with mortals, having a sufficiency of ashers to give unto each and every mortal, man, woman and child. And whether by natural death or by war, it mattereth not, the Essenes shall be brought to my kingdom. 19. This I accomplished, providing nurseries and places of entertainment for such as were brought hither. But, alas, the tens of thousands of spirits who thus came because of their kin, and accepted clothing for sake of remaining, had little talent to talk, or even desire for anything. 20. At the next holy council the light came to me, saying, Hear the voice of thy Creator, O my son. Because thou hast been diligent in striving for the resurrection of my children, I am come to thee. Behold, I created man naked, and with shame, as the foundation of industry. But because this people followed, in the Osirian age, the abandonment of spirit communion, whilst they were yet mortal, they lost the light of my countenance. 21. Neither canst thou inspire them to industry, save through clothing the body. But, first of all, thou shalt make them ashamed of nakedness. Otherwise, there is no higher resurrection for them. 22. Then I inquired of the Creator how I should teach them shame. He said of themselves, to themselves, for themselves, thou canst do but little. But thou shalt inspire them through mortals. 23. Every plateau shall be 1,000 miles in breadth every way, save the lowest, which shall be 2,000 miles, with a rise of 1 degree, so that the plateau shall extend from the earth up to thy kingdom, like a stairway, one plateau higher than another. 24. And thy Lord shall provide for the lowest, and for the second lowest plateau, subjective entertainments, subjective teachings and subjective things in general. Neither shall there be anything real on these two plateaux, save the inhabitants and their food, and the mirrors and lenses, and machinery for producing subjectives. 25. And the lower plateau, being on the earth, shall be provided as a mirage, having everything spiritual in appearance, as they are corporeally on the earth. And it shall be provided with forests and lakes and rivers, and with all manner of animals and birds and fish, and of whatsoever is suitable food for mortals. And the lowest plateau shall be called Hachadawa, signifying, happy hunting ground. 26. And thou shalt send word to thy lords, saying, Thus saith thy Creator, Behold, I have created a good place, and called it Hachadawa. Teach ye this to mortals, by inspiration and otherwise, saying also to them, Go tell one another, for, after death, the soul shall go thither in great delight. And ye shall say unto them, Save ye wear garments to hide your nakedness, ye shall not enter Hachadawa. 27. Yatuan said, when the lowest plateau was made habitable, covering a large portion of North Gautama, the voice came again, saying through thy lords, My son, thou shalt possess all mortals, every man and woman and child, suffering not one of the drujas to come near them. 28. And, behold, I will send upon the land in many places, great droughts, because of the construction of thy plateau, and these wandering spirits shall not find sustenance, save but through thee and thy lords. And as fast as they come, thou shalt oblige them to be clothed or draped about the loins. But thou shalt show preference to all such as wear ornaments. 29. Yatuan said, This much have we accomplished, O Fragapatti. The foundation of my heavenly kingdom is broad and sure, but as yet I have few subjects to show thee. 30. Fragapatti said, Behold, I will take 2 days of rest, and then I will inspect thy places. Proclaim, therefore, recreation for 2 days. Chapter XX. 1. When the recreation was ended, Yatuan called his council together, and he sat on the throne, and Fragapatti and Hob sat on his left hand on the throne, also. 2. The voice of Jehovah came to Yatuan, saying, Behold, O my sons and daughters, this heaven and this land shall not be like any other place. For hither shall rise in time after, they that shall begin the founding of my kingdom amongst mortals. For in the lands of the east, and the heavens of the east, I have given them lords and gods before whom they fall down and worship. But in this heaven, and this land beneath it, shall not be given any lord, nor god, nor any person born of woman for their resurrection. 3. To this end have I created the subjective heaven and her plateau, and they shall endure till the dawn of Kosmon, and the overthrow of war and mortal kingdoms. From this throne will I come in the day, through my chiefs, and reveal the histories of my kingdoms. And I will radiate outward, around about from this heaven, until my kingdoms encircle the whole earth, and until the earth's heavens are mine also. 4. And whether the Ehuans be mortals or spirits, ye shall not here teach them to worship any one, save the Great Spirit. 5. For a question will arise amongst mortals in the beginning of Kosmon, as to whether mortals are ruled by the angels of heaven. And I will prove it before them that in this land all gods and lords and saviors shall be cast out, and mortals shall become worshippers of the Great Spirit, being ruled to that end by the inspiration that shall descend from this heaven, through the spirits of the human race. And they shall know that I, Jehovah, alone rule over all, and within all my works. 6. Be wise, my sons and daughters, for as ye now find little aspiration amongst the hosts of wandering spirits, so will the same lack of aspiration be manifested in the beginning of Kosmon, amongst mortals. The voice ceased. 7. Yatunt called Itzing, his assistant god, saying, Come thou and sit on the throne. I will go now for 40 days with Fragapatti and show him all my works. And I will go also with him to Hapacha, god of Ipshogi, after which I will return hither. 8. Itzing came and sat on the throne, duly saluting, having been anointed and crowned previously. Then rose up Fragapatti to speak, perceiving that the great multitude desired to hear him. He said 9. In what they have done I am well pleased, O Jehovah. Through thy voice I selected them, and they deserve neither praise nor censure, being thy servants. Thou hast wisely chosen them, for in this dawn I perceive the foundation of that which will reach mortals in the third Danho that cometh after. And because thou hast chosen this place, O Father, great is the responsibility of these, thy lords, and thy Lord God. 10. Because they have supplicated thee, thou hast guided them, and they cannot err. Because their work hath been slow, they have great honor in patience and persistence. May thy wisdom, power and love continue with them, for thy glory, now and forever. Amen. Fragapatti ceased, but the light became brilliant above his head. And the voice came out of the light, saying 11. More shall they concern themselves in a righteous foundation of my kingdom, than in a multitude of conversions and resurrections. For the standard of their lords and gods, and their successors, is of more value than tens of thousands of redeemed who are of little wisdom and strength. For the latter will be raised up afterward. 12. The voice ceased, and Fragapatti came down from the throne, followed by Yatunt and Hob. The Ezianors chanted, All hail, great Jehovah! As power. His light the immortal voice. And when the gods advanced to Ctius, they halted, standing abreast, and then filed in front of the throne, saluting in the sign of Om, and were answered by Fragapatti. Lastly came the marshals of the traveling hosts. And when they had passed, the gods followed after, thus passing out of the capital to the place of the ships of fire, followed by the inhabitants of Yadot. 13. Thus they entered the Avalonza, with music and cheering. And thus they departed, first to survey the kingdom of Yadot, and then go to Ispiogi. Chapter 21. 1. After Fragapatti had examined the places of the Asafs and of the physicians, and such other places as belong in the lower heavens, he descended to Hachedala, the land of delusion, the happy hunting ground, in order to witness the games and tournaments, which were so far maintained by a great expenditure of labor on the part of the Ethereans, for teaching by subjective illustrations. Jehovah said too, As mortal children can be taught by objective illustration, so have I created my S-worlds capable of a similar process subjectively. My rules are not man's rules. Nor are my worlds illustrated as man illustrateth. Behold my rainbow, which is a subjective illustration to mortals of a bough without the substance of a bough. But man bendeth a stick, and saith Behold, a bough. And he holdeth it in his hand. But mine he cannot touch. 3. I give to mortals to teach their sons and daughters many combinations by the use of objects. That they should know a circle, a square, a triangle, or learn to compute numbers by the use of objects. Inversely, in the same way I created subjective means for the spirits of the dead, that they might be taught and amused with my works. 4. To corporeans I give corporeal eyes and corporeal ears, that they might attain to wisdom on the earth. But to a few I give sumas, that they may see and hear things spiritually. 5. To the spirits of mortals who die in infancy, I give spiritual eyes and spiritual ears. But without cultivation they hear not corporeal things, nor see corporeal things. But to such spirits as have fulfilled an earth life, I created them to see and hear after death the matters of both worlds. 6. Nevertheless, there are many spirits in heaven who have not fulfilled either a spiritual or a corporeal life, and they can see but little and hear but little. For which reason I commanded that they should be called Drujas, signifying spirits of darkness. 7. And I sent my gods and my lords, saying to them, Go ye to the spirits of darkness, for they neither see nor hear heaven nor earth, and are wandering about indifferent even to their own nakedness. 8. And ye shall create mirrors and lenses, and optical illusions and delusions, and provide games and entertainments for them, so that their understanding may be opened up for the glory of my kingdoms. 9. When the Avalons arrived at Hachedala, it was lowered and made as an observatory, in order to witness what was going on, and yet so provided that it could be moved about from place to place. 10. And they witnessed the heavenly tournaments and games, the boating and fishing and hunting, and all other entertainments representative of what these angels had been engaged at in mortal life. And yet these things were but subjective, and not real. 11. But it came to pass that many Drujas were restored to memory of earth life, restored to seeing and hearing, and, in fact, to know they had entered another world, illustrating to their dull senses that it was possible for them to learn to see things, and to hear things, understandingly. 12. Nevertheless, there were within these regions hundreds of millions of angels so stupid as to be void of form and expression. 13. Jehovah has said, when a man hath fainted, thou shalt arouse him, by calling his memory to things past. And when the drug in heaven hath seen who he is, and his place also, thou shalt show him symbols of things past, and thus awake him. 14. Jehovah has said, Behold, O man, thou art the chiefest glory of my creations. Neither created I any animal that walketh on land, or flieth in the air, or swimmeth in the water, or that crawleth on its belly, with desire for spiritual life, nor with capacity to accumulate spiritually. But to thee only, O man, have I given power to aggregate the spiritual entity. 15. For my animals, I bestowed like a vessel that is full of water. No more can be put into them. And also, when the vessel is destroyed, the water runneth back to the ocean. I quicken them into life by mine own hand. But when I take away my hand, lo, they are gone back into dissolution. As a drop of water hath no power before the sun, but evaporateth and is seen no more, so is the spirit of all the animals I created before the light of my countenance. But to thee, O man, I give power for everlasting life. 16. Nevertheless, as a man may take a drop of water and put it in a vial, and keep it for a long time, so have I given to my exalted angels power to take the spirit of a fish, or of an animal, suddenly dead, and reclothe it with the semblance of a body, for a season. But yet it is only a subjective existence. And, even as a man letteth a stone out of his hand, and it falleth to the ground, so, when my angels let go their hands on my spiritual animals, their spirits fall into the sea of my body, and are seen no more. Even so, also, but in less degree, created I the trees, the grass, the moss, and all vegetable things that grow on the face of the earth. And I give to my exalted angels power to take the spirit out of a tree, or a bush, or a plant, and to carry it away and reclothe it with corporeal substance. But to my exalted gods I gave power to do the same things, not with one plant only, but with whole forests, and with animals, and fishes, and serpents. And when they do these things in atmospherea, they are called subjective heavens. 17. Wherefore it came to pass in the ancient days that when spirits of darkness returned to mortals, they told them that heaven was like unto the earth, with everlasting life unto all animals as well as to man. Turn not away from such spirits, O man, but learn from them that thou mayst not tarry long in my bound heavens, when thou becomest a spirit also. 18. For if thou settest thy soul to feed on animals, and to dwell with them, the gods cannot deliver thee to my emancipated heavens, till thou hast served thy time in the lower heavens. One great light have I bestowed unto all men, that they may progress forever. Though the waters of the ocean rise up and make clouds, and the clouds fall down as rain and run to the rivers, and thence back into the ocean, 1,000 times, 10,000s of times, yet that water hath not progressed. Neither have I given progress to a stone, nor to a tree, nor to an animal. But to man only have I given progress. 19. Be wise, O man, and tie not thyself to things that progress not, nor set thy soul upon them, lest they become a bondage to thee in the next world. But for the drux, I have created heavens midway betwixt light and darkness, subjective and objective, that they may be redeemed. 20. Fragapatti also visited the Oahspe, the great hunting fields, and the place of tournaments, the Sequoiatausi, where thousands and tens of thousands of druges were being amused, and instructed, and awakened to their condition and to their possibilities. And when Fragapatti and his hosts had seen the beauty and grandeur of this lowest of heavens, and made a record of the affairs, Yatuan said 21. Now have I shown thee, O Fragapatti, the foundation of a great house, even my kingdom, which is Jehovah's. I am at thy service, to go whithersoever thou mayst desire. Then spake Fragapatti, saying 22. I desire to descend beneath, even to the earth's surface, and survey the plains, and rivers, and lakes, in the regions where the Father's kingdom will be founded. Let my mathematicians compute the time, and these things shall also be recorded in the Etherian libraries, for benefit of the angels of that day. 23. The mathematicians computed the time, and then Oahspe, the chief, said 8,900 years. So Fragapatti caused the Avalonza to be lowered down to the earth's surface, and he coursed the land over, east and west and north and south, and when he saw it was a fair country as to land and water, he said 24. Behold the wisdom of Jehovah in the foundation and plans for inhabiting and subduing the earth. And yet, 8,900 years. Oh, what innumerable millions on the earth will go down in darkness ere that day. Here the light will fall. Here the beginning of the death of Cephas. Yet thy hand, O Jehovah, is over all. Chapter 22. 1. Fragapatti sent messengers to Hapacha, god of Ipshogi, apprising him of the visit. So, Hapacha hastily called in his lords and captains and fathers, preparing a time of recreation, and also preparing suitable reception and entertainment. 2. And Hapacha provided in this manner first, 100,000 musicians, formed in 8 parts of a circle, with 8 intervening spaces. With each group he provided 1,000 marshals, and they stood in front of the musicians, with 8 intervening spaces also. Next within, he provided places for the messengers, of whom there were 300,000. Then next came the Asaphs, of whom there were 1,000,000. Next came the Ashers, of whom there were 2 millions. Next came the nurses and physicians. Next, the teachers and factories and schools and colleges. And of all these there were 14,600,000. 3. Of the grade first above the Essenes there were 20 millions. Of the second grade, which was the highest, there were 30 millions. But no Essenes were present. 4. In the midst of the circle was the throne of Hapacha, now extended so as to accommodate his lords. To the south of his throne were the seats of the captains of the hosts. In a crescent were his counselors, of whom there were 1,000,000. 5. Hapacha having thus called them together, and having explained to but few of them the purpose, now addressed them, saying 6. By the wisdom and power of Jehovah I speak before you. That which I say is not of myself, more than of the faith I have in Jehovah, of which faith ye are likewise blessed. 7. Since our youth up we have been advised by the guardian angels, their lords and God, to be firm in faith in Jehovah above all things. For it was declared to us, in the olden times, that there was a higher heaven and a lower heaven, and that through faith in the Father we should all ultimately ascend and dwell in his holiest kingdoms. 8. For which reason ye have been steady workers since your mortal lives have been put away. Even for this kingdom, raising up many, and causing them to rejoice in everlasting life. But as it has been promised ye beforehand that the gods above us would surely come and deliver all who are prepared for the next resurrection, even so, to this day, cherish ye the hope for wider fields of labor, where ye may overtake your kindred and others who have become wise in Jehovah's light. 9. The time of that resurrection is near at hand for many of you. Our Father hath brought this heaven into a lighter region, that ye may be prepared for that still greater light beyond. And because of the new light that is with us, ye have beholden that many of the Oahspe have deserted our nurseries and gone back to the earth, for they love the darkness of earth more than they love the light of heaven. 10. My lords have sent messengers to me from various parts of the earth, saying to me, as much as they have deserted your places in heaven, even so much have the Oahspe returned to mortals in great numbers. And it hath come to pass that great manifestations of spirit presence are now common to men and women and children on earth. 11. Many of these Oahspe, falling in with drudges, have adopted their roving habits, denying that there is any higher heaven, honestly believing they will have an opportunity to reincarnate themselves and dwell again in mortal form. Knowing no higher heaven than the earth, and, knowing no happiness save in the indulgence of lust, they appear to mortals, and marry in manifestation, falsely pretending to be the king of the living. 12. Which sign forerunneth the approach of a new dawn of day near at hand. Being thus doubly armed in prophecy, your God called you to witness the words and proceedings of Fragapatti, who is on his way hither, accompanied by Yadont, God of Yadont, creator of Hajjedawa. 13. For more than 600 years have many of us labored in this field, and our harvests for go have been the most esteemed of all the resurrections contributed by the lords of earth. To comport with our dignity, I have commanded the builders of Otevans to have in readiness, representing these harvests, a vessel for my lords and their attendants, and my chief marshal, to go part way and meet our visitors, bearing the sign of the triangle, and the fruit, and the altar. 14. Hapacha then gave instructions in full. And, presently, the receiving hosts departed in the Otevan, with music, rejoicing, being cheered by the hosts remaining. In the meantime, Hapacha caused the house to be put in order. Chapter 23. 1. Fragapatti had previously visited Hapacha, but told not who he was, save that he was god of leniency, in Etheria. Consequently, Hapacha, now knowing that Fragapatti was coming, mistrusted not that it was the same person, but expected to see one coming in great pomp and glory. For he had heard of the wonders Fragapatti had already accomplished in the eastern heavens, particularly the breaking up of the hells of Oahspe and the deliverance of the tortured inmates. 2. Thus came Fragapatti to Ipshyogi in his Avalanza, displaying neither lights nor curtains. Coming with the receiving hosts within his vessel, anchoring near the throne of Hapacha. 3. Presently Fragapatti came down out of the ship, Yatunt and Ho with him, also the marshals, who were on the left, the receiving hosts being on the right. Hapacha's Norse struck up, proclaimed Jehovah's name, O ye lords and gods. And the hosts of the Avalanza joined in singing, and with trumpets and harps and triangles, knowing the symbols of their kingdom, and great was the glory of their music. 4. When Fragapatti approached the throne, the music ceased. Hapacha said, Who cometh here? And he made the ancient sign of Jehovah's name. Fragapatti said, A faithist in Jehovah. And he gave the countersign. Whereupon, Hapacha said in his name, Welcome brother, and welcome to thy hosts also. May his love and wisdom be manifested in me and my people during your sojourn with us. 5. Fragapatti said, Jehovah is all-wise. He fashioneth some men as sons, and out of their souls the light extendeth into the far-off spheres. Coursing these vast fields at certain times and seasons, he sendeth swift messengers from his most exalted heavens. And these messengers, passing through both light and darkness, with their great wisdom, scan the distant kingdoms where mortals and angels dwell, and quickly catch from the guardian hosts, and from the scenes around, the brightest, best stars, and carry the record to the reigning gods above. And when these gods descend to the regions and places of these immortal gems, they go visit them. 6. Even so, O Hapacha, standeth thy record in the higher heavens. And when the Father called me to visit the red star in her heavens, I looked over Jehovah's messengers' reports, where was set thy name, radiant with love and fire. So to thee I made haste and came, unknown, because as yet unproved in these heavens. And thy much worth, and the amity of thy hosts, one my love. I told thee thou shouldst hear from me soon, and so thou hast. Behold, Fragapatti is before thee. 7. Hepatia said, Blessed, O Jehovah. Come thou, O Fragapatti, and honor my throne, in the name of the Father. And come thou also, O Yadont, and thou, O Hob. And they went up and sat on the throne, and Fragapatti sat in the midst. 8. Again the Esianors sang and played, and during the singing the light of the upper kingdoms began to envelop the throne. Then spake Fragapatti, explaining 9. Hear me, O all ye people, and be ye attentive to my words. 10. Because ye have been faithful from the first, ye are become the light of the earth, and of this heaven, and inasmuch as ye have maintained your altar and times of sacrifice, there have been maintained in the upper heavens altars and sacrifices in conjunction with you. 11. Whereby ye have been blessed in hearing the voice in all the darkness through which the earth and her heavens have passed. 12. As the Father hath given voice betwixt mother and child, though they be distant from each other, so, in like manner, do Jehovah's kingdoms, which are in sympathy in righteousness and love. 13. As ye behold the light gathering about this throne, think not that I bring the light, nor that it is sent to me in person. There is a cord betwixt me and my Etherian kingdoms, and I am one end thereof. The other end is the throne in Etheria. When I sit in the midst of this throne, behold, it is also illuminated by the higher heavens. 14. Think not that my heavens are the highest of all, for such, the all-highest, can never be attained. Nevertheless, my heavens are connected as with a cord to them above me, and they to others still above, and so on forever, upward, upward. The all-highest conceived of, is called Jehovah. And no matter how long it descendeth, still the voice is his voice. 15. That ye may hear Jehovah's voice, I will now set my son above the throne. 16. Fragapatti ceased, and a light most brilliant, in the figure of the sun, settled above his head back of the throne. Many could not look upon it because of its brightness. Presently Jehovah spake out of the light, saying 17. Rejoice, O Hepatia, in the name of thy Creator. Sing thy songs of delight, and let thy people hold up their heads. Behold, I have watched over thee and thy hosts. In my promises have ye fulfilled the dawn of my light. 18. 3,000 years are as one day in my sight. Yesterday I said, Sit ye here, stand ye there, for tomorrow I come again. And this was my commandment for thousands, and tens of thousands of years. 19. But others remembered me not. In the night they went down, as a child that falleth asleep. And when I came on the morrow, behold, they had not awakened. But I roused them up, and showed them my great light. 20. Again I said to them, 3,000 years are as one day in my sight. Sit ye here, stand ye there, and remember me. Tomorrow I come again. But lo, they went down and sleep. They remembered not me, their Creator. 21. But thou, O Hepatia, hast maintained the watch all night long. Thou art the first of gods who hath kept this kingdom whole from dawn to dawn. Thou art the first of gods who hath kept my kingdom safe in the lower heavens till the morrow came. 22. Now have I come to thee to deliver thee and thy kingdom to Harati, where thou shalt tarry till the close of dawn, when my sons and daughters shall bear thee upward to my emancipated worlds. And thy hosts shall go with thee. 23. The voice ceased. Then spake Fragapatti, saying, For 3 days will I tarry here. 2 days shalt thou have of recreation, but on the 3rd day thou shalt appoint thy successor, and I will then again speak before thee and thy people. 24. Hepatia then proclaimed 2 days of recreation, and the hosts mingled freely together, those of the Avalonza coming out and rejoicing with the Ipshiagans, and great was the glory of those 2 days. Chapter 24. One Hob rejoiced not. And he alone of all the people assembled, was burdened in soul. He said, Jehovah, thou hast rebuked me, and I am cast down. Thou hast shown me thy son Hepatia, one of thy gods in the lowest of heavens. And Hapacha, thy son, hath maintained his kingdom unto thee till this dawn of light hath come. 2. Yet thou gavest into my keeping a kingdom far higher than this, even Zarathustra. And I went down, as a child that falleth asleep. My kingdom forgot thee. My people ceased to sing songs unto thy name. We buried ourselves in darkness. 3. And thou hast chosen me to be the next succeeding God of earth and her heavens. How shall I fulfill thy commandments? How shall I know the way to choose gods and lords under me who will be steadfast and zealous? 4. As he thus communed with Jehovah, Fragapatti said unto him, through faith are all things accomplished. Without faith, all things are uncertain. He who saith I know Jehovah liveth and reigneth, hath said wisely. But he who saith I go forth in thee, O Jehovah, for I know thou wilt accomplish, hath said much more. For his words maintain the power of the Father in him. 5. When the morning of the third day had come, Hapacha called the hosts from recreation to labor. And the Ezianors chanted a hymn of rejoicing. And, after that, Hapacha said 6. To thee, O Jehovah, are all things committed, even as from thee they came forth. Thy voice is ever upon all men, but they hear thee not. Thine eye is observant of all men, but they believe it not. To teach men these simple things, is to make gods of them. To open up their understanding, to find thee, to know thee, and to realize thy ever-presence, to become one with thee, this is the labor with thy gods, and thy lords, and thy holy angels. 7. In thy name have I raised up one who is to succeed me in this, thy kingdom. From thy light shall thy Orient chief weave a crown for him. With mine own hands will I crown him unto thee and thy kingdom. 8. The marshals now brought forward Panodo, of Caracas, highly learned and disciplined, and he stood before the throne of God. Thereupon Fragapatti rose up, saying 9. Without a keynote a number of instruments cannot be attuned to harmony. Without a faith in an all-highest person, neither angels nor mortals can live in harmony. 10. Individuals may be strong, but many in concerted action comprise the Father's kingdoms. 11. Neither angels nor mortals can assimilate of themselves. But all can assimilate with the Father, everyone perfecting himself differently. Such persons are then assimilated to one another. 12. Whoever serveth his own conception of the All-Highest, making himself a servant thereto, is on the right road. And, in the plan of the universe, will drift into an association adapted to himself. 13. Many such, becoming a unit, are powerful over the elements surrounding them. Disbelief in an all-highest person is caused by weakness of spirit, resulting from disease or from prenatal sin, or by laudation of one's own self. Such persons cannot harmonize, because each one is his own self-esteem all-highest. They are without power, without unison and without sacrifice, accomplishing little good in heaven or on earth. 14. Think not that darkness belongeth only to the earth and the lowest heavens. There are those, who rise to the second resurrection, and then fall into unbelief, and then fall to the first resurrection, and afterward become wandering spirits. And some of them even fall into hell, which is belief in evil and destruction being good. And yet others become druges, engrossed in the affairs of mortals, and in lust, teaching reincarnation. And they finally become fetals and vampires on mortals. 15. Whoever hath attained to the height of his own ideal, is on the precipice of hell. But he who, finding the God of his forefathers too small for himself, and so, inventeth one much higher, is a great benefactor. A fool can ridicule the ancient person. His delight is to pull down. But a wise man furnisheth a greater great person. To pull down the all person, is to pull down his people. 16. To try to make a non-appreciable person out of Jehovah is to make oneself the opposite of a creator. To learn to create, to invent, to cast one's spirit forth with power to congregate and make, is to go on the right road. 17. To learn to pull down, to scatter, to annul, to disintegrate, to set things apart from one another, to find evil instead of good, to find folly instead of wisdom, to expose the ignorance of others instead of finding wisdom in them. Even all these follow after the first inception of disbelief in the All-Person. 18. And since, from disintegration of the compact betwixt the Creator and his children, the cord of communication is cut off with the exalted kingdoms in Etheria, they have indeed double grounds for disbelief. Nor can they comprehend how others can be believers in an All-Person, much less have faith in him. 19. And the same rule applieth to communities and to kingdoms as to individuals, in regard to the fall consequent in unbelief in an All-Person. For a community becometh one person. A kingdom in Etheria becometh one person. A kingdom in the lower heavens becometh one person. A kingdom on earth becometh one person. Each and every kingdom being a single figurehead of many parts, which is the perfection of each and every individual. 20. Hence, as a single individual can cut himself off from the Father, so can a community, or a kingdom, and so go down to destruction. 21. The strongest, best man in the community is he who laboreth most to perfect the unit, that is, the person of the community. The strongest man in the kingdom is he who laboreth most to perfect the person of the kingdom. The strongest man in heaven is he who laboreth most to perfect the all-person of heaven. 22. The weakest of men is the opposite of these. He laboreth to show there is no all-person in anything. Verily, he is already falling away from the Father. Yea, he accuseth himself, for he saith, I neither see nor hear an all-person, nor believe I in one. 23. It is a wise man who, finding he is going into disbelief too much, correcteth himself. And he is not less wise, who, finding he believeth too much, and hence, investigateth not at all, correcteth himself. 24. It was said of old, first, testimony. Second, belief. Third, faith. And fourth, works. But I declare unto you that, with the expanse of knowledge, testimony must be strengthened. For in the olden times, angels and men could be commanded to believe, and they believed. 25. Herein have many of the lords and the gods of the lower heavens erred. For they furnished not to those beneath them the necessary testimony comporting with the advanced knowledge in heaven or on earth. A god shall be swift in devising food for meditation. For angels, as well as mortals, without an advanced teacher, are as well off with none at all. 26. It was said of old that a god taught the people on one of the stars to believe Jehovah lived in a straw, and they rose in wisdom, and harmony, and unity. Then, afterward, another god came and taught them there was no Jehovah, because, forsooth, he could not live in a straw. And the people fell into disbelief and inharmony and disunion. Which, then, of these, was the better God? 27. Yet I declare unto you, they were both necessary. For without a habitation and a figure, the Great Spirit cannot be taught to either angels or mortals in the first place. The labor of the gods is to lead the people upward, step by step, until they learn to be gods and goddesses themselves. 28. On this earth, mortals were taught through stone and wooden idols, and afterward by engraved images. In some of the mixed tribes it will be necessary to teach them incarnated Jehovah in mortal form, and by sympathy for his sufferings, teach them to follow his spirit up to heaven. But all these subterfuges should be set aside in the Kosmon era. 29. This heaven, more than any other heaven of the earth, will be regarded by the Etherian kingdoms. Beneath you, even on this part of the earth, will mortals first espouse the Father's kingdom. 30. Of all things, let your labor be first of all to sow the seed of belief in an all-person, the Great Spirit. As ye now sow, and build Jehovah's kingdom in your heaven, so, in the coming of the Kosmon era, will the same teaching take root in the souls of mortals. 31. Nor shall ye, under any circumstances, permit gods or lords or saviors to be established as worshipful beings, either in these heavens or on this part of the earth. For this land is dedicated by Jehovah for the overthrow of all idols, of God, and Lord, and Savior, and of everything that is worship, save Jehovah, the Great Spirit. Neither shall any of these idols be established with effect in these heavens or on this land. but be ye most circumspect to establish Jehovah, the light of light, the all-person, in the souls of angels and mortals. 32. Fragapatti ceased, but signaled for Hapacha to ordain Panodo, god of Ipshogi. Hapacha rose up, saying, Panodo, son of Jehovah, thou hast been chosen to be god of Ipshogi for 600 years, and even after, if Jehovah so will. Thou hast passed the examination, and standest above all others. 33. Thou hast been favored with much traveling in heaven. And, for thy benefit, many swift messengers from the emancipated worlds have explained to thee the dominions of the great chiefs. 34. He, through whose fields this world is now traveling, hath stood up before thee. He hath spoken to thee and thy people. Heed thou his words, and thou shalt be one with his kingdoms in wisdom and power. 35. By proxy I have visited the Etherian worlds. Thou hast not. By being one with this chief, thou wilt endure to all light, and soon thou shalt visit his places by proxy also. 36. And at the end of 600 years, thou and thy harvest will be called for by the Etherian hosts. Be thou ready for them. And erst thou depart, thou shalt raise up one sufficient to take thy place, and thou shalt bestow him. 37. Panodo said, Thy will and Jehovah's be done. That which is given me to do, will I do with all my wisdom and strength, so help me, O Jehovah. 38. Hapacha said, By virtue of thy wisdom, power and love, O Jehovah, vested in me, do I this, thy son, ordain God of Ipshogi for the period of 600 years. Be thou with him, O Jehovah, and may he and his works glorify thee forever. Amen. 39. Panodo said, Which I accept and covenant with thee, O Jehovah, for thy glory forever. Amen. 40. The Ezianors now sang, Thou light and person, approved and sung on high, Jehovah. Our God Hapacha. Jehovah thou hast called him. Welcome Panodo. Thou, alone, Jehovah remainest forever. Glory, glory be to thee, O thou Creator. 41. The light gathered brilliantly over Fragapatti's head, and when the music ceased, the voice of Jehovah spake out of the light, saying 42. In the first days I blew my breath upon the lands of the earth, and man became a living soul. Then, in the second time, I moved my hand upon the earth, and man went forth in power. 43. Thus near hath my voice approached the earth. Be ye steadfast in my commandments. The time shall surely come, and in the third season, when my voice shall be heard by mortals. 44. The voice ceased, and then Fragapatti took the light in his hands, as one would take fine flax, and he turned it about thrice, and, lo, a crown was woven, most brilliant, but of a reddish hue. He said 45. Crown of thy crown, O Jehovah, have I woven for thy son, God of Ipshogi. And he handed it to Hapacha, who said, And in thy name, O Father, I crown him, second God of Ipshogi, 600 years. Be thou with him, O Father. Amen. Chapter 25. 1. It being now the end of the fourth day, Fragapatti commanded the hosts to embark in the Avalanza. And the marshals conducted them in, taking, first, the sons and daughters of Ipshogi, being 60 millions. Next the Zarathustras, 10 millions. And then Fragapatti's attendants, being most Ethereans, 5 millions. 2. When those were abroad, Fragapatti and Hobanyatuant and Hapacha rose up, and after making the sign of the setting sun, went down and sat at the foot of the throne. 3. God, that was Panodo, went down and took Fragapatti's hand, saying, Arise, O chief. The father Caliph. Fragapatti rose up and stood aside. Next, God raised Yatuant, and he stood aside. And then he raised Hob, and he stood aside. And now came the greatest trial of all. He took Hapacha's hand, saying, Arise, O God, great Jehovah Calithi. Go thy way and his. 4. But they both burst into tears, and fell into each other's arms. Hapacha said, O Father. Panodo said, His will be done. and now the light gathered brilliantly over the scene. Fragapatti moved forward, then Yadont, then Hob, and next Hapacha. 5. Panota resumed the throne. The Ezianors chanted, and the firelight of the higher heavens descended over all the place. Like a sweet dream, the scene closed. Fragapatti and his hosts were gone. 6. Like a bee that is laden with honey, flying from a field of flowers to its home, so returned Fragapatti with his avalanche laden, to Harati, swiftly through the vault of heaven, a shooting star in Jehovah's hand. 7. Athrava, god of Harati, and assistant to Fragapatti, knew that the avalanche was coming, and that Hapacha and his hosts were aboard. And he determined to provide a glorious reception. 8. So, for the space of 1,000 miles, he caused pillars of fire to be erected, in 2 rows, so that the avalanche should pass between them. And near the pillars he stationed trumpeters and harpers, 1,000,000, divided into 100 groups. And they were so arranged, that when the avalanche passed them, they could come aboard. 9. Now during the absence of Fragapatti, many of the spirits who had been rescued from torture and madness in the hells of Oahspe had been restored to consciousness, more than 150 millions of them. 10. Of these, Athrava said, "Clothe ye them in most gaudy apparel, and let them be the bearers of perfumes and flowers, and torches, as presents for the Ihan hosts of Hapacha. And the lights shall be lowered at the place of landing, to make it acceptable to those newly raised, who are aboard." 11. Athrava said, "As for Meru, within the walls of light it shall be rated 7. But when Fragapatti hath ascended the throne, it shall be raised to 9. And in those days, 9, in Harati, was 50% of the capacity of endurance in the plateau." 12. Jehovah hath said, "If they raise the light, it will be more acceptable to my Etherian hosts, for they have dwelt a long time near the earth, and are thirsting for Etherian light. But yet consider ye, here are thousands of millions of atmosphereans who cannot endure the Etherian light, but delight in a lower percent. See to it, then, that the walls of light protect my hosts in the dark on one side, but raise ye the grade to 9 within." 13. Athrava said, "There shall be flights of stairs leading over the walls of Meru, and they shall be white and illumined on the day, which will be sufficient for dividing the people according to the light suited to them. The Ihans with Hapacha will go over the walls, for they entered their corporeal cities in the same way. Besides, they are capable of enduring the light. But the Ihans with Hapacha will desire to remain without. For them prepare ye a place of delight and rest." 14. But in regard to the Ethereans Athrava gave no orders, for they were capable of perceiving all necessary things, and without instruction. Chapter 26. 1. When Fragapatti entered the road of fire with his avalanche, where Athrava has stationed the musicians and groups of furlers, the hosts aboard broke loose from all bounds of propriety, so great was their delight, and they shouted and sang with the trumpeters with most exalted enthusiasm. Many of them entered the Orion state, and not a few, even the Nirvanian. And they became even as gods and goddesses by their own entrancement, seeing, hearing and realizing, even to the third rate above the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah. 2. These were but spasmodic conditions of light, from which they returned in course of time, being able to give descriptions of their visions. For Jehovah so created man, with spells of clearness far in advance of his growth, the which, he having realized, he returneth to his normal condition, to prepare himself constitutionally. 3. Along the road, on either side, were mottos and sayings peculiar to the hosts of Hapacha, and immortals of Gautama. When Hapacha saw these, he said, "How is it possible? Whence derive these gods this information?" But the light came to his own soul, saying, "The wise and good sayings of men below are borne by Jehovah's swift messengers to realms above." Hob stood nearby, and heard what Hapacha said, and Hob said, "How can men and spirits be inspired to wise and good sayings? Who had thought to erect such signboards on the road to all light? And yet what darker deeds are done, when the soul of man findeth curses and evil words to vent his awful sins, and walls himself around with horrid imprecations. the which to face in after time and be appalled at the havoc of his own deadly weapons. How few, indeed, comprehend the direful thrust of hateful words, imagining them but wind, to pass away and be seen no more, but which are placarded on the signboard of heaven, as his fruit sent to market. The poison dealt out of his mouth to his brother man. A man throweth a spear, deadly, but it falleth on the earth and lieth there. But words and sayings are more potent, scoring deep in the soul of things. Fair, indeed, is it with thee, O Hypatia, and with thy hosts also, with yonder pure scroll to enter Harati. 4. As fast as the ship passed the lights, the Etherian musicians came aboard, being anxious to meet Hypatia and his hosts, especially the Aeons, and to congratulate them on being the first harvest from the lowest heaven at the end of a cycle. And strange to say, there were just twice as many as Sathons had prepared in the first dawn on earth. Fragapatti called the swift messengers belonging to the roads of Gun, in Etheria, and he said unto them, Go ye to Sathons, whose fields lie in the roads of Gun, and say unto him greeting, in the name of Jehovah. The earth hath reached Absad and Gamachkala, home of Fragapatti, who sendeth love and joy on behalf of 60 millions, first harvest of Hak, grade 65. 5. Of these messengers, 400 departed, leaving a reserve of 800, who continued on the Avalanza. 6. The Druges, who were arrayed in gaudy attire, withdrew a little from the landing, fearing the light. When the ship drew near the walls, and was made fast, the marshals of Meru came to the front, 2 millions, as an escort to conduct all who chose over the ascending stairs. 7. And so great was the faith of Hypatia's hosts, that over 50 millions of them passed within the sea of fire, singing Glory be to thee, O Jehovah, Creator of worlds. 8. Seeing this great faith in them, Athrava commanded red and blue lights, to favor them. And there was not one of the whole number that quailed, or turned from the light. And now was beholden, to many of them, their first view of the glories and powers of gods and goddesses. Meru was illuminated in every part. The structure of the temple, its extent and magnificence in conception, with its hundreds of thousands of mirrors and lenses, its transparent and opaque crystals, translucent and opaque circles and arches, hundreds of millions, the which, when viewed from any one place, was unlike when viewed from another place, as if each position were striving to outdo the others in beauty and perfection. So that, were a person to walk for 1,000 years in the temple, he would every moment see, as it were, a new palace of surpassing grandeur. 9. And so wonderfully was it arranged that the faces of 1,000 millions of people could be seen from any place a person might be. And yet all these people constituted a part and principle in the building, being as jewel stones, created by Jehovah for the ornamentation of his celestial abodes. 10. Job, always quick to speak, said, Oh, that angels and mortals would strive to make of themselves such jewels as these. Hypatia spake not, being overwhelmed with the beauty and magnificence. Yatuan said, When thou art on the throne, Fragapatti, I will leave for the kingdom of Yatuan here, then, I will take my leave. Fragapatti shook hands with him, saying, Jehovah be with thee. 11. So Yatuan remained where he was, but Job and Hypatia continued on with Fragapatti. All eyes were turned to them, and especially to Hypatia, whose persistence in faith in Jehovah had won the lower heavens to wisdom and love. And as they moved toward the throne, great Athrava rose up, smiling, holding out his hands to receive them. Next, and back of Athrava, were the 5 goddesses, Ethro, of Ushan Rock, Guasiah, of Himitsa, of the valley of Mboid, in Etheria, Shadasiah, of Wahatabak, the one-time home of Fugitive, Ktevi, of New, Portaga, and Renava, of the swamps of Thaliji, in South Suiark of Rhodes, near Zahid and Hitchio, in the South Etherian vault of Absad. 12. And the goddesses also rose up with extended hands. And now, because of the brilliancy of their presence, the throne became a scene of hallowed light, and threads thereof extended to all the council members, and by these were radiated outward so that every person in the temple of Jehovah was connected with the throne, which made every spoken word plain to all. 13. Athrava said in Jehovah's name, Welcome, O Fragapatti, and thy hosts with thee." The goddesses repeated the same words, and they were echoed by the entire audience. Fragapatti said, "In thy name, O Jehovah, am I delivered to my loves. Be thou with us, O Father, that we may glorify thee. Receive ye, O my people, Hapachah, son of Jehovah, who rose up and stood in the dark all night long, in faith in Jehovah. Behold, I have delivered him in dawn, and his hosts with him." 14. And now there appeared, rising like a new sun, Jehovah's light beyond the throne, reddish tinged, emblem of the western light, in honor of Hapachah. And it rose and stood above Fragapatti's head in great brilliancy. Then spake Jehovah out of the light, saying 15. With my breath create I alive the earth-born child. With my hand quicken I the newborn spirit. And with my light illume I the soul of my faithest. Behold, I dwell in the all-highest place, and in the lowest of created things. Whoever findeth me, I find also. Whoever proclaimeth me, I proclaim in return. Hapachah, my son, Saviour of men. Of my light shalt thou be crowned. 16. The voice ceased, and now Fragapatti advanced to the midst of the throne, and took of the light and fashioned a crown, and placed it on Hapachah's head, saying, "Crown of thy crown, O Jehovah, crown I thy son. In thy light shall he be wise and powerful, with love to all thy created beings, henceforth, forever." 17. The goddesses then received them, and after due ceremonies they all took their seats, Fragapatti in the midst of the throne. Arthrava resigned at once, during the stay of Fragapatti. The Ezianors now chanted, "Glory be to thee, O All-Light, the person of every kingdom high and low, who hath brought our brothers and sisters home." 18. By natural impulse of thanks, Hapachah's hosts, 50 millions, rose up and responded, singing to thee, O Jehovah, how shall our souls find words? Thy Son? S and daughter? S love, how can we recompense? Make us light and clear, O Father, spotless before them and thee. 19. But the anthems were long, and sung with brilliancy, rejoicing and responding, millions to millions, as an opera of high heaven. 20. When the music ceased, Fragapatti said with the close of dawn of Dan, "These hosts shall be received as brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah, and ascend with us to the regions of Gamachkala, in Etheria. The apportioners will therefore divide them into groups in Haredi, with Etherian teachers to prepare them. That this may be accomplished, I proclaim one day's recreation, to assemble on the next day in order of business." 21. The marshals then proclaimed as had been commanded, and the hosts went into recreation, the Etherenes rushing to Hapachah's atmospherenes with great glee, everyone desiring some of them. Chapter 27. 1. When they were called to labor, Fragapatti said, "For the convenience of my own hosts, the light shall now be raised 2 degrees. In which case it will be well to permit the hosts of Hapachah to retire to the fields of Hukera in Haredi, where Athrava hath already a place and teachers for them." 2. Accordingly, the conductors now removed Hapachah's hosts, save about 1 million who resolved to endure the light. The Ezianors chanted whilst these arrangements were being carried out, and when they were accomplished the music ceased. 3. The chief marshal said, "Swift messengers, who are waiting without, salute Jehovah's throne, and his God, and pray an audience." Fragapatti said, "Whence come they? And what is the nature of their business?" 4. The marshal said, "From the Oahspe fields of Houts. Their business is of the Oahspe. Fragapatti said, "On a sign of Emuts, admit them, greeting from God, in the Father's name." 5. The marshal withdrew for a short while, and then returned, bringing in 1,000 swift messengers, of whom Arian was goddess. She advanced near the throne to the left. Fragapatti said, "Goddess Arian, greeting to thee, in Jehovah's name. Proceed thou." 6. Arian said, "Greeting, in love to thee, Fragapatti, and to all thy hosts. I hastened hither from the fields of Houts, section 12, on the one-time plateau in place of Horde, where are 1,000 millions and not, since many days. This I reported to the Lord God of Japheth, Eloan, whose forces are all employed, and he sent me hither. 7. Fragapatti said, It is well. Thou art at liberty. Job, canst thou untie the knot? Job said, I have faith to try. To which Fragapatti replied, Athrava will go with thee, but do thou the labor. Choose, therefore, thy hosts from my Ethereans, and have a vessel made sufficient, so that if thou findest it advisable to bring them away, thou canst do so. Retire, then, with the captain of the files, and make thy selections, and, in the meantime, give commands for the vessel to be made, and put in readiness for thee. 8. Job said, With Jehovah's help I will deliver them. And he saluted, and, with the captain of the files, he withdrew and made his selections, choosing 5 millions in all, of whom half were physicians and nurses. In the meantime he had the proper workmen build a vessel of sufficient capacity and strength, as commanded by Fragapatti. And in 7 days' time everything was completed, and Job commanded his hosts to enter the ship, and he and Athrava went in also. And presently they were off, being conducted by the goddess Arion, in her arrow ship, to the place of the knot. Chapter 28. 1. The goddess Arion slackened the speed of her arrow ship to suit that of Job's vessel. So, onward together they sped in a direct line, propelled as a rocket is propelled, by constant emissions from the hulk. The which expenditure is manufactured by the crew and commanders, skilled in wielding Jehovah's elements. For as mortals find means to traverse the ocean and to raise a balloon, so do the gods and spirits build and propel mightier vessels through the firmament, betwixt the stars and over and under and beyond the sun. 2. And when the Ethereans, highest raised in the most subtle spheres, send their ships coursing downward in the denser strata of a corporeal world, their ready workmen take in ballast, and turn the fans, and reverse the whirling screws to match the space and course of travel. For which purpose men learn the trade, having rank and grade according to proficiency. Many of them serving 1,000 years' apprenticeship, becoming so skilled in wielding the elements, and in the knowledge of the decrees of density, that thousands of millions of miles of roadways in heaven are as a well-learned book to them. 3. And, thus conversant with Jehovah's wide domains, they are eagerly sought after, especially in emergent cases, or on journeys of millions of years. For so well they know the requirements, the places of delight, the dangers of vortices and of eddies and whirlpools, that when a god saith take me hither, or yonder, they know the nearest way and the power required. 4. For, as Jehovah hath made icebergs on the corporeal ocean, dangerous to ships, and heavy currents of trade winds, and currents in the oceans, so are there in the Etherean firmament currents and densities which the well-skilled God can take advantage of, be it a slow trip of pleasure, or a swift one on urgent business to suffering angels or mortals. 5. And, be it god or goddess, dispatched by a higher council, to a distant place suddenly, he, or she, must be already acquainted with navigators sufficiently to know who to choose. And, likewise, understand the matter well enough to lend a helping hand if required. For oft the navigators have not swift messengers to pilot them. And yet a short journey of 50,000 miles may require as much skill as 1,000,000, especially in descending to a corporeal world. 6. Job knew, and he managed well. Following close on the arrow's trail till they neared the ruined plateau, and then, amidst the broken currents, Arion dropped alongside, perceiving Job's less wieldy vessel, and made fast. She said to Job 7. Behold, we are near the place. Then Job asked, How foundest thou it not in such a wasted country? Arion answered him 8. When Jehovah created women, he gave to her 2 chief attributes, curiosity and solicitude for others. So, passing here, surveying the place where the first heavenly kingdom was, I remembered it had been said that Af left some island places where once a colony in heaven had been built, and I halted to examine it. A moaning terrible sound greeted me. I heard the Oahspe knots, as I had oft heard others before. 9. We landed and made fast, and presently went about searching, led by the sad noise. Then we came to the great mound, the knot, 1,000 million drudges bound in a heap. Wailing, muffled, moaning as if all the heap of them were in the throes of death, but could not die. 10. Being myself powerless to overcome such fearful odds, I took the bearing of the regions where I should find the nearest God. And so, having measured the knot, I set sail as thou hast heard. 11. Job said, every day I behold thy wisdom, O Jehovah. In a new light thy wondrous judgment riseth up before me. Who but thee, O Father, had seen the fruitage of curiosity made perfect in thy daughters? From the little bud seen in mortal form, to the overscanning of thy heavens by such goddesses. 12. As thus Job discoursed, they arrived at a suitable landing place, where they made their vessels fast, and then hurried to the knot. Without much ado, Job walled the knot around with low fire, leaving a gateway to the east, where he placed 1,000 sentinels. 1,000,000 of this army he stationed outside of and beyond the walls, and these were divided into groups of selectors, guardsmen, physicians, nurses and bearers, and manufacturers of fire and water. The selectors were provided with rods of fire and water, and the guardsmen with shields and blinds. 13. Then Job stationed another 1,000,000 betwixt the knot and the gateway, and these were stationed in 4 rows, each 2 rows facing, and but 2 paces apart. So that betwixt the rows it was like a walled alleyway. And the other 3 millions Job caused to surround the knot on every side. Each and every one of these was provided with a fire lamp, which they held in the right hand. And when all things were thus in readiness, Job commanded the attack to begin. And at once the attackers thrust their fire lamps in the face of the draw nearest by, and, seizing them with the other hand, pulled them away. The draw do not all relinquish their grip on the knot at the sight of the lamp, but often require to be nearly burned and stifled with the light before they release their hold. Neither cometh this grip of evil, but of fear. 14. The knot is nothing more nor less than a mass of millions and millions of spirits becoming panic-stricken and falling upon their chief, or leader, who becometh powerless in their grip, and is quickly rolled up in the midst of the knot. 15. And when the deliverers thus begin at the exterior of the knot, peeling off the crazed and moaning spirits, they hurl them backward, where they are caught by the seconds, who, in turn, hurl them into the alleyways, where they are again thrust forward till past the gate in the wall of fire. From the time, therefore, that the drug receiveth the thrust of the fire lamp in his face, he is not suffered to linger, but is whirled suddenly from one to another, so quickly he cannot fasten to any person or thing. For were they to fasten on even the deliverers, first one and then another, soon a second knot would result. Because of which, to untie a know of 1,000,000,000 crazed angels is not only a dangerous proceeding, but a feat of unusual grandeur to be undertaken by 5,000,000 Etherenes. 16. To provide against accident, Job appointed Athrava to take charge of the delivered after they were beyond the walls. For Athrava had been long practiced in such matters, thousands of years. So Athrava divided and arranged the druges into groups, placing guardians with fire rods over them, and in some cases taking the groups away and walling them around with fire also. 17. Now by the time 500 millions of the knot were released, some of the external, delivered groups, began to tie themselves into knots. And when Athrava saw this, he said unto Job, Behold, they are becoming too numerous for my hosts. I have not sufficient guardians. Job said 18. Then will I cease a while, and, instead of delivering, come and assist thee. Accordingly, Job suspended the battle for a time, and together they labored with those without, untying the small knots and arranging them in safer ways, placing a greater number of guards over them. 19. This done, the Ezianors struck up lively music, starting dancings and marchings. For such is the routine of the restoring process practiced by the gods. Then come the nurses with cheerful words, with mirth and gaiety, following one diversion with another in rapid succession. But to the raving maniacs, and to the stupid, and to the helpless blind, the physicians now turn their attention. 20. Again Job and his army fell upon the knot, pulling the external ones away and hurling them out, but not so rapidly, having fewer deliverers, for he had bequeathed an extra 1,000,000 to Athrava, outside the walls. And after another 300 millions were delivered, Job ceased again, and joined with Athrava to assist and divide and group them in the same way. and he bequeathed another 1,000,000 of his army to Athrava, and then again resumed the attack on the knot, and thus continued till he reached the core of the knot, having untied the whole 1,000,000,000 Druges, gradually lessening his own army and enlarging that of Athrava. 21. And when Job came to the core of the knot, behold, he found Oahspe, the false god, who falsely styled himself Thor, the Etherian. And in the midst of the knot they had jewels of rare value and stolen crowns and stolen symbols, and rods, and holy water, and urns, and incense, and a broken will of Jehovah, a broken triangle of the gods, and, in fact, a sufficiency of things whereof one might write a book in the description. Suffice it, a false god and his kingdom had collapsed, and he fell, crushed in the glory of his throne. And there were with him 7 false lords, who were also crushed in the terrible fall. 22. Oahspe and his lords, from their confinement in the knot, were also crazed and wild with fear, screaming and crying with all their strength, even as were all the others, like drunkards long debauched, delirious and fearful of imaginary horrors, which have no existence. Or as one's hand, long compressed, becometh numb, so that when the pressure is taken away it still seemeth not free. So would not Oahspe nor his lords believe they were free, but still cried, calling for help. 23. At this time there came from Ahioan, god of Japheth, a messenger with 40 companions, and with 500 apprentices. And the messenger's name was Turb, an Atmospherian, 300 years, grade 2. Greeting from Ahioan, in Jehovah's name. Turb said, to whom shall I speak? To whose honor this deliverance credit, save Jehovah's? Athrava said 24. To Job, a Zarathustra disciple of Fragapatti, who is sojourning in Meru, capital of Harati. And Athrava further asked Turb his name, whence he came, and especially if he knew about this knot before, and the history of its cause. To which Turb replied 25. From Ahioan this I have learned some 400 years ago, one of the sub-gods, named Oahspe, because of his modesty and bird-like fleetness, was promoted by Samadhi, who is now commissioned master of the influence by Fragapatti. This, whom Job hath delivered, is Oahspe, the one-time faithful sub-god of honorable purposes. His kingdom prospered for 200 years, and his name and fame spread throughout all these heavens, and even down to mortals, who were inspired by his admiring spirits to make images of birds Oahspe or ibis, and dedicate them to Oahspe. 26. He became vain of the flattery, and, losing faith in Jehovah, finally came out in unbelief, saying there was no all-highest, save as each and every god chose to exalt himself. Within his dominions, which numbered nearly 1,000,000,000 angels, were a score or more of lords under him. To the wisest of whom he began to preach his views, looking to personal laudation and glory. 27. In the course of a score of years, the matter culminated in Oahspe and a few of his favored lords proclaiming a new kingdom, styled, the All-Highest Kingdom and the All-Highest Heaven. And the title he assumed was, Thor, the only begotten Son of all light. Thor, the all-light personated. Thor, the personal Son of me, the Virgin Universe. 28. Thus Oahspe cut loose from the true God and his kingdoms. And he immediately walled his kingdom around with a standing army, promoting 7 of his most efficient admirers as lords, and others as generals and captains. And at once he set about enlarging and enriching his throne, and his capital, which he called Oahspe, and known as Houts on the true charts. 29. In the course of 100 years his kingdom became a place of 2,000,000,000 souls. His chief city, Oahspe, was the richest and most gaudy city that had ever been in these heavens. The streets were paved with precious stones. The palaces for himself, his lords, and his marshals and generals, were built of the most costly jewels with pillars, arches and chambers of the most elaborate workmanship, and of the most costly material. 30. Oahspe became a tyrant. And, save his lords and a few favored friends, none were permitted to approach the throne but by crawling on their bellies, and even under guard. Nor were they permitted to raise their eyes upon him, save at a very great distance. And all his subjects were his slaves, in fact, though under progressive discipline. These slaves were sent far away into Atmospheria, or else down to the earth, to gather tribute for the glory of Thor, Oahspe and his favorites. Nor did these slaves mistrust, but they were working for Jehovah, believing that he lived in the capital, Oahspe. 31. At first, Thor educated and otherwise improved his slaves. But, finding them less obedient in consequence of knowledge, he finally destroyed all the heavenly schools and colleges, and resolved to keep his subjects forever ignorant. Consequently, the wiser ones deserted him, save his officers, and his angels were without knowledge, knowing nothing, save that they had to work for Thor forever. 32. In addition to ignorance, Thor kept his subjects forever in fear of himself, forever threatening them with terrible punishments if they ceased to pray to him as the only personified all-light, Jehovah. And in the course of time, his people forgot all aspirations for any other heaven or any other god. Many of these were deputized to dwell with mortals as guardian spirits, persuading mortals to worship Thor and Ibis, threatening them with being turned into serpents and toads after death if they obeyed not these injunctions. 33. Thus ruled Thor, the false, for 400 years in Oahspe. Neither was it possible for Samadhi to send an army of sufficient strength to overcome such a kingdom. But a change finally came. A light descended from the higher heavens 6 generations ago. And, according to the legends of old, it was ominous that the gods of higher worlds would intercede. 34. So, Samadhi, taking advantage of this, sent emissaries to Thor, otherwise Oahspe, and solicited him to give over his evil ways, and re-establish Jehovah. Thor, the false, sent backward, saying, "When I was a child, I was taught to fear Jehovah, and I feared him. After long experience I have discovered there is nothing to fear in all the worlds. If there be any Jehovah, he is without form or person or sense. I fear him not. I revere him not. My heaven is good enough for me and my lords. As for my subjects, let no man, nor god, nor lord, meddle with them." 35. Samadhi, who was the lawful god of all these heavens and of the earth, thus perceived no way to reach Thor's slaves, for the slaves were too ignorant to desire anybody or things save Thor. Nevertheless, he sent word the second time to Thor, this time saying, "Thy kingdom is even now destitute of intelligent people sufficient to protect thee in case of panic. If a comet, or any sudden light, or the passage of an avalanche through thy dominions should take place, thou wouldst surely find thyself overthrown in a knot. Thy subjects look upon thee as the All-Highest. They will surely rush upon thee." 36. Thor sent the messengers back with an insulting answer. Thus the matter stood till after Ahriman's appointment as god of Japheth and her heavens, which at once cut off Thor's emissaries to mortals, and confined him within his own kingdom. At this time, Samadhi was commissioned to establish the word of God amongst mortals, but he communicated Thor's position to Ahriman. 37. Ahriman sent ambassadors to Thor, the false, beseeching him in the same manner to give up his personality, and return with his kingdom to Jehovah, promising him the best of assistance. To this, Thor, the false, replied, by the messengers, saying 38. Ahriman, thou usurper! If thou desirest favors of me, thou shalt approach me as all gods and angels do, by crawling on thy belly before me. Encroach thee not one jot or tittle on my most high kingdom, or I will banish thee back to thy miscreant regions with stripes and curses. 39. Ahriman was surprised, but perceived that till trouble came upon Oahspe nothing could be done for him. So the time came. Jehovah suffered him to go the full period of self-glory. Thus Oahspe fell. 40. Turb ceased, and Athrava said, O Jehovah, when will man cease to fall? Thou hast proclaimed thyself in all places, high and low. Thy gods and lords and countless angels have proclaimed thee. Thou alone art the password to all the universe. Thy name hath 1,000 exalted devices to win the souls of mortals and angels from darkness to light, and yet they turn away from thee, thou creator of suns and stars and countless ethereal worlds. And they set up themselves as an object of worship. O the smallness of gods and men! O the vanity of thy little children! 41. Thou hast said to mortals, go not into the marshes, for there is fever. Build not large cities, for there is sin. Go not after lust, for there is death. But they go in headlong, and they are bruised and dead. 42. To those who are risen in heaven, thou hast said, remember the lessons of earth, lest ye fall. Remember the fate of self-conceit, lest ye be scourged. Remember the king and the queen of earth, how they become bound in heaven, lest ye also become bound. 43. But they will not heed. Vain self riseth up in the soul. They behold no other God but themselves, in whom they acknowledge wisdom. Chapter 29. One Job heard the story of Turb, and he said unto him, Since I have heard these things, I am resolved to bind Thor, the false, and his lords, and send them with thee to Elohim. Turb said, This would be my delight. Because Thor insulted Elohim, it would be well for Elohim to restore him to his senses. 2. Job said, Tarry, then, a little while, and my physicians shall bind them, that they do no harm in their madness, and I will have them delivered into the boat. So, the proper persons bound up Thor and his lords with bands of cord, for they were wild and delirious. And after that, they were put into Trib's boat, ready to be carried away. Job said to Trib 3. Greeting to Elohim, in the name of Jehovah. And say thou to him that, according to the laws of these heavens, a false god, or false lord, who hath led the people away from the Father, shall, after his deliverance, be made to reteach the truth to his deceived subjects. Neither shall he be promoted higher or faster than the lowest of his former subjects. For which reason, after Elohim's companions have restored Job and his lords to soundness of mind, he and his lords shall be again bequeathed with their own kingdoms. In the meantime, I will in the same plateau begin the establishment of a new kingdom to the Father out of these crazed Druges. 4. Turb and his companions then re-entered their boat and set sail at once for Elohim's kingdom. Thor, the false, and his lords, wailing and crying with fear, knowing not any man, nor woman, nor child. 5. Job now turned his attention to the hosts of panic-stricken Druges, who were constantly forming themselves in knots, and yet being as rapidly severed by the Etherenes. To Athrava he said, How more helpless is a deranged spirit than a mortal. They float on their own wild thoughts. At one time they fly from us before the wind. At another they run together, or upon us, like molten gum, and we cannot keep them off. 6. Athrava said, Behold the wisdom of the Father in creating man in a corporeal body. What a glorious anchorage for a young, or a weak, or a deranged spirit. What a home a corporeal body is. How better we could manage these crazed ones were they thus provided. 7. Job said, Which show with us the way we must proceed to restore them. Since we cannot create corporeal bodies for them, the Father hath given us power to provide them subjectively for a time being. 8. Thus proceeded Job and Athrava, first walling the place around with fire, so none of the drug could escape, and then dividing them into thousands of groups, by means of fire also. Then creating subjective bodies for them, to which they bound themselves willingly, and which prevented them from fastening to one another. 9. This is what Druges call reincarnation in another world. And whilst they were thus provided temporarily by their teachers, and governors, and nurses, many of them imagined themselves to be kings and queens and high priests, and even lords and gods. 10. For more than 100 days, Job and Athrava labored in the above manner. And the physicians and nurses and Ezianors labored to restore the minds of the people. And they mastered the adversity, and had them well nigh all restored and disciplined when messengers came from Fragapatti, greeting, saying 11. Behold, the dawn of Dan is passing swiftly, and I must yet visit the Lord gods in the different heavens of the earth. It is therefore my decree that Athrava return to Meru and resume the throne. And that Job return also, and join me as my student and companion on my journeys. Send these, my commandments, to Elohim, greeting, in my name, and he will provide a lord to rule over the delivered knot of Oahspe. 12. So, Job and Athrava were relieved by a lord appointed by Elohim, and his name was Sukyawicho, an atmospherian pupil of Samadhi, of 400 years, and of great resolution and proficiency. So Job provided Sukhyawicha with a throne, and left 4 millions of teachers, nurses and physicians with him. And with the other million, Job and Athrava departed from Meru, in Harati. 13. Now as for the cruisers, the swift messengers with Aaron, as soon as the knot was safely untied, and Job and his lords bound and delivered into Trib's keeping, to be sent to Ahioan, they departed, having recorded the proceeding in Aaron's diary. 14. Fragapatti, having heard of the success of Job in delivering the knot, determined to honor him on his reception at Meru. Accordingly, Fragapatti sent heralds out into Harati, proclaiming a day of recreation, and inviting as many as chose to come to Meru to receive Job. The proper officers provided musicians, flags, banners and fireworks, suitable for the enjoyment of hundreds of millions of the inhabitants of Harati. Others provided reception boats, 1,000, to go part way and meet Job's ship. 15. So it came to pass, when Job returned to Meru, he was received in great honor and majesty, and in lights of unusual splendor. 16. Fragapatti afterward said of this matter, I had policy in this. Job was to be the next god of earth and her heavens. And whatsoever would win the love, the admiration and awe of his unlearned subjects would contribute to their resurrection. Chapter 30. 1. So for one day there was great rejoicing in Meru. And when it was ended, and the people retired to their respective places, the lights were raised for business. 2. Fragapatti said to Athrava, Come thou and resume Jehovah's throne. As for myself, I will go now and establish another habitation in Zarathustra. And after that I will visit the Lord gods of the divisions of the earth. 3. And when I have completed these labors, it will be near the end of the dawn of Dan. See to it, therefore, that all who wish to prepare for the third resurrection be duly notified. 4. And now, when Fragapatti had risen up from the throne, swift messengers were announced from Zarathustra, the inhabitor of earth. The marshals were commanded to admit them. And presently the swift messengers came in, greeting in Jehovah's name. They said, Zarathustra sends love to Fragapatti. When the resurrection of this dawn is come, Zarathustra will visit Meru. And he will also bring with him Oahspe, first deliverer of brides and bridegrooms of the first harvest of the earth. 5. When the message had been thus delivered, there was great rejoicing in the capital. Fragapatti thanked the messengers in the Father's name, and after that, the swift messengers withdrew. 6. Presently, Fragapatti withdrew also, taking Job and Hapacha with him. And when they departed out of the capital, and came to the Arvalonza, the marshals had the accompanying hosts assembled, 10 millions, and so they entered the ship, and, amidst music and rejoicings, they departed, going direct to the kingdom of Yima, Lord God of Shem and her heavens. 7. Yima had been notified of their coming, and had a Piedmuzzer, a rowboat made, in order to go and meet them. The Piedmuzzer was sufficient to carry 10,000 musicians, 30,000 rowers, and 200,000 travelers. And such were the numbers who embarked on her to meet Fragapatti. 8. 3 years had now elapsed since Yima set out to establish the Father's kingdom in the heavens of Shem. And, save through messengers, little was known in Meru of Yima's labors. Fragapatti had said of him, Yima liveth with the voice. He cannot err. 9. In the 7th diaphragm of the Oahspe, the vessels met, and Fragapatti opened the lower division of the Arvalonza, and took in Yima's boat and crew and passengers, amidst music and rejoicings. And, after due ceremonies, Fragapatti caused the Arvalonza to proceed, conducted by Leaps, one of Yima's messengers, and they proceeded rapidly until they arrived at Astoreth, the capital of Yima's kingdom in Etnospheria, first grade, and resting upon the earth. Chapter 31. 1. After Yima's appointment by Fragapatti, he had come to these regions. And, finding great darkness upon both spirits and mortals, he besought Jehovah, to know the cause and cure thereof. 2. The voice of Jehovah came to Yima, saying, Whether spirits or mortals, they seek rather to obey their own self-desires than my commandments. Behold, I sent them Apollo, and he gave them intercourse betwixt the two worlds, angels and mortals. and for a season they held up their heads and remembered me and my kingdoms. 3. But presently, they turned everything upside down, and built on their own account. I had shown them that by industry and perseverance they could attain to knowledge and power. But because mortals discovered that prophecy could come from the spirits of the dead, they ceased to perfect themselves, and they grew up in idleness. 4. The angels loved not to labor, to achieve my exalted heavens, being contented with the lowest. And they likewise fell in darkness, forgetting me and my higher places above. 5. I called out to my son, Osiris, saying, Go thou down to the earth and her heavens, and build them up, in my name. Yea, thou shalt wall them apart, that there shall be no communion betwixt the two worlds, save to my chosen. 6. And Osiris came, and fulfilled my commandments. To mortals he provided them that no spirit could come to them. And, as for the spirits that infested the earth about, he drove them away and colonized them, and he cut them off from the earth. And for a season, mortals prospered under my judgments. And they sought to improve the talents I created withal. 7. But again have they confounded my judgments and perverted my laws. Every man on the earth hath a philosophy of his own. Every spirit in these heavens hath a philosophy of his own. And there is no uniformity between any of them. Hear me then, my son. Thou shalt not teach as Osiris did, nor yet as Apollo, but pursue a mean betwixt the two. 8. Thou shalt select them, permitting certain spirits to return to mortals, and permitting certain mortals to attain suis and seriges, and to see and commune with spirits. But thou shalt provide them in judgment, making the process of intercommunion a secret amongst mortals. For in this thou shalt shut off the drudges of heaven and the drugs on earth. 9. Behold, my son Samadhi will come this way. Labor thou with him and Zarathustra. Into God's hands have I given my decrees. He shall build on the earth. Build thou in heaven. As he buildeth for mortals, build thou for the spirits of the intermediate world. But keep thou open the doorway to my holy places in the heavens above. Chapter 32. One Yema inquired of Jehovah, and the voice answered him, saying 2. Go thou from place to place in these heavens, and prove thy power. To the ignorant, power is antecedent in gaining the judgment. After power, wisdom. The fool saith, What canst thou do that I cannot? But when he seeth the power that cometh from my hand, he openeth his ears and eyes. To teach men and angels to unite, how have they not failed on all hands? 3. Mortals have said it is good to be good, but it is not practicable. They have said it is wise to be wise, but wisdom runneth in 1,000 roadways. Every man for himself. 4. The angels of these regions have said it is good for us to unite into kingdoms, to have gods and lords. But who can unite us? Shall we sell our liberty to one person? But they will not unite. They dwell in inharmony. Everyone taketh the earnings of another. The profit of one is the injury of others. They are barren of united good. 5. Jehovah said, One kingdom may have many good men and many good women, but be of no good as a kingdom. I measure not the individuals, but the entire household. I judge the virtue of a kingdom by its combined harvest delivered unto my keeping. 6. When a kingdom is aggregating to itself more wisdom and virtue, the amount of its increase is my harvest. When a kingdom cannot retain its own members, it is falling away from me. The uprightness of its few is as nothing in my sight. The secret of the power of a kingdom lieth in its capacity to aggregate in my name and obey my commandments. 7. For 100 days Yema went through the lower heavens, displaying the miracles of the upper heavens. And his hosts, many of whom traveled with him, enlisted pupils, particularly collecting the spirits of young children. And in 100 days he had many millions of spirits, abracadabras, mostly helpless wanderers. 8. With these he repaired to Astoreth, and made ready to found his kingdom. Jehovah spake to him, saying, Fear not, my son, because of the helplessness of thy subjects. He who would start a new kingdom is wise in choosing none who have hobbies of their own. Whosoever goeth forth in my name, I will be with him. 9. Yima inquired of Jehovah who should be appointed assistant god, and the voice answered Thule. So Yima appointed Thule. And he made Habel chief marshal of the capital. 10. Again the voice of Jehovah came to Yima, saying, Thou shalt appoint unto Shem 100 lords, and they shall have dominion over mortals. Hear thou the voice of thy Creator through my son, Zarathustra, while I establish temples to my lords and gods. And thou shalt so provide thy heavenly kingdom, that thy lords shall inhabit the temples, communing with the Rabbi-Baals, who shall be called Goders. But the communion betwixt spirits and mortals shall be known only to the Goders, and to the sub-priests under them. But mortals shall be left to believe that these fathers have attained to spirit communion by great purity and wisdom. 11. Likewise, when Drujas manifest to mortals, it shall not be countenanced but as a mark of evil, raised up against truth. 12. And when thou hast established thy kingdom, thou shalt cut off the supplies of the Drujas, so they will become borrowers from thy people. In this manner, they will in time consent to labor. 13. Yima then appointed 100 lords, who became as the roots to the tree of heaven. The Eshon lords were 14. Ithwa, Yestas, Micros, Jub, Zarist, Hum, Perus, Vadiv, Nyasha, Cope, Drhon, Yushk, Kudoye and Thrakton. 15. The Stasia's lords were Kashvar, Tusht, Yain, Amesh and Amisha. Armate, Wayev, Vahois, Vstavia and Komek. 16. The general lords were called Ashim, with voice. That is to say, Ashim Vohu, lords-in-chief, given for the kingdoms of the sun, in the land of Shem. They were Shnoda, Zathias, Mutu, Uriel, Keshes, Ktur, Shakya, Thretem, Ganitobilrishai, Habarshaya, Patiskolmia, Huyas, Hakdot, Anarena, Tubalath, Kever, Daranasia, Or, Madoshimo, Runas, Gaelmordishi, Beariah, Zardashta, Kaborio Wichwichero Benyas and Kpatama. And Yima made these 25 lords controllers of the voice, with mortals, to take the place of Samadhi after the death and ascension of Zarathustra, for which reason they were called the Ashim Vohu. See the Vedic scriptures. 17. The lords of farmers and herdsmen were Gaoma, Hoshag, Tamar, Jamsht, Fredon, Minoshir Bani and Huz. 18. The lords of seafaring men were Thetis, Mirh Jan, Nias, Kftraz, Tivia, Agreft, Ardusalar, Tanathar, Avoidus, Marganesiacta, Ha-Akastania and Varchuan. 19. The lordnesses of births and mothers, the Hotchki, were Kaviti, Wayuts, Haud, Anekarate, Wivias, Wiseta, Hopani, Convercho, Avipohu, Katan, Hokrova, Tian, Balquau and Gamausi. 20. The lords of buildings were Irathama, Herathakna, Hidas, Hutu, Koigaga, Harawati, Vivasin, Mutahaga, Kawas, Machio, Ames, Hodo, Trusivi, Varekopaga and Sai. 21. The lords of timekeeping, who had dominion of the change of watch, were Kapurasastras, Vadimohu and Hawatwak. 22. Jehovah spake to Yima, saying, In this day will I bless thy labor. Because mortals have ceased to believe in immortality, they have shut off the intercourse with Drujas. For which reason thou shalt establish pure communion with thy pure lords, and none other. 23. Yima sent his lords to their several places, and every lord took with him 1,000 attendant angels. Yima said to them, before they departed, See to it, O ye lords! In your several places stir the people up. And wherever ye find kings or queens or generals surrounded by spirits that urge them on in their affairs, cut off those spirits, leaving the mortals destitute of inspiration, and their kingdoms and armies will become disorganized and helpless. 24. And whenever the mortals Samadhi and Zarathustra come to a city, go ye also, laboring with them. And when Zarathustra holdeth up his hands and saith, O Father, light of thy light, gather ye of the substance around about, and shield him with a wall of fire. And if Zarathustra say, O Father, Ormust, give thy children food, then shall ye cast down, from the air above, fish and fruit. 25. And if a king or a captain raise a hand against Zarathustra, gather ye about him and shield him. And if a man draw a sword against Zarathustra, catch ye the blade and break it to pieces. 26. Jehovah spake to Yima, saying, the time will come when the present mortal kingdoms will fall. But the followers of Zarathustra, who will succeed them under the Zarathustrian law, shall be protected, even as ye, during dawn, protect Zarathustra. 27. For which reason, thy Lord shall raise up other lords to take their places after the ascent of this dawn. And it shall come to pass that all light and all truth and all success shall come to mortals through the priests Rabbis, who shall succeed Zarathustra. But as for the kings of great cities, who will not accept my light, they shall go down in darkness, and their kingdoms shall fall to pieces. 28. Yima, having established his lords, now turned his attention to the heavenly kingdoms of Hades. Chapter 33. 1. Jehovah said to Yima, thou shalt separate the spirits, the partly light from the wholly dark. Build thou, therefore, a throne in the plateaus sufficient for 3,000,000,000 souls. And because there are more females than males, thou shalt call the place of thy throne Astoreth. And when thou hast provided a house for thy council, thou shalt send forth selectors, who shall bring unto thee as many as choose to come. And these shall be the foundation of thy kingdom. 2. Yima proceeded as commanded by the Father, and presently he had congregated around about Astoreth a sufficient number to establish places of amusement, places of worship, and places of learning. Again the voice came to Yima, saying, 3. Because thy kingdom is attractive, thou art flooded with idlers, who are of no profit to any person in heaven or earth. To keep them away, thou shalt wall thy kingdom around with pillars of fire. For thus have I created man, that to whom putteth him away he will return with zeal. Because thou shalt make thy labors seclusive, they will run for thee. 4. And when they come to thee, thou shalt bargain with them for righteous behavior erst thou feedest them. And when thou hast thus gathered in all who come in this way, thou wilt not yet have the half. 5. But those who are left will be without judgment, and thou shalt take possession of them, and bestow them in colonies. And thou shalt rank them. The lowest of all shall be the first rank. Those who come after the pillars of fire are built shall be the second rank. And those who come with the selectors shall be called the third rank. 6. And thou shalt divide thine own hosts. Those who go with thy lords down to mortals as guardian spirits shall be called Ashers, and they shall bring the spirits of the newly dead and deliver them to thy hosts in heaven, which hosts shall be called Asaphs. 7. And the Ashers shall drive all spirits away from mortals, save such as are appointed by thee or thy lords. For above all things shalt thou seek to become controller over mortals, to the end that they become faithists in me and my dominion. 8. Yima then divided the spirits of heaven according to the commandments of the Creator. After that he took possession of the wandering spirits of darkness, whether they were on earth or in heaven, and he had them taken into places prepared for them. And he provided them with physicians, nurses and teachers, and they were made to understand they were dead as to their earth bodies, and that they must give up the earth. 9. After this, Yima established places of learning in heaven, and places of labor, teaching the angels to clothe and feed themselves by their own industry. 10. Again the voice of Jehovah came to Yima, saying, Behold, my son, the lower heaven hath reached Skpiok. It is, therefore, the time in which angels of the first grade be taught to build heavenly mansions. 11. Yima commanded the teachers and the superintendents of factories to prohibit the spirits from returning to mortals, save by permission. Yima said. 12. It is wiser to inspire mortals to rise in heaven after death than to have them ever drawing the angels down to the earth. And my lords on the earth shall labor to this end also. So Yima taught new inspirations, both in heaven and on earth, which were that the angels of the dead should build homes in heaven for their kindred, and that mortals should be taught that there were mansions in heaven ready for their souls after death. 13. Yima said, mortals becoming founded in this belief, will not so readily become wandering spirits after death. 14. Whilst Yima was thus building in heaven, his lords, with their attendant spirits, were manifesting on earth, as had never been before since the foundation of this world. 15. The temples of the stars were broken and thrown down by the spirits. The iron gates of the cities were taken off and carried into the forests. The palaces of kings and queens were unroofed, and the stones of the walls of the palaces were hurled from their places. Even to the foundation, one stone was not left upon another. And these things were done by the spirits of heaven. 16. And men and women and children were carried in the air by the angels, and unharmed. The household goods were carried out, and the food of the tables stripped off, even as mortals sat down to feast, and they were made to behold the food going away. With their own eyes beheld they these things. 17. And mortals were made to see visions and to dream dreams of prophecy, and to have unusual powers. And in many places the spirits took on sarages, and walked about amongst mortals, being seen and felt. And they talked audibly, explaining to mortals the dominion of Yima and his lords. 18. In all things that Yima and his hosts did in heaven, his lords worked in harmony with him in their labor on the earth. Nevertheless, there were also vagrant spirits on earth who belonged not to the kingdoms of heaven, but who made manifestations on their own account. And they were given to lying, and to flattery, and to evil generally. Yima, little by little, cut off these evil spirits, and took them away to his colonies, and disciplined them. 19. Such, then, were Yima's labors when Fragapatti came to see him, to honor which occasion, Yima had proclaimed recreation in Astoreth, and invited his lords and captains and others to be present and take part in a season of enjoyment. Chapter 34. 1. On the arrival of the Avalonza, the Ezianors of Astoreth, and the trumpeters of the colonies, sang and played, being joined by the hosts aboard the vessels. And when they ceased, Thule, assistant god of Astoreth, commanded the marshals to receive the hosts, foremost of whom were Yima and his attendants, preceded by his traveling marshals and harpers, the latter being 5,000 females, led by Beatrice, goddess of Thoshana, and Etheria. After these came the marshals of Fragapatti, 10,000. Then the swift messengers, 10,000. Then Fragapatti, on whose left was Yadom, and on whose right was Hob. And these were followed by the musicians, and then came the hosts in general. 2. Yima ascended the throne at once, but Fragapatti and his hosts halted in the arena, within the circuit of the altar. Next beyond these were the guards of the lights. And still outside of these were the crescent members of the council. 3. Yima said, in the name of Jehovah, I welcome thee, O Fragapatti, chief of Absud and Gamachkala, to the throne of God. And as wisdom and power I would have thee honor Astoreth by taking possession, in the Father's name. 4. Without replying, Fragapatti walked alone to the throne, saluting on the sign of high noon, which Yima answered in the setting sun. Yima stood aside, and Fragapatti ascended and stood in front of the middle of the throne. He said, 5. Into thy possession, O Jehovah, receive thou this, thy throne. Hardly had Fragapatti spoken, when a light, bright as the sun, settled above his head, and a voice came out of the midst of the light, saying, 6. To thee, my son, and to thy son, and to thy gods and lords, and to all who follow them in my name, do I bequeath this, my throne, forever. Whosoever becometh one with me, shall not only hear my voice and receive my power, but also inherit that which he createth out of my creation. 7. Jehovah's voice continued, saying, Whosoever looketh upon my works and saith, Behold, I cannot cope with these elements, is short in faith and wisdom. For I have not created in vain, that either mortals or spirits cannot control my elements in their respective places. They shall improve the talents I have given them. 8. I made the earth wide, and filled it with many things. But I gave man a foundation, that he might attain to the mastery of land and water, and minerals, and of all the living. Yea, I gave him a corporeal body to practice with, and as an abiding place for the assistance of his own soul. 9. And I created atmospheria wider than the earth, and filled it with all manner of spiritual things, and with the substance of Plateau. But I gave also to the spirits of the dead, talents, the which can attain to the mastery of all things in Atmospherea. 10. Whoever hath attained to these things is like a traveling sun, my light is upon him. He prepareth the place, and my voice cometh out of the light thereof. Let my sons and daughters stir themselves up. Where they are gathered together in my name, there am I also. My hand is upon them. My power becometh one with them, and my voice is possible in their midst. The voice ceased. 11. There were many present who had not previously heard the voice of all light, and because of the brilliancy they were blinded for a while, but presently restored. Fragapatti then said, Hobanyatoned, come ye and sit on the throne. And they went up and sat on the throne. And in the same time the Esianors chanted, Hail to great Jehovah's voice. His sons and daughters, of thousands of years, are returned once more to their native star, to proclaim his boundless glory. 12. Fragapatti said, in the Father's name, I proclaim a day of recreation. To resume labor at the sound of the trumpet in the east. And now the hosts mingled together freely, being buoyant with cheerfulness. And during the recreation, millions of Etherenes went out into the plateau, visiting the places of learning, the factories and hospitals, and such places as belong to the lower heavens. 13. On the next day, at the call of the trumpet, the people resumed their places, and after the music, Fragapatti said to thee, O Thule, will I speak in the name of Jehovah? Thou art chosen by the Father to be assistant to Yima, Jehovah's son, during the storm, which is near its end, and after that thou shalt be Lord and God of these heavens and of the earth beneath, for 200 years. 14. Because thou art wise and good, the Father hath raised thee up, and great is thy glory. That thou mayst have strength and power, thou shalt in thy reign be called Yima, also. For the time hath now come to the earth when mortals must learn to know the lords and gods who rule over them. 15. During 200 years will the earth be traveling in my Orion field, Gamachkala, and thou shalt be one with me in thy dominions. Whatsoever thou shalt require at my hand, I will send to thee. Thou shalt, therefore, keep thy place in order. And if thou needest Aji, I will send it. If thou needest Dan, I will send it. 16. Be less concerned about the spirits in thy heavens than about mortals on the earth. Mortals must have sufficient Aji, that the race become not extinct. They must have a sufficient Dan, that they become not as beasts. For which reason, every 11th year thou shalt number Abracadabra C tablet, book of Sappha, and supply my swift messengers with the leasts thereof. And I will bring the elements of Gamachkala to bear upon thy labor profitably to the Father. 17. In the next place, be thou careful of too much leniency toward the spirits in the first resurrection. Suffer them not to abide with mortals as teachers. Remember thou that mortals so love their dead kindred, they would even deprive them of heavenly education for the sake of having them around about them. Remember, also, that the spirits of the recent dead, who are entered as Essenes in all good heavens, so love their mortal kindred, that they would seek no higher heaven than to linger around about them on the earth. Which habit groweth upon them, so that in 2 or 3 generations they become drujas, worthless to themselves, knowing little of the earth and less of heaven. 18. Be thou firm, therefore, in holding dominion over the Essenes, permitting them only to return to mortals under guard, and especially preventing them from teaching other than the Ormazdian religion. 19. After this, thou shalt be circumspect in the storeth, remembering that it is the part of a god to provide his kingdom for the development of all the talents Jehovah hath created withal. For thou shalt so commingle labor and recreation, and rest and learning, that each and every one is of equal attraction. 20. And whether thy commandments be for angels or for mortals, thou shalt, first of all, and last of all, inspire them to faith in the Creator, and to follow the little star of light he hath given to every soul. Fragapatti ceased. 21. Jehovah said, I have drawn my crescent and my altar. Whoever would hear my voice and heed my commandments, let them hearken to the forms and ceremonies that shape the soul of things. I am order. I am stateliness without severity. I am love without passion. I am wisdom by suggestion, and without dictation. I am the most silent, but most powerful. I am the least seen, but always present when asked for. 22. And now, since the people knew Fragapatti was about to depart, the proper officers arranged matters, so that all could pass in front of the throne to receive his blessing. Accordingly, the Asianors commenced singing, and the procession began. The master of the lights of the council lowered them, and Fragapatti lowered his own lights, and came down and stood at the foot of the throne, covered with light drapery, which fell down to his feet. 23. His hands he held upward, waving gently. And he created drapery and perfume, and wreaths of flowers, and bestowed something upon every soul that passed, of whom there were more than 1,000 millions. 24. And when the procession had all passed, Fragapatti sat down at the foot of the throne. Then came down Yima and took his hand, saying, Son of Jehovah, arise and go thy way, and the Father be with thee. So Fragapatti rose up and departed, and Hobanyat went and Yima and Thule with him. And Yima left Hyatra, goddess of Milo, on the throne of Astoreth. 25. So they entered the Avalonza, and, with music and rejoicing, departed on their journey. And Yima conducted them throughout his dominions, both in heaven and on earth. For many days Fragapatti thus dwelt with Yima and Thule. And after he had inspected their labors, and his recorders completed their record, which was to be afterward taken to Etheria and deposited in the libraries of Fragapatti's dominions, Yima took leave, and his Piedmuzzer was discharged, and he departed for Astoreth, whither he arrived in due season. But Fragapatti proceeded to the dominions of Ahioan, Lord God of Japheth and her heavens. Chapter 35. 1. The voice of the Creator was with Ahioan from the time of his landing in these lower heavens. And Ahioan chose from his hosts a council of 10,000, and they sat in a living altar. And the voice directed him to build a capital and a throne, and called the plateau thereof Sanjay. The which he did. 2. And when it was completed, Jehovah said to Ahioan, Thou art my Lord and my God. The labor of thy hand shall endure on the earth and in heaven. Whatsoever thou buildest, I will build, for thou art of my holy place. Make thyself an otevan, and go round about in thy dominions, and inspect all things, making a record of the same, which shall be deposited in the libraries of these heavens, that angels and mortals, in after ages, may read them. 3. Ahioan made an otevan, and travelled as commanded, making a record, and preparing also a place of records, in Sanjay, where these things were deposited. Of which these words are a brief transcript. That is 4. Heaven was without order or organization, save one kingdom, ruled over by Oahspe, who falsely styled himself Thor, the only begotten Son of Jehovah. 5. The spirits of these heavens are mostly of the first resurrection. Nevertheless, there are millions of them who believe they are not dead. And for the greater part, these are in chaos, still lingering on battlefields or in the places where they were cut off from the earth. 6. In many places there are spirits who set up colonies, trying to provide themselves with homes and clothing, and to found heavenly abodes. But they are forever overrun and pillaged by Drujas. 7. With and around about the people of Japheth there are more than 2,000 million angels who know not how to get away from the earth. Of these, millions of them are fetals, making themselves as twin spirits to mortals. These spirits oft show themselves to mortals, but are believed to be devils. But the spirits thus bound know not themselves who they are, or whence they came. Neither can they go away from the mortals to whom they are bound, and on whom they live. 8. As for the mortals of Japheth, they have cities of warriors, huge and fierce. The earth of this region hath been an age 1,300 years. 9. After Ahioan had thus discovered the condition of things, he returned to Sanjay, and they sat in council, and Jehovah said to Ahioan, 40 lords shalt thou appoint to dwell on the earth. And to each lord thou shalt give 10,000 assistants. And these lords shall go down to the earth, and drive away the Drujas, and take possession of the kings' and queens' palaces, and of the temples of the stars. And they shall obtain control over the captains and generals of armies, and blind their judgment, and lead them astray, so that they will be powerless in war and destruction. 10. And when Samadhi, God of Zarathustra, travelleth in Japheth, thy lords shall go with him, with a sufficient number of angels to accomplish successfully all that Zarathustra professeth in my name. And thy lords shall shield Zarathustra around about, that no harm come to him. And when enemies pursue him, thy lords shall lead them astray or detain them till such time as will enable Zarathustra to escape. For in this dawn shall my word be established on the earth, to perish not forever. 11. And when thou hast thus established thy lords, thou shalt colonize thy heavens, giving them 70 colonies. But Sanjehi shall be the central kingdom. Thou shalt choose from amongst the atmospherenes one who shall be thy assistant god, who shall sit on thy throne during thy absence. 12. And thou, and thy holy council, shall instruct thy assistant god in such manner that, when this dawn is ended, he shall become god, in my name, of Sanjehi, for the next succeeding 200 years. 13. Elohim informed the council of the words of Jehovah. And Elohim appointed the 40 lords, as commanded. Also appointing an assistant. 14. These, then, were the lords appointed, to wit first, to have control over the word of God on earth the Sung Ben, Gomagit, Ben Hong, Xiang, Bagwai, Atdong, Nguyen Y, Ochhook, Gonk Boy, Yuk Ho and Awich. 15. Second, to have control over the palaces of kings and queens, and temples Mina, Aham, Eliot, Yogong, Ohantu, Yanjun Ama. 16. Third, to have control over armies and kingdoms Kir Ake, Gyuyung, Bai, Gwengauk, Gyuyung, Samson and Dith. 17. Fourth, to have control over seafarers Shopyi, Agan Ha, Rax and Lo. 18. Fifth, to have control over mothers and birth Songhang, Somekunk, Yahidi, Ognekawas and Ha'ava. 19. Sixth, to have control over marriages first, the Louise in general, and then Awesome, Al-Anas, Yatsam, Evudkam and Sapsang. 20. So Elohim sent his lords to their several places, with their assistants. And after that he began the colonization of the angels in his heavens. And in 1 year he had raised up from Japheth more than 1,000 million, and prepared them with houses, hospitals, nurseries and factories, and all such things and places as are required in Hada. 21. In the 2nd year he delivered another 1,000 million, more than half of whom had to be taken away from the earth by force. And these he also housed and provided with teachers and overseers in like manner. 22. So by the time Samadhi, god of Zarathustra, was prepared to travel in Japheth, visiting the kings and queens, the lords of Elohim had so far banished the Drujas that they were powerless to prevent the decrees of the Father's word. And when Zarathustra went into Japheth, behold, the lords of heaven were with him, and God of the word was with him, and the kings and queens of earth were powerless before him. 23. And when Zarathustra went to a city, and, being inspired by God, said, Fall down, ye walls. Behold, the angels of heaven rent the walls, and they fell. And when Zarathustra said, Come forth, ye spirits of the dead. Behold, the Lord seized the Drujas and held them up so that mortals could see them. And when Zarathustra said, O Ormust, give thy children food. Behold, the angels had previously provided fish and fruit, which they let fall upon the people, the time and place being previously arranged betwixt them and God of the word. 24. Thus did Elohim's dominions extend down to mortals. Thus became the word of Zarathustra Jehovah's word to mortals. 25. And now Fragapatti, chief over all, was coming to inspect the labors of his Lord God, Elohim, and of Samadhi. Elohim had sent commands to his lords, and to their assistants, to return to Sanjehi and remain 3 days in recreation. And Elohim commanded the captains of the colonies of heaven to come, and to bring with them as many of their pupils and subjects as possible. 26. And it came to pass that when Fragapatti's Avalanza came to Sanjehi, there were assembled upward of 2,000 million souls to witness the pageantry and proceedings. Elohim had provided the means and facilities that these things should be magnificently carried out. Chapter 36. 1. Never in these heavens had there been such pageantry and display as when Fragapatti's Avalonza entered Sanjay. Never so many musicians, 2 millions, distributed to lend so great an effect to a procession. 2. Of this matter, Eoin said, by the pageantry and the music were my hosts of delivered druges made to realize the glory of the upper heavens. By the glory of those 3 days' recreation did I shut out the attractions of the lower world. My people were entranced with delight. They were born for the first time into the kingdom of heaven. 3. Eoin said, but the greatest glory of all was when Fragapatti honored the throne of Sanjay. Jehovah cast a sun upon the place. And the voice spake from the light, so that all the multitude saw the light and heard the words of the Father. And when Fragapatti rose up and stood in the midst of the throne, the light was so great that millions of the people fell down because of its glory. 4. The lights were lowered to suit the newly born in heaven, and the people of Etheria mingled with the atmospherenes, diverting, explaining and inspiring them with the magnitude and glory of the higher heavens. 5. After the recreation, and when the multitude were in order, Fragapatti spake from Jehovah's throne, first, to Oahspe, daughter of Jehovah, assistant goddess to Eoin, who was to succeed him after dawn. To her he said, Oahspe, daughter of Jehovah, hear thou my words. I am one with the Father, and in his name salute thee. Behold, from this time forth the Father's word shall dwell with mortals. 6. It shall become anchored to the earth, never to depart. Though it may be mutilated and perverted, yet his hand is over it, and it shall not fail. As a mother delighteth in the first spoken words of her child, so shall we all take delight that the Father's word hath become engrafted on the earth. Before this time, the word was with the Ihan tribe, but locked up in secret. It could not be maintained on the earth, but by locking it up in secret, with a people prepared a seed for delivering all the races of men. But now the word is delivered openly to mortals. 7. If the spirits of the lower heavens know not the Father's word, they can be hereafter taken down to the earth and there taught his commandments. Prior to this time, the angels of these lower heavens had no word at anchorage. They constantly fell in darkness, and pulled mortals down with them. Behold, the word is now engraved, through our sons, Samadhi and Zarathustra. It cannot be lost. 8. Thou hast been exalted first goddess of these heavens, and lordess of this division of the earth, to maintain the light of this dawn, to angels and mortals. Thou shalt first of all labor to protect the word to mortals. To all the priests and cities of Zarathustra thou shalt appoint the wisest of thy angel hosts, to protect them and to maintain the word. 9. But to such mortals as deny the word, and to such as seek to destroy the word, thou shalt lend no assistance, but leave them either without angels, or with only such as will lead them into failure. Maintain thou thy hosts in the temples of worship, where they worship the Great Spirit. 10. Throughout Japheth thou shalt inspire mortals to hang the wheel of the altar in country places, by the roadsides. And when mortals pass the places, they shall turn the wheel, in remembrance of the Creator. For which reason thou shalt station at each and every one of these altars angel sentinels, who shall have messengers to thy throne. And when a mortal passeth the wheel and turneth it, and is afflicted with sickness, thou shalt send angels to him to heal him. But if he turn not the wheel in remembrance of the Father, and yet be afflicted with sickness, thy sentinel shall not send to thee, nor shalt thou send angels to heal him. Nevertheless, the wheel and the altar shall cause men to think. And if, after a disbeliever hath passed the wheel and not turned it, and he be afflicted with sickness, and he repent and go back and turn the wheel, then shalt thou send to him in haste and heal him, that he may proclaim abroad what the Creator hath done for him. 11. Forasmuch as thou carriest out these decrees of all light, so shalt thou remain united with my heavens above, which are united with those above, which are united with the Creator. And wherein thou shalt lack in power or wisdom, ask thou the Father, and I will answer thee in his name. 12. Fragapatti then spake to the council, which was after the manner of his words in Astoreth. After that he walked down to the foot of the throne, where the marshals had provided a place for the people to pass before him, even as they had done in Astoreth. Accordingly, When the musicians began singing and playing, the people marched before him, and by the waving of his hands, he created drapery, and flowers, and wreaths, and gave to all the people something, even though there passed before him 2,000 million angels. Plate 20. The earth in the crossroads of Horeb. Jehovah said in Horeb, I delivered my first holy book to mortals, through my son, Zarathustra. After that I carried the earth in darkness, that it might be perfected for the generations of men to come afterward. Thus provided I the nations which I delivered through Capelia, Moses and Cain. Chapter 37. 1. So, Fragapatti departed, and sailed for Hiram, the heavenly kingdom of Ead, Lord God of Arabenia and its heavens. 2. Ead had also the voice of Jehovah with him, and could not err. After his appointment to this division of earth and heaven, Jehovah commanded him, even as he had Eoin, to make a note of heaven and visit all the places, and make a record, before he established his kingdom. And these things Ead did, taking 30,000 companions with him, being surveyors, inspectors, recorders and numerators, and of such order as are required in preliminary examinations of the earth and lower heavens. Besides these, he had also his hosts of musicians, his heralds and messengers. 3. 40 days he spent in this labor, and then the record was completed, of which Ead had 2 copies made, one for his own kingdom in Etheria, and one for the heaven he was about to found. Of these records, which are everlasting in heaven, the numerators estimated 1,000,800,000 spirits, wandering about, mostly on the earth, many of them falling into forgetfulness and dissolution. And many of them had forgotten who they were, and had no remembrance of once having lived mortal lives. Millions and millions of them had forgotten their speech, and were dumb. Millions of them lived with mortals as fetals and familiars, depending upon the spiritual part of the food mortals drank and ate for their own existence. And yet other millions of them pursued evil for evil's sake, inspiring mortals to war, for the delight of seeing them destroy one another, and of persuading mortals to suicide, and to all manner of wickedness. 4. In the region of Gaves there were 4 hells, in which there were 60 million souls in torments, tormenting one another in perpetual horrors, especially males and females doing what is even unlawful to mention. And these tormentors would bring Essenes, fresh from the earth life, and cast them into their hells for these wicked purposes. For even as mortals delight in vengeance, so can the talent grow until its feasteth in the fruit of hell. Neither desire such spirits to have even their own torments lessened. Nor could they of themselves escape were they to try. 5. Ead would fain have rushed in and delivered these hells, but Jehovah said unto him, Go thou first and establish Hiram, with suitable habitations, and then return and deliver these hells, and thou shalt have places for them. So Ead established Hiram, and appointed the holy council of 100,000 men and women. Saak he made chief marshal. And he appointed Gethia his assistant god. Jehovah said to him, 60 lords shalt thou appoint to thy division of the earth. And they shall dwell in the principal cities of Arabenia, and have dominion over mortals. And each and every lord shall have 10,000 ashers to do their commands. 6. These, then, are the lords appointed by the Lord God, for Arabenia, to wit first, to have dominion over the revealed word Stasag, Bacharab, Nathan, Neshu, Dath, Shephat, Gionah, Chia and Zeker. 7. Second, the Louis in general. But for special masters of generations Achuzu, Chada, Gala, Dan, Apsi, Ishshah, Baser and Goy. Third, for destroying evil cities, and for protecting good ones, and for building new ones at Sil, Sherngoth, Machaba, Ochim, Amos, Ale, Eadgob, Zur, Hadoach, Beodi, Machel, Yebaoth, Amma, Fakir, Sephitz, Bakr, and Eviv. 8. Fourth, to abide on earth with Rabibah's priests and shield them in danger Machav, Hamel, Aship, Alkmosam, Liawach, Treviab, Hariver, Beligib, Baratai, Shevia, Tur and Bodwaddle. 5th, to inspire to inventions Cardamim, Moses, Bijt, Chakazat, Megad, Jagri, Hendi, Sru, Amos and Benguda. 6th, to have control over altars and temples Otman, Crit and Anach. 9. In addition to these, the Lord God appointed censors of Hiram and her colonies in heaven. And the Ashers appointed over mortals as guardians were directed to each colony to take their Essions, where were stationed the Asaphs, the receivers. 10. As soon as he had these matters completed, he descended into the four hells with his Otavan, taking with him 3,000,000 angels to help him deliver them. And when he arrived at the place, behold, the power and light of Jehovah was upon him. And he surrounded the four hells with his hosts of angels. 11. Fire of thy fire, O Jehovah! He cried. Give me here walls of fire, to enclose these suffering hells. And in the line of his hosts there fell from the firmament above sheets of fire, and he walled the places around in such brilliant flames and suffocating flames that not one of the inhabitants of hell could escape. 12. And Ead and his hosts fell upon them, right and left, building fires in pillars and walls, blinding to the Druges, so they fell flat down and hid their faces. And they marched through and through the four hells, until all the inhabitants were fallen prostrate before them, crying out. And they were all naked, men and women. And only the recent victims were ashamed. 13. Ead said, Fall to, now, and deliver those who are ashamed, making a place beyond the walls of fire. But wall ye the place around also, and then clothe and feed them. So Ead's hosts delivered those who were ashamed. Again Ead called out, Begin now in sections and deliver the others into prisons, surrounded by fire, suffocating, so they cannot escape. And let not the light cease to fall upon them that will not be clothed. Better is it that they lie prostrate than to display themselves nakedly. But as fast as they will accept and wear clothes, and cease cursing, deliver ye them into genial lights. 14. For 6 days and 6 nights Ead labored in delivering the four hells, and on the 7th day they were all delivered. And there were amongst these Druges 3.5 millions in chaos, spirits who had lost their minds by the torments that other spirits had bestowed upon them. These Ead had placed in his Otavan and sent to Hiram, to be treated by the physicians. 15. But Ead and many of his hosts remained with the groups of the delivered, further preparing them for resurrection. And now Ead had them inspected, and he further searched the east of the earth to establish the origin of these hells, and as to who they were. This, then, is the substance of the history of that matter, to wit 16. In the lower country of Arabia, on the earth, there had been a tribe of Ihuans of hundreds of years, who had attained to 30 cities, chief of which was Oahspe, which was the capital over all the rest. Oahspe was ruled over by Chemots, a king of great wisdom and power in his youth. But, after subjugating all the large cities of Arabia, he became a tyrant and a man of wickedness. 17. Being learned in the earth, and moon, and stars, he drew to his palace other men, and not a few women, of great learning, and, together, they resolved upon obtaining from the Ihuans, the sacred people, the secrets of their miracles and religion. Up to this time all the people in the world respected the Ihuans, neither denied them in anything, for they were the forefathers and forerunners of the Ihuans. 18. Chemots, the tyrant, said, Because from our youth we have been taught to revere the Ihuans, we have become superstitious regarding them. Now it is evident that they have some other means than consulting the stars of prophecy. It is my command, therefore, that the different cities of Ihuans be seized, and the people put to death, offering succor only to such as reveal their secrets. With their gifts of miracles and power of prophecy, I can march successfully against Parsha, Japheth, and Asham, and I shall become king of all the world. And ye that help me in this matter, instead of having merely cities to rule over, as ye now have, shall have kingdoms with many cities. 19. The learned men acceded to this, and, shortly after, the king's people fell upon the Ihuans, pulled down their flimsy walls, putting them to flight or slaying them outright, offering no salvation save they would reveal their secrets, and give themselves up to marriage with the Ihuans. 20. Habakkuk, a chief rabbi of the Ihuans, went to see the king and expostulate. He said unto Chemots, Behold, my people are older than this country. Our wisdom cometh not as other men's, but through marriage. How can we reveal? We are born veiled. No other people are thus born. how canst thou obtain the secrets of the womb? Besides this, we are sworn before our birth by our fathers and mothers to secrecy in our religion. 21. Thou desirest us to intermarry with thy people. I foresee thy aims. Thou hopest for the gift of prophecy, which, if given to evil men, would give them all power. But know thou, O king, he that desireth prophecy for such purpose can never obtain it. Prophecy cometh by the other road. 22. If my people intermarry with thine, it is simply the loss of mine. If thou hadst our passwords and our signs, they would avail thee nothing, being born as thou art. According to our number, we pay thee thy just tribute. I pray thee, then, to change thy decree and suffer my people to remain as they have, thousands of years. 23. Chemuts, the king, said, Why call ye yourselves kings? Habakkuk said, Because we are faithists in one great spirit. The king asked, What is the secret name of the great spirit? Habakkuk said, I can only repeat that name under certain rules. Otherwise I will lose my power of prophecy. Besides, if thou knowest the name, it would be worthless to utter it. To whoever uttereth his name not in faith, it is void. Whoever uttereth his name for earthly gain or earthly glory, uttereth in vain also. Of what value, then, would the name be to thee, even if I violated mine own oath and revealed it to thee? 24. The king mocked him, and had him seized and taken to the lion's den, of which all kings and rich people, in those days, had one or more, as a place for casting in their disobedient servants. And when Habakkuk was at the lion's den, the king again offered to save him if he would reveal even the name of the Great Spirit, hoping that by its utterance he could also heal the sick, restore the blind and deaf, and especially prophesy. Habakkuk said, Though thou mayst cast me in, and I be devoured, suffer me beforehand to prophesy concerning thee and thy kingdom. Yea, I will even prophesy concerning myself. Hear thou, then, my words. 25. Thou hast sought to destroy my people, who are, compared to thine, only as one little finger to a man's whole arm. In Oahspe thou hast hundreds of thousands of people, and in other cities tens of thousands, and tens of thousands. So many that one man in his whole life could not number them. Yet, as to my people, what are they? Not more than 10,000 altogether. Hear thou, then, my words. Not 1,000 of my people canst thou destroy. Neither will my people raise a hand in self-defense. 26. But thou wilt cast me into the lion's den, and I will be devoured. And this little hat, without a brim, will come out of the lion's den, and it will be a mighty power for thousands of years. It will be red with my blood, shed because I am faithful to the Great Spirit in my oath. And it will be restored to my people, and it shall be called the scarlet hat. And in the day that it is carried in the streets of Oahspe, thou wilt be slain by thine own people. 27. The king laughed, saying, A prophecy often causeth fools to carry it out. With that, he gave the executioners the sign, and they pushed Habakkuk on the trap, and cast him into the den, where there were 30 lions. And they fell upon him and devoured him. And his hat was colored red with blood. And some of the people, who were superstitious in regard to the eons, procured the hat and went about repeating the prophecy of Habakkuk, and the multitude were anxious for some pretext to justify themselves in destroying the tyrant. So, presently, the city was in riot, and the people fell upon the king and slew him, and also slew the learned men and women who were his counselors and subsidiaries. 28. In the libraries of heaven it is recorded as followeth, to wit, because of the cruelty of Chemuts, king of Oahspe, on earth, thousands and tens of thousands of people had been put to death. And because they died in anger, and because of the injustice, their souls went into torment in Hada, and they came and incensed the king to greater wickedness, in order to have him slain. And it so came to pass that Chemuts, chief king of Arabia, was slain by his own people, and the king's counselors were slain with him. 29. And when their spirits were delivered from their mortal bodies, the Druges fell upon the king's spirit, and the spirits of his counselors, and bore them off to a foul-smelling place in Hada, and cast him and them in, and the Druges went in after them, beating them. whereupon it became known in Hada there was a newly started hell, and other spirits brought other victims there and cast them in. And the Drujas went around about on the earth, in Arabenia, finding whomsoever they hated, bringing their spirits into hell, beating them and otherwise punishing them, until these four hells became the habitation of 60 millions of souls. Chapter 38. 1. When Iyad had discovered the history of these hells, he searched and found the king's spirit, and also the counselors, but, alas, they knew nothing, being in chaos, or more like one in a troublesome nightmare, from which there is no awakening. 2. But Iyad appointed physicians and nurses for them, and it was 3 years before they began to awake. But yet at the time of Fragapatti's visit they were not sufficiently restored to know who they were, or, if knowing one moment, would forget in the next moment. Yet it was not many days after the deliverance of the hells that Iyad had the inhabitants removed to Hiram and the colonies thereof. 3. Iyad, having been informed by heralds that Fragapatti was coming, sent word to his lords and to his generals and captains, and superintendents of schools, and of factories, and of hospitals, to come to Hiram and enjoy 3 days' recreation, bringing as many atmospherenes as they could with them. 4. So Fragapatti came, and the hosts of Iyad, and there was great rejoicing for the space of 3 days. During which time Fragapatti visited all the places and labors of Iyad, having records made thereof, to take with him to Etheria at the end of dawn. Now at the end of the 3 days' recreation, the trumpet in the east called the council to labor and the hosts to order. Fragapatti sat in the midst of the throne, Iyad next him, and then Hob and Yadon, and then Thule and Ispatia and Gethio, and others of lesser rank. 5. A light immediately gathered above the throne, but, this time, deep scarlet, with white border. Fragapatti said, Thy voice, O Jehovah, be upon these people. Whereupon, the Ezianors chanted a hymn, and after that the voice of Jehovah spake out of the light, saying 6. Whosoever riseth up my children, do I raise up with mine own hand. To whomsoever uttereth my words in wisdom and truth, do I speak from my judgment seat. Because ye have come down from your exalted kingdoms in the upper heavens and raised up the Drujas of these heavens, so come I from my all-highest holy place to raise you up. As ye have prepared to found my word with mortals, so prepare I here in Hiram a heavenly place of delight. 7. Was I not with the Ihans since the creation of man on the earth? And wherein they have been faithful unto me have I come in great security. Now, behold, the earth rose up against my chosen and sought to destroy them, but they failed utterly. And when they cast my faithful servant into the lion's den, yet would he not violate his oath, even though he suffered death. And I stretched forth my hand and took his hat, red with blood, out of the lion's den. And I give power unto the hat. And into the far-off country of Japheth will I take the title of King of the Sun, and bestow it upon Yasin, and neither Arabania nor Parsha shall endure in holiness. 8. Behold, I give you a new sign, in addition to the triangle, and it shall be the sign of Hiram's scarlet hat from this time forth, signifying faith even unto death. 9. The voice ceased, and Fragapatti turned to the red light and stretched forth his hand and took thereof, saying, Of thy scarlet, O Jehovah, give unto thy servant Hiram, as an emblem of this heaven. And he fashioned it into a hat without a brim, and laid it on the throne. Presently a swift messenger, from without, desired admittance before Fragapatti, and he was permitted to come. He said 10. Greeting to thee, O Fragapatti, son of Jehovah. And by the love of each, God of Tshi, in Ud, grade 6, am I sent before thee in Jehovah's name. Behold, one Habakkuk is without, who was the wearer of Hiram. 11. Fragapatti said, Admit him, and bid him approach the throne of God. The swift messenger retired, and presently returned, bringing in Habakkuk, faithful unto death. And he went up to the throne, and Fragapatti took the scarlet hat, saying, Second only to Jehovah's crown, with Hiram, cover I thy head in the name of the Creator. And he placed it on Habakkuk's head, and the light of it was so great that hardly any but Etherenes could look upon it. 12. Then Habakkuk said, By this, thy power, O Jehovah, will I go now and deliver unto everlasting light the king's soul, of him who slew me. And I will restore the council also. For they will remember the scarlet hat, and it will be as an anchorage for their crazed minds to rest upon. So Habakkuk saluted on the sign of the triangle and departed. 13. And now was come the time of departure for Fragapatti and his hosts. So he instructed Gethio, and bade him travel with him. Then Fragapatti instructed the council, which was after the manner of his instruction to the preceding councils. And then he descended to the foot of the throne, and the marshals caused the people to march before him. And Fragapatti created flowers and drapery and ornaments, and gave to every one something as they passed, though there were more than 1,000,000,000 souls. 14. And when they had all passed, and resumed the places assigned them, Fragapatti sat down at the foot of the throne in ancient custom, and Ea descended down to him, taking his hand. And he said unto him, Arise, O chief, thou son of the Most High, and go thy way. Fragapatti rose up and departed, followed by the gods and goddesses officiating, and they all went into the Avalanza and departed, going to the kingdom of Jehovih, Lord God over Helest and her heaven. Chapter 39. 1. When Gerakshi arrived at his division of the earth and heaven, the voice of Jehovah came to him, saying, My Lord and God, hear thou the voice of thy Father. In thy division I have no ends left upon the earth, and the place is like a field without seed. The Elohins have degenerated also, by marrying with the Druks. And thou art come to this, my farm, where it is grown up full of weeds and thistles. 2. Look about thy division, and thou shalt find no Louise, nor Ashers of any avail to righteousness. Consider, then, what shall be done, that both mortals and spirits may be made to know me and my kingdoms. 3. Gerakshi found the mortals of Helest to be barbarians, many of them naked, or at best clothed with the skins of animals to keep them warm in winter. Some of them burrowed in the ground, and some lived in houses made of bark, and leaves and grass. And their food was mostly fish and flesh. Their cities were numerous, but small, and every city spake a different language. 4. Their weapons of war were clubs, and spears, and bows and arrows, but they had neither iron nor copper, and used stone for cutting. 5. Gerakshi said, What incentive can I give such a people, that will raise them up? 6. Gerakshi then surveyed his heavens, but alas, there were no kingdoms, no organizations, no societies. As mortals lived and died, so continued their spirits around about in the same places, procuring subsistence in the same way, but spiritually, and often taking part in mortal wars and hunting, seeing and hearing through their mortal kin's eyes and ears. 7. Gerakshi said, What incentive can I give such angels, that will raise them up? 8. If I tell the mortals to till the soil and make clothes of flax and wool, my words will be interpreted as folly, or as implying hardships. If I tell the angels there are higher heavens, more beautiful, my words will be disbelieved. If I tell them that all growth dependeth upon exercise and labor, they will decline to grow. Have I not seen rich men and rich women in other countries whom I told that, in order to rise, they must learn to labor? But they did me not. 9. Jehovah said to Gerakshi, Thou hast more than 1,000,000,000 drujas in thy department. The mountains and valleys and forest are filled with them, roving about. As thou wouldst entrap birds by rich bait, so thought thou gather together all thou canst of these drujas. But as to thy mortals, thou shalt call famines into certain places, and thus drive them to observe the unseen cause of things. 10. Gerakshi called together his hosts, millions and millions. He said unto them, Form ye, in sacred circles, hundreds of thousands, and go to the places I will point out, and invoke the higher heavens in Jehovah's name. Cast ye a famine here, and a blight in the animals of the forest. Into the water cast ye an beryl, that the fish may die. Make mortals stop and consider. 11. Let the Ashers go, then, and find the most prophetic amongst mortals, and make them prophesy concerning the famines and the blight. Make ye their prophets objects of worship. Then I can rule the inhabitants of the earth through the prophets. 12. Concerning the angels, Girakshi said, 5 heavenly places will I build for the Drujas. 1 shall be called Monk, 1 Acha, 1 Troy, 1 Biome and 1 Helen. 5 lords shall be my lords to rule in my heavenly divisions: Calliope, lord of Monk; Idias, lord of Acha; Phobe, lordess of Troy; Lyri, lordess of Biome; and Kawi, lord of Helen. These shall be heavenly places in the mountains, pure and delightful. 13. And ye shall make them places of feasting and sporting for 1 whole year. Nothing that can be done to make them attractive for Drujas shall be left undone. 14. Into 5 divisions, 500,000 each, shall my hosts be selected and apportioned, whose mission shall be to go round about throughout Helest, bringing in Drujas to my 5 heavenly places. 15. As for myself, I will build a plateau in these mountains, the Agotica, with a council of 500,000. Let my lords stand aside, and I will apportion to each of them their attendants. By the starlights that fall upon them shall they be known and come forth. 16. The lords stood aside, in different places. Girakshi then cast stars until the 3 millions were selected. After that Girakshi proceeded according to the voice of Jehovah. And he conducted his hosts to the places the Father commanded. 17. After they were all placed, Girakshi chose his own council, and built a plateau and a throne to Jehovah on Mount Agotica. And when he considered the wisdom of a manner Jehovah had directed him to thus lay a foundation for so great a work, he soliloquized, saying, O Jehovah, will these Drujas ever understand the manner of thine armies? Will these mortals ever understand the proceedings of thy lords and gods? 18. For 1 year the hosts entertained and fed and clothed the Drujas sumptuously, and they won them away from the earth, won them to the kingdoms prepared for them. And then Girakshi commanded the founding of schools, factories and hospitals in heaven. And he appointed Ashers and Asaphs, and began the resurrection through his lords. And by the 4th year he had colonized in his heaven nearly all the Drujas, giving them sufficient recreation to restrain them from returning to the earth. 19. For a long time prior to Fragapatti's coming he had it proclaimed, giving invitations to them to be present. This he communicated to Fragapatti, through messengers. So, Fragapatti, knowing the grade of the place, determined to come in gaudy colors, and with sufficient music, very loud, and for the manifestation of power. 20. To match which, Girakshi had his people attire themselves in the greatest gaudy colors. For in such manner do the unlearned judge of the glory and possibilities of high heaven. 21. So, it came to pass, Fragapatti's Avalons had ascended from above like a sea of fire, but decorated in thousands of ways with banners, flags, curtains and such other ornaments as would convey the idea of greatness to the minds of the Asians. On the other hand, Girakshi had decorated his place and kingdom and throne, Agotica, in the most extravagant splendor. And he and his lords, and his captains and generals, and his holy council, were arrayed majestically. 22. In addition to these things, Girakshi had provided a feast, which was to succeed the ceremonies. And, after the feast, there were to be divers entertainments. But of these matters, who knoweth the thought of Jehovah? How hath he not provided ingenuities to bring the dark soul to understanding? 23. Girakshi said to teach mortal teachers how to teach the barbarian, O Jehovah. To teach cold law to impart warm mirth, O Jehovah. Shall they build a prison and decorate the convict in fine clothes, and bid him take his ease, beholding the virtuous working for him, O Jehovah? Will they ever learn thy power in resurrection, O Jehovah? Chapter XL 1. Fragapatti and his hosts remained 30 days with Girakshi, and great was the enjoyment of the people. And then Fragapatti departed, going to the kingdoms of Europa, first goddess of a barbarian division of the earth. The voice of Jehovah had been with her from the first, but there were but few corporeans in her division, and only 600 million angels, mostly Drujas. 2. Nevertheless, Jehovah said unto Europa, Thou shalt found here a kingdom in my name, and it shall become mighty in heaven and earth. Europa said, What is the first best way, O Jehovah? Jehovah answered, saying, As for the Druges, thou knowest. But as for the Corporeans, behold, they have neither copper nor iron, but use stone. Send, therefore, of thy hosts of Ashers, 500 who are well skilled in the art of inspiring mortals, to Arabania. And thou shalt cause 50 men to migrate into thy lands. And the 50 men shall be such as are skilled in mining and working copper and iron. 3. And thy Ashers shall inspire them to go to the mountains and find the ore, and then to work the same, to make tools of, and to make implements for hunting and fishing. 4. So Europa sent angels to Arabania, and they inspired 50 men to go to Europa, and find copper and iron, and work it. And in the space of 4 years, behold, there had gone out of Arabania not less than 20,000 men. And the Ashers inspired them to marry with the Druks and half-breed Inuans. And in this way a new people of higher light was born into Europa's division. 5. In Zigil Europa built her heavenly kingdom and founded the city of Oahspe. 500,000 angels were her holy council, and 50,000 captains. And of Ashers, 2 millions, partly Etherenes and partly Atmospherenes. 6. Her heavenly kingdom was of the kind and manner of Giraxes, and her administration in the same way. And in 4 years she had rescued nearly all the Druges in these regions of Atmospheria. So when Fragapatti came to see her, she provided entertainments after the same manner as did Giraxes, having all her hosts present. 7. After this Fragapatti visited Kalwania and his heavenly kingdoms, and also his earth divisions. Next Fragapatti visited Muingmi and his heavenly kingdoms and earth divisions. Next he visited Utsahada and his places, and then Sufa. 8. With all these lords and gods Fragapatti spent many days, examining and recording all the labor done. And he spake before them all, so that his voice was heard by nearly all the people in the lower heavens. And so great was the work accomplished by Fragapatti with any one of these lords or gods, that were a history thereof written it would require the whole lifetime of a man to read it. Nor is it possible with earth words to describe the beauty and glory of a single one of these recreations in his travels. Chapter 41. 1. The close of dawn was near at hand. Fragapatti returned to Meru, the heavenly kingdom of Harati, in Atmospheria, richly stored with the knowledge of the earth and her heavens. The capital was illuminated, and the decorum of the higher heavens prevailed. 2. Already were there assembled more than 4,000 million angels prepared for the third resurrection. Fragapatti sent word to his lord gods, and to his lords and gods, and to Samadhi, God in inherent right up to the end of dawn. And he notified all of them of the day and hour when he should accomplish the resurrection. 3. And then Fragapatti called his swift messengers, whose labor is with the thrones of Jehovah in Etheria. He said, Behold, the dawn of Dan is near the close. The brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah will number 10,000 million souls. 2 divisions will I make of grades 55 and 70, for the forests and plains of Gamachkala. This ye shall communicate to Hoses, goddess of Alawacha, on the road of Aphulkistan, saluting in Jehovah's name, and of his son, Fragapatti, chief. 4. The swift messenger saluted, and then departed. Next he called the messengers for the kingdoms below, and of these messengers there were 20,000, divided into 12 groups, and they had been previously apportioned to certain divisions of heaven and earth. 5. To them Fragapatti said to the Lord God of each division, and to the lords and gods, and through them to the officers under them, greeting, in the name of Jehovah. Appoint and anoint the successors in Jehovah's name. And when your kingdom is in order, appear ye at the throne of Meru, for the resurrection of my hosts is near at hand. Provide ye ships and such vessels as are suitable, and bring, as visitors, from your kingdoms and most holy places, as many Atmospherenes as desire to come, that they may witness the ceremonies and the ascent of Jehovah's sons and daughters. 6. And these commandments were carried unto all the divisions of the corporeal earth and her heavens. Fragapatti then said unto Athrava, Thou shalt receive the brides and bridegrooms. As for myself, I will go down to the earth and receive God and Zarathustra, and they shall be born in mine own ship even unto this place, and thence to Etheria. 7. In all places on earth and in heaven the spirit inhabitants were stirred to the utmost. In Haredi there were already more than 4,000 colonies, and everyone had thousands and thousands eligible to the third resurrection, who would depart in the coming ascension. Of these there were persons of every occupation, and they were perfect in their order, belonging to groups and series of groups. And now the captains and generals were reorganizing them into phalanxes, and the gods again organizing the phalanxes into kingdoms. 8. Zarathustra sent her contributions to Haredi, 400 million souls. The Lord gods were making their groups in their own several divisions, to be further organized after arriving at Meru, the place whence the final ascension would take place. Some of these had 1,000 millions of their own resurrection, including whom they had previously sent to Haredi. 9. Fragapatti sent special messengers to God, Samadhi, to learn the day appointed for Zarathustra's death. And he further allotted to Zarathustra 3 days in Hada, in which to preach to mortals by the inspiration of God, and appointed the 4th day thereafter as the time of his ascension from the earth. 10. And now, when all these matters had been put in shape, Fragapatti ordered the assembling of the sacred circle of the Holy Council, sons and daughters of the Most High. The lights were raised, and only gods and goddesses could remain in sight of, or near the throne of Jehovah. Fragapatti commanded Hope to stand in the midst of the circle, facing the judgment seat. 11. Fragapatti said, Hear the words of thy Creator, O Hope. I called thee up out of the ground, and with mine own spirit quickened I thee into life. From thy youth up I have followed thee day by day. I have called out to thee from my holy hill. With a woman's tenderness came I after thee. When thou didst try to run away from me, I followed after. Yea, I called my son, high raised in my everlasting kingdoms, and I said unto him, O my son, run thou quickly, for Hope, my well-beloved, runneth away from me. Go thou and bring him. For he is my chosen. 12. He shall be my God of the red star. Her heavens shall bow down before him. I will raise him up and anoint him with my holy fire. His countenance shall shine like a sun in my firmament. 13. And Fragapatti, my son, overtook thee in thy flight. With great cunning he captured thee unto my labors. And thou hast raised up thy voice and glorified me. Thine arms have been bared to the harvest. Thy fruit is a song of glory. 14. Have I not given thee experience in all things? Even to the precipice of hell made I thee to walk and fall not. The darkness of everlasting death I made to encompass thee. In the hour of thy despair I came to thee and raised thee up. 15. Have I not great profit in thee, my son? My countless millions cry out in all places. They behold me not. They know not of me and my heavenly places. Like a troubled sea that knoweth no rest, the voices of mortals and angels forever cry out, there is no light. 16. Wherefore, then, was I not wise in thee, O Hope? I made thee of strong limb, and with arms that reach far. Thy judgment I fashioned for the great multitudes. 17. I say to the bird, the young bird with feathers fly. And it goeth away. I say to man, go forth, in my name. But he looketh around. Again I say to him, go forth. But he turneth to his neighbor for his opinion. Again I speak, calling, come to me. But he standeth wondering. Again I say, come. But he saith, by and by. Again I say, come. He replieth, I have not all light. Again I call, and he saith, alas, there is nothing. 18. And he goeth down in darkness. He curseth me and accuseth me of errors. He preacheth my shortness, but in his words cutteth himself off from me. In the foul dwelling place of his darkness, my holy angels cannot come. He burroweth himself in stubbornness that is blind and deaf. 19. But I blow my breath upon the earth and the stars. I drive them into new roads in the firmament of heaven. Into the dwelling places of my high gods I drive them as chaff before the wind. And when the light of my heavens hath cleared away the darkness, I send my gods with great power. 20. To this end have I raised thee up, O Hope. my shield is upon thee. Thou shalt wear the triangle of the red star. 200 years shalt thou hold dominion over the earth and her heavens. In my name speak, O Job. 21. Then spake Job, saying, Thy voice is upon me, O Father. My limbs are weak. My hands tremble like an old man that is palsied. Behold, I have sought in vain to find anything perfect in me. I am as a trumpet that is bruised and split. There is no harmony or power within me. 22. Thou first gavest me a wife and sons and daughters to rule over and to raise up for thy glory, but I failed utterly. My wife saw not with my eyes, nor heard with my ears, nor judged with my judgment. We were like two instruments, broken and out of tune. As for my sons, they went astray, like sheep without a herdsman. My advice was as weak to them as the shadow is to the tree. And my daughters went away from my love, and chose young men, even before my eyes. 23. Then I cried out unto thee, saying, O Jehovah, why gavest thou me a kingdom? Behold, it is scattered and gone. Then I went down into the grave in sorrow. But thy hand raised up my soul in heaven. And thou gavest me another kingdom. But my people would not see through my eyes nor hear through my ears. Then I sought to know if my eyes were not wrong, and my ears wrong, and my judgment wrong. 24. And I turned about, like one who is lost in a forest, and shutteth his eyes as to the direction of the sun, going by the sound of a multitude of tongues. And my kingdom drew a boundary around itself, and shut out all light. But thy Son came and delivered me and my people. 25. Behold, I was as weak as a child. In my weakness thy light came upon me. Never more shall I desire others to see through my eyes, or hear through my ears, or judge by my judgment. Thou hast healed me of my infirmity, O Jehovah. Only by one eye can things be seen through. By one ear can things be heard through. By one judgment can things be judged. 26. Thou hast said, Go forth in my name. I will go, O Father. Thou hast said, Thou shalt have dominion over the earth and her heavens. This will I accomplish also, by thy light and power, O Jehovah. 27. Then spake Jehovah through Fragapatti, saying, Accept the earth, O Job, my son, my God. It is thine to keep and to rule over. Accept Atmospheria, O Job, my son, my God. It is thine to keep and to rule over. 28. Job said, I will be thy son, O Jehovah. I will be thy God, O Jehovah. From thee I accept the earth to keep and to rule over. From thee I accept the earth's heavens, to keep and to rule over. Again Jehovah spake through Fragapatti, saying 29. What thou doest henceforth do thou in my name, for it is of me and is me in thee. 30. Job said, What I do henceforth do I in thy name, O Jehovah. For I know it is thee in me that doeth all glorious things. 31. Jehovah spake through Fragapatti, saying, With mine own hands weave I a crown for thee, my son, my God of the red star. I place it on thy head for the glory of my kingdoms, which are endless in number and full of holiness. Wear thou my crown, for it is with wisdom and power. 32. Then Fragapatti's hands were waved about by the Great Spirit, and a crown was woven and placed on Job's head, and it was brilliant and white, studded with countless millions of gems. Job said, Crown from thy hand, O Father. I accept it and wear it, emblem of thy kingdoms, endless in number and full of holiness. I know that thou wilt ever be with me in wisdom and power. I will glorify thee forever. My kingdoms shall glorify thee forever. 33. The chief marshal now conducted Job to the throne of Jehovah, which had been previously vacated, and Job sat in the midst of the throne. In the meantime, the Ezionors chanted a hymn of glory. Job then said, Fragapatti, son of Jehovah, Orion chief, come thou and honor my throne in the name of the Father. Then Fragapatti went to the throne and sat thereon. Next Job called up Athrava, then Hapacha, and then other gods and goddesses. 34. And now, whilst the council held, Fragapatti said, Behold, the time of the death of Zarathustra hath come. Be ye here, and I will go quickly down to the earth and receive God and him, and the hosts of God and his lords. 35. So Fragapatti departed, and sailed swiftly down to Parsha, on the earth, and came to the place of meeting of the Corporeans who had charge of the holy word. And it was on the morning of the 4th day after Zarathustra's death. For 3 days and nights his spirit had been preaching to the Fathists, explaining the kingdoms of Jehovah. 36. So Fragapatti called unto God, saying, Behold, my son, thy labor is done. In thee have I great delight. Behold, my ship lieth by the river. My lights are raised for the everlasting thrones. God Almighty said, It is finished. That thou didst put upon me I have done. Behold, here standeth Zarathustra, my son. 37. Zarathustra was then taking leave of his corporeal friends, for his soul was fast becoming illuminated. Yea, he had looked up and beheld the ship of all light, and he knew now the voice of the Father. 38. So Fragapatti went and took Zarathustra in his arms, saying, Come, my beloved. Thy home is yonder. So, they went into the ship of fire and ascended to Meru. Chapter 42. 1. And now the Lord gods, and lords and gods, begin to arrive in Meru. The marshals, and their officers and workmen, had extended the landing places for the hosts of ships. Receivers had been appointed and allotted their various places. Heralds and messengers had been provided with places of announcement. And lines of intercommunion had been laid, so that the words of heralds and messengers could be heard by all the millions in waiting. 2. Be it known, O angels and mortals, such is the glory of Jehovah's works that, stand where ye will, his kingdoms are always seeming above. As ye of the earth look upward and behold the stars, so they that live on the stars look upward to see the earth. If, therefore, ye were receiving messengers from the stars, it would seem to you that they came downward. But to them, as if they rose upward, even until near the landing place, when it would be downward to them also. Because the feet of a mortal or the feet of an angel are on the foundation of his place, and because his head standeth in the opposite way from his feet. 3. First came Ardnata, goddess over the spirits that had been delivered out of the hells of Oahspe by Fragapatti and Hob, housed in Zaretho and Harati. And with her, her successor, Gapon, manager of the hosts. Ardnata brought 1,300 millions of souls in her ship, mostly visitors who had been delivered out of hell. Besides these, were 20 millions raised to light, clothed as brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah. These latter were the harvest of Ardnata, and in her charge. The receivers of her ship stationed it in its place, and then the receivers of her hosts conducted them to their places. 4. And now came Iad, Lord God of Arabenia, in his ship, with more than 4,000 million souls, half of whom were brides and bridegrooms. His ship was received by the proper officers, and stationed in its place. And his hosts received by the proper persons, and conducted to their respective places. With the brides and bridegrooms Iad entered the south wing of the capital. And Iad's successor was with the visiting hosts. When Iad entered before the throne, Fragapatti saluted him on the sign Jehovah's rest, and Iad answered in the glory of evening. 5. Before the hosts of Iad were landed and placed, there came Oahspe, lord of North Osea, with a successor, in a ship of 30 millions, of whom Oahspe had 2 million brides and bridegrooms. His ship was received and stationed in its place. And his hosts received and assigned to their places. 6. In the meantime, Koania, god of South Gautama, came in his ship, with a successor, bringing 700 million souls, of whom Koania had 60 million brides and bridegrooms. And they were received by the proper officers and assigned to their places. 7. Hardly had Koania landed, when Yatuant came, with a successor and his hosts. Yatuant's ship was the most beautiful of all that had yet arrived. His hosts were 4,000 million souls. But of brides and bridegrooms he had but 30 millions. Him Fragapatti saluted on the sign of Star of the West, and Yatuant answered in the sign of the Golden Circle. He and his hosts were then assigned their places. 8. Now came Lumingmi, god of South Osea, and his little ship was laden with 400 million souls, and he had 3 million brides and bridegrooms. His ship was received and stationed in its place, and his hosts received and stationed in their places. 9. Next came Sufa, god of Japan and her heavens. His was the most brilliant of all the ships, and he had 3,500 million souls aboard, of whom 200 millions were brides and bridegrooms. His ship was received and stationed, and his hosts also. And when he entered before the throne, Fragapatti saluted him on the sign of before the ancients. And Sufa answered him in the sign of little star. 10. And now the most loved of all came, Europa, goddess of the barbarians. Her ship was the swiftest and best trimmed, and she brought 1,000 million souls, of whom she had 80 million brides and bridegrooms as her harvest. When she entered before the throne of Jehovah, leading in her brides and bridegrooms, Fragapatti saluted on the sign, persistent fire. And Europa answered him in the sign, Jehovah's trust. 11. Now came great Eoin, Lord God of Japheth and her heavens. His ship was the largest of all, and he brought 5,000 million souls, of whom nearly 2,000 millions were brides and bridegrooms. When he came before Jehovah's throne, Fragapatti saluted him on the sign, the power of love. Eoin answered him in the sign, everlasting life. 12. And now the ship of Girakshi came in, bringing 1,000 million souls, of whom 80 millions were brides and bridegrooms. 13. Besides there were 76 other gods, from departments of the grand divisions of the heavens, bringing, some 5 million souls and some even 20 millions. And there were lords of islands and lords of small places on the earth, who had also come in small ships, bringing, some 5 and some 10 million souls. And all these gods and lords had brides and bridegrooms according to the place and number and condition whence they came. And they were all received and stationed in their proper places. 14. Thus there came to Meru upward of 30,000 million atmospherenes that had sprung up from the earth by Jehovah's will. And of these there were 10,000 millions and 800 million spirits prepared as brides and bridegrooms unto the Great Spirit. Besides these, there were the hosts of Fragapatti, the Etherenes, 10 millions, mostly gods and goddesses, and these formed the inner sacred circle of the Holy Council. Next to these were their successors, 10 millions, who were to be the Holy Council of Meru after the Ascension. And next outside of these were stationed the Lord gods and their attendants, behind whom stood their brides and bridegrooms. Next stood the gods and their attendants, and brides and bridegrooms. And then the lords, their attendants, and their brides and bridegrooms. 15. And next outside of these stood the successors, the gods and lords, with their attendants. And yet behind them, their visiting hosts. And within and amongst them all, the musicians, the marshals, messengers, swift messengers and heralds were assigned their respective places. But so vast was the multitude of angels, and so great the glory, that one might look thereon all day and not even see the millionth part. Nor is it possible for corporeal words to convey but a crude picture of the magnificent scene. Chapter 43. One God, that is Samadhi, said, In my hands gavest thou the red star and her heavens, O Jehovah. As an emblem of thy first 3 worlds, and of the first, second and third resurrections, thy sons, bestowed upon me the triangle. Behold, the time of my reign hath come to an end. With thy holy harvest thou callest me to a higher world. 2. But thou hast raised up thy son, Job, who is of great wisdom and power in thee. He shall be thy God and thy son in the places I have been. To him, in thy name, O Father, I bestow the triangle, symbol of the end of thy created worlds, and of the individuals thereof. By my parting with it is the end of this dawn recorded. By Job's reception of it is his dominion begun. 3. God then took off the triangle and hung it on Job's neck, saying, I salute thee, God of earth and heaven. Immediately the Ezianors chanted, Hail to thee, O God, Son of Jehovah. 4. Now during the time of the arrival of the hosts of gods and lords and their resurrections, there were to be seen, high in the firmament above, 2 stars, like twins, descending. These were the Avalanzas of Hoses, goddess of Alowacha, coming to receive the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah, to take them to the Etherian realms prepared for them by the Orions of the higher heavens. 5. Her Avalanzas were descending by the road of Aphelkistan, and coming swiftly. Now betwixt the glory of these lights, and the ceremonies in Meru, one knew not where best to look, for the awe and grandeur on every side was overwhelming. And not less to move so vast a host were the Ezinars, the singers, and the far-off trumpeters. There stood also the great multitude of brides and bridegrooms, arrayed in white, like a vast sea of white, more than 10,000 millions. 6. But not long the waiting was, for so the gods time their labors that every adventure fitteth to another. The twin stars grew and grew in size, till, like 2 suns descending, they seemed as wide as the borders of Haradi. And whilst the multitude thus gazed and watched, Fragapatti rose in his place on the throne and called out, saying 7. Behold, the time hath now arrived for the brotherhood of gods and lords to be bestowed upon the earth and her heavens. As the earth is divided into many sections, so have I bequeathed on the earth many lords, to hold dominion over mortals. And yet over all of these have I chosen and appointed one God. 8. For in this manner were the first heavenly kingdoms of the Red Star founded by Zarathustra, son of Jehovah. In the history that followed since his day, it hath turned out that first one Lord and then another lost power in his kingdom, and finally, even the gods were powerless to rule angels and mortals to righteousness. 9. That ye may henceforth be strong, like the heavenly kingdoms on other worlds, I now decree Deva, in the name of Jehovah. And God and his Lord gods and his gods and lords of divisions, shall comprise the Deva. Nor shall any other person be eligible to the order, neither of this world nor of any other world. Male and female shall be the members of Deva. 10. And he who is God, who was Hob, high raised from Zarathustra, shall be Div over all the rest. Nevertheless, the name Div shall be used by all the members of Deva, when abiding in their several dominions. But no other person, neither on earth or in heaven, shall be entitled to the rank of Div. 11. And the Deva shall meet thrice every earth year, and in this capital, Meru, to render unto one another the matters of their several dominions. And when the meetings take place, each and every lord and god, and lordess and goddess, shall be present and fulfill these, my commandments. 12. And when the members are thus assembled, Div only shall have the title of Div. And the members shall salute him as 504, Son of all light, and the meetings of the Deva shall be private. Nor shall any person be eligible to be present in Deva, save the novices who may be in preparation to become lords and gods by succession. But none of the novices shall be entitled to speak in Deva. 13. And each and every member of Deva shall report his department, as to whether in need of assistance, or his capacity to provide emigrants to other plateaux, and such a report shall be made in person before Div. And when all the reports are given in, then shall Div render judgment thereon, giving to or exacting from any one or more of the dominions, according to the voice of Jehovah. 14. And the judgments of Div, son of all light, shall be called Divan law, from which there shall be no appeal. And the lords and gods shall carry these decrees down to mortals, in their several dominions, rendering them unto the godders on earth, whereby mortals through the Rabbabel shall receive communion from the All-Light. 15. In the time of the assembling of Deva, swift messengers shall be present and witness all the laws that shall be passed. And immediately thereafter shall such swift messengers depart from Meru and come to the Etherian kingdoms in the roadway of the earth and her heavens, and render the same unto the nearest Orion chief, or other Etherian god, son of Jehovah. 16. To the end, therefore, that my commandments shall be in the name of Jehovah, let God and Lord gods, and gods and lords, and goddesses and lordesses, approach the Father's throne, that I may bestow them according to the rites and ceremonies of the gods of other corporeal and atmospherian worlds. 17. The marshals now conducted all of them, save God, before the throne first, Thule, then Aspatia, then Gethia, and so on, until the hosts of the dominions were before Fragapatti. And then god Hob rose up and faced toward the west. Fragapatti said 18. In thy name, O all light, do I create a diva unto the earth and her heavens. And this, thy God, I anoint as div, with power to him to anoint his successor in like manner. May thy voice and judgment be with him forever. And these, thy Lord gods, and these, thy gods and thy lords, and these, thy goddesses and thy lordesses, do I anoint as members of Diva. And to each and all of them give I power in thy name to appoint successors after them for thy allotted seasons. May thy wisdom and power be with them forever. Amen. 19. God said in thy name, O all light, do I accept the Diva. And, on behalf of my gods and lords, proclaim thy divine power unto heaven and earth. 20. The others responded, we will fulfill thy decrees, O all light, now and henceforth, forever. Be thou with us in wisdom and strength for thy glory. 21. Fragapatti then extended his hand upward, saying Inquagitchang, of thy Inquagitchang, O all light. Dominion within dominion, give me thy symbol, O Jehovah. And there came out of the light before the throne a substance, and Fragapatti seized it and formed therefrom, first, a hollow ball, and within it another ball. And second, 2 interlocked triangles. And he gave to each of the Diva a pair, that is, a ball within a ball and a triangle. And he said unto them 22. Behold, O Jehovah, thou didst call me from my high place in heaven, saying, go thou to the red star, the earth. Her soil is wet with human blood. Her heavens are dead. My harvest is nothing. And I came and delivered thy word to mortals. In blood gave I it, and then washed clean the whole earth. And I gathered together thy lost children in the lower heavens, and have raised them up with power. Whereof, in token of thy light that was within me, have I become one within thy labors, and I have raised up gods and lords in thee also. That one perfect thing may be within another, after the manner of thy created worlds, this, thy holy sign, do I bequeath unto them, to be theirs and their successors forever. 23. So Fragapatti bestowed the lords and gods, and his labors were finished. 24. In the meantime, the sunships of Hoses drew near and landed, both to south and west of Meru, and so mighty and full of grandeur were they, the thousands of millions looking on were breathless in awe and wonder. Then descended out of the fire ships the marshals of Hoses' hosts, of whom there were 30 millions aboard. And they spread affrows from the ship even to Jehovah's throne, and Hoses alighted from the ship and walked briskly forward on the frows, and Fragapatti and his hosts went and received her, and conducted her to the throne. 25. And now, after due ceremonies betwixt the gods and goddesses, Athrava rose up and said to thee, O Hoses, goddess of Alawacha, in the name of Jehovah, do I bestow the brides and bridegrooms of heaven and earth. They are the harvest of Samadhi, god of the division of Hunyastu, his lords and gods through the Orient chief, Fragapatti, for the Father's emancipated heavens. 26. Hoses said, brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah, and his name receive I you, to deliver unto the all high worlds. 27. And then Hoses and Athrava proceeded in the ceremonies in the usual way, and were responded to by the 10,000 million brides and bridegrooms. 28. When the ceremonies were finished, the time of the ascension was at hand. So Fragapatti and Hoses, accompanied by their gods and lords, went down to the foot of the throne and sat down, and God, that had been Hob, sat alone in the midst of the throne. The Ezianors then sang a hymn on the march of Jehovah's worlds. When it was concluded, God went down and took Fragapatti's hand and Hoses' hand, saying, Arise, O son, and thou, O daughter of Jehovah. The Father calleth. Go your way. Fragapatti and Hoses rose up, and then all the gods and lords rose up. 29. Hob, that is God, fell into Fragapatti's arms. And when they had embraced, God withdrew and returned to the throne. Fragapatti saluted him on the sign, Faithists, and God answered him in the sign, Forever. Whereupon the hosts followed after Fragapatti and Hoses, and entered the great Avalonzas. 30. Fragapatti gave his own Avalonza to Athrava and his attendants, and they took from it the magnet and made it rotary also. And when they were all aboard, Oahspe commanded the ascension, and the mighty fire ships rose up, turning and rising. 31. Fragapatti created flowers and drapery, and cast overboard sufficient, so that all the 20,000 millions remaining had everyone some memento. In a little while the resurrection was complete. The sun ships rose higher and higher, passing the earth's vortex and entering Etheria, going to the kingdoms prepared for them by the high-raised sons and daughters of Jehovah. End of the Book of Fragapatti. Plate 13. The signature.